#C2003 rather kill the wrong person than let him go. This scene was undoubtedly shocking to everyone. To what extent did one control the spiritual power to achieve this step? Xiao Tanner was delighted. Xiao Han's strength had improved a lot. This was the best news for her. Li Yixuan was full of disdain, but the desire in her eyes could not be hidden. Her grandmother had taught her similar spiritual power control before, but she could never learn it. Seeing Xiao Han use the tree branch as a medium to control the spiritual power to such a fine degree, just from this point of view he might not be inferior to his grandmother. Li Yixuan, who was more meticulous, could not see it and could only make a rough judgment. Zhuke was confused and reacted quickly. He always felt that he had been fooled. When he was thinking about how to deal with Xiao Han's method, he saw Xiao Han condense a long whip in the void with the tree branch as a medium. Snap! A whip sound filled the air and hit Zhuke directly. Zhuke screamed in pain and felt hot all over. A one-sided complete slaughter was going on the island with frequent pa sounds and screams. It took dozens of breaths of time, and the 4 sacred beasts surrendered one after another, and none of them wanted to continue fighting with Xiao Han. When everything was settled and the barrier dissipated, Zhuke hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Han, you cheated. How could 10% of spiritual power be so powerful?" Xiao Han smiled and raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Hey, how about you try my full state?" "Hey, no. Zhuke decisively admitted his weakness. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed while holding their stomachs. It was great for them that the ancestor had such strength. Bang! Just as everyone was laughing, the formation above their heads seemed to be hit by something. Xiao Han frowned and his hearing was instantly released. But the next moment, Xiao Han immediately stretched out one hand, and a huge palm stretched out through the formation. Xiao Han pulled it back suddenly, and saw a figure in the huge palm. When the man looked at Xiao Han and everyone, he hurriedly said, "Dear Taoist friends, Li didn't know that this was your sect. I just passed by here. I hope you don't mind." Hearing what this man said, everyone was relieved. This kind of thing has happened from time to time during this period, but it has always been flying beasts or some monsters, and they were dealt with casually. It's the first time that such a person has hit it. Xiao Han slapped a talisman on the man, turned his head and looked at Xiao Qian and said, "Did such things happen during my retreat?" Xiao Qian saw the old ancestor's frown, and immediately took it seriously and said, "There have been cases of collisions with the formation, but they were all beasts and monsters. How did you deal with it?" Xiao Han said slowly. Xiao Qian hesitated for a moment and said, "Kill them all, leaving no one alive." Yes. Xiao Han was very satisfied with the result, and then turned to look at the monk and said, "If you don't want to suffer more, then cooperate well." The monk nodded in fear and said, "I will definitely cooperate well." Xiao Han asked, "Do you know me?" The monk was confused by the first sentence he asked, and said, "I don't know what you mean by this. I have never seen you, so how can I know you?" "Have you heard of Xiao Han?" The monk said in fear, "Of course I have heard of him. There have been many rumors in Wangxingfang City recently. It is said that Xiao Han did not know what happened to him, and was abandoned by the city lord. In the end, he got into trouble with Chanhua Valley and was tracked by Chanhua Valley to Wanqing Sea, and finally disappeared in Wanqing Sea. As long as the monks near Wanqing Sea know something about this matter. Do you have information about Xiao Han? You can provide it and exchange it." Bang! Before the man finished speaking, he was crushed by Xiao Han's palm shadow, and the pieces of flesh flew everywhere. This cultivator was only a Jindan stage cultivator, and he did not have a Yuanying. This scene made everyone confused, and Li Yixuan even said, "Xiao Han, why did you kill him? He obviously bumped into the island by accident. This is not a monster. It's a living person. You just killed him like that? You are hurting innocent people." Li Yixuan frowned, she felt that Xiao Han was too cruel. Like this kind of person, you can let him go. As Li Yixuan was talking, Xiao Tanner blocked Li Yixuan's mouth and whispered, Xiao Han has to deal with it this way. Don't talk too much. But, Li Yixuan still felt that it was too cruel. For the ancestors' swift and decisive approach, the other disciples could accept it. This is the ancestors' consistent style. Because of this decisiveness, they have saved them from danger many times. Xiao Han ignored Li Yixuan's emotions, just looked at Xiao Qian and said, Get ready quickly. Be ready to leave at any time. Xiao Qian's pupils shrank, turned around and left quickly. Xiao Han looked at the disciples again, and the disciples understood and left without asking any more questions. Then Li Yixuan spoke again. It's unnecessary. Li Yixuan shook her head and continued, I really think it's unnecessary. It's just a coincidence. There's nothing wrong with asking this person just now. This place has just been built so well with newly reclaimed medicinal fields, edible monsters, and spiritual food. You look so prosperous. But you are leaving just because of this? Xiao Tanner, who always understood Xiao Han, covered Li Yixuan's mouth with a face full of doubts and puzzlement. Xiao Han waved his hand and took the monk's storage bracelet in his hand. With a wave of his hand, several things floated in the void. Among them was a token of Chanhua Valley, a scroll with Xiao Han's portrait on it, and several sound transmission jade slips. After seeing this scene, Li Yixuan covered her mouth and said with a somewhat embarrassed look, I don't know, I just said that. How do you know that he is a monk of Chanhua Valley? There is nothing wrong with what you said just now. Xiao Han's expression condensed and said, You know Xiao Han and know it so clearly, but you don't know me. Don't you think it's a bit strange? This was the first time that Xiao Han answered Li Yixuan's question seriously. Although he didn't really want to teach this so-called granddaughter of the city lord, he took so many things from her, didn't point out anything, and let her look and guess by herself. I don't know how long it would take. It is impossible to keep her with me all the time. Sooner or later I will hand her over to the city lord. Li Yixuan was still a little puzzled and said, Even if there are some loopholes in what he said, we can still ask, and we can also take his storage bracelet to check. There is no need to do this. At this point, Xiao Han stared at Li Yixuan with his eyes straight, as if he was a dormant ancient beast. This glance made Li Yixuan step back several steps, and there was more fear in her eyes. Xiao Han paused and said in a deep voice, Is there no need to do this? Then he destroyed everything in the storage bracelet, even various spiritual stones and elixirs. Seeing everything being destroyed, Xiao Han said in a cold voice, Even if he has no problems, it doesn't matter. I would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. Just kill him. There is no need to do so much. If there is any danger, it must be killed in advance. #C2004 Have you ever thought about going home? The originally peaceful island suddenly became urgent after the ancestors' order was given, and everyone was in a hurry. After packing up their belongings, they began to help kill the monsters they raised and collect the elixirs they planted. It was obvious from the speed with which everyone was skilled that this was not their first experience. Li Yixuan was also forcibly taken away by Xiao Tanner to pack her things, while Xiao Han opened the green jade pendant and let the 4 holy beasts in. As for the cave, there was nothing worth taking away. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, adjusted his breath, and waited for everyone. His ears were quickly collecting various information from the surroundings. There was no trace of anyone in the closer distance. It seems that it is indeed a coincidence that this monk bumped into the formation. Xiao Han thought to himself and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the location of the island was not leaked, everything was still within control. But it was definitely impossible to stay on the island. When these people came out to look for him, they would usually report their approximate location. Once Cicada Flower Valley discovers that one of their monks is missing for no reason, they will definitely send someone to check whether they died at the hands of monsters or for other reasons. By that time, the location of the island will be close to being exposed, and this place is no longer suitable for staying for a long time. On the other side, Xiao Tanner took Li Yixuan away and quickly returned to the cave to clean up. Li Yixuan couldn't help complaining. Sister, what kind of person do you think Xiao Han is? Look at today, I admit that I did not think too much, but he is really a little too cruel. Even if it's like he said, he would rather kill by mistake than let go. But he only needs to give it a good time. Look at what he did. Those who are less able to bear it may vomit after just looking at it. Xiao Tanner smiled and said nothing, packing her things and listening quietly. Li Yixuan still gushed. Hey, someone like Xiao Han can actually be loved by a kind-hearted person like you, sister, and is so willing to endure hardships. This is the blessing he has accumulated for 8 lifetimes. Xiao Tanner shook her head helplessly, turned around and tapped Li Yixuan's head with her hand, saying, You still can't see clearly. Let's not talk about this for now. In fact, Xiao Han is very easy to understand. Before you understand him, he will be on guard against everyone. But after you understand him, he will show his heart to you. He can regard you as the most trustworthy person and will never spare a hand against you. You may say he is cruel or ruthless, but the premise of all this is that he wants to protect the people he wants to protect. When he wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect fell on Li Yixuan's ears. Li Yixuan was stunned on the spot. Was she also the person Xiao Han wanted to protect? Yes, if this matter is leaked at all, the people of Cicada Valley will not be so easy to treat them and may even be more cruel. The world of cultivating immortals is inherently cruel, so looking at what Xiao Han did, it was quite right. Half an hour later, all the disciples gathered in the open space on the island. Xiao Han looked at the crowd and slowly said, Have you ever thought about going home? This question confused everyone. The word home seemed very far away, even though they had entered the world of immortality not long ago. To the mortal world, decades had already passed by in a hurry. Today's home has long been transformed, and I don't know what it looks like. No one took the initiative to answer Xiao Han's question. But Xiao Qian said, As long as there is us, it is home and we are a family. These words were very beautiful. The other monks didn't know how to answer, so they followed Xiao Qian's words. Yes, ancestor. This is our home. We have been following ancestor since we went up the mountain. We have already regarded everyone as family. Yes, this is our home. Seeing everyone's excited tone, Xiao Han pressed his hand slightly and said, Again, I am referring to your original family. I have been telling you that the Great Road is ruthless and you should put down the things in this world as soon as possible, but who of you can really let go? Since the day you left home, no matter what thoughts you have in your hearts, you will always have someone to belong to in the end. Now I just want to hear the truth from you. Do you want to go home? After reading it, really let it go, Xiao Han said calmly. For him, letting go was something he couldn't really do. He always had concerns in his heart. In the Tianxian realm, Blue Star and Xiao Han, everything is like an illusion. They each have their own concerns and how to balance them.
I så Shaolingar vispering. Ancestor, I am homesick.
If I just go back for a visit, can I still come back? What can't be done? Others should hurry up. Just after Xiao Han said this, many monks said, I also want to go back and have a look. Me too. Xiao Tanner seemed to have guessed what Xiao Han was thinking, and chuckled. Then let's go back to Luyun's sect and take a look. I just happen to have some things there. After saying that, he turned to look at Li Yixuan and said, Sister Xin'er, do you want to go back to my hometown with me? It's the place I often tell you about, and aren't you very interested in ghosts? There happens to be an abyss in our sect. You can go and have a look at it at any time. It is said that the formation has been completed and there will be no life-threatening danger. Li Yixuan listened to Xiao Tanner's planned route and quickly responded, "Of course I wanna go." Seeing that everyone had this intention, Xiao Han grinned. With Cicada Valley's current strength, he could only temporarily avoid it. Let alone the transformation stage cultivators behind him, those yuanying. Stage cultivators alone are enough to make him suffer. The origin of all this came from that Wu Feng. It is time to settle some counts, and it is time to take back some of his own things. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said loudly, "Since everyone wants to go back, let's go back and take a look, and by the way, return the humiliation we have suffered. After these people went up the mountain in the past, especially after joining Yun Peak, they suffered a lot of contempt and humiliation, especially Zhao Taizhu, who was stepped on by others since he went up the mountain." Looking at the eyes of these people, Xiao Han jumped onto the flying magic weapon first, followed by the rest of the people. Near the battlefield of immortals and demons a few months later, a huge flying magic weapon slowly stopped at the edge. It was a detour from Wangxingfang City, which was basically the opposite of the road to Wangxingfang City, but there was a difference. In order to avoid all explorations of the Cicada Flower Valley, Xiao Han did not care about the time of travel. He would rather take a long detour to avoid potential dangers. Their route was very simple. They first took a long detour from the island to the vicinity of the Immortal Demon battlefield and finally passed a checkpoint to reach the Immortal Demon Market and then finally returned to the Flowing Cloud sect from the Immortal Demon Market. The entire route was a big circle which can be said to be traveling along the edge of the Tianshan continent and finally returned to the Flowing Cloud sect. Along the Dishuan continent, facts have proved the correctness of Xiao Han's choice. He did not encounter any danger along the way. #C2005 Shinma Market. The place where they stopped was the edge of the battlefield of immortals and demons. Going further in would lead to various dangers. This was the battlefield between the human race and the demon race, and various wars often occurred. A matter that was not handled properly could lead to war. As long as the sects of the entire human race were recorded, they would send corresponding monks to guard according to the strength of the sect. There was a city guarded by the human race in the south called the Demon Slaughtering City, and in the north was the Immortal Killing City guarded by the demon race. In the middle was the Immortal Demon Market where Xiao Han and his team were going to pass. Unlike the two cities, this market was built by humans and demons, and there were various rules and constraints. No matter how great the hatred was, as long as they entered the Immortal Demon Market, they would never fight again. Both the human race and the demon race had trading needs, which was also the meaning of the existence of the Immortal Demon Market. Xiao Han wanted to take advantage of this feature to pass through the Immortal Demon Market and finally head south quickly. Seeing everyone change their clothes, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "No one should cause trouble later. No matter what happens, you must enter the Immortal Demon Market as quickly as possible. Listen to my arrangements after entering." Yes. All the disciples bowed their hands. In order not to attract attention, they chose to travel close to the ground. Once they were driving a large flying magic weapon, and there were cultivators on the ship, it would inevitably attract the attention of the demons, and it would be troublesome if they were entangled. Not to mention affecting the progress of the journey. Once someone discovered the clues and leaked them back to Chanhua Valley, it would be uncomfortable. There was no major danger along the way, and occasionally some provocations from the demons were quickly resolved. After arriving at the Immortal Demon Market without any danger, Xiao Han and others bought uniform clothes according to the regulations, and after paying a certain amount of spirit stones, they went directly into the market. This is to avoid being differentiated and eventually encountering something targeted so as to hinder the development of the Immortal Demon Market. Come and take a look. These are the best second-grade, top-grade elixirs. Don't miss them if you pass by. Bullshit, how many top-grade elixirs have been produced by the entire human race? Now you have them, you just know how to brag. How do you know I'm lying if you haven't come to see them? Come, here are all kinds of first-grade spiritual medicines. Whether you are human or demon, you can make elixirs. Various shouts came one after another, and Xiao Han's ears quickly received various information. The entire immortal demon market is like a long corridor, facing north and south, spanning dozens of kilometers, mainly divided into the south gate and the north gate. Xiao Han and others entered from the north gate and went straight down and out from the south gate. Just when Xiao Han was about to go south without stopping, he suddenly received a message between his ears, and his face froze under the mask. Soon he slowed down his pace, turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Hey, you are all hungry. I think there is a good restaurant here. How about we stop and have a meal before leaving?" The rest of the people were stunned, but soon realized that this was agreed upon early in the morning. Once they entered the fairy demon market, everyone was a community and listened to Xiao Han's arrangements. The restaurant in the fairy demon market is different from other places. Others are customers who all eat in the restaurant, but this fairy demon market is not only inside the restaurant but also has seats outside the restaurant. A group of people found 3 tables and sat down separately. It was just evening at this time. The surrounding environment was comfortable and there was nothing to complain about. People could be seen coming and going along the way. Compared with other restaurants in the market, it was different. Soon a waiter came up to greet them. Xiao Han used his spiritual sense to explore the waiter here and found that there were both humans and demons. This was magical, but he did not show any other emotions. Perhaps just like the memory extracted from the demon's head, a considerable number of demons also yearn for peace. Whether it is human or demon, fighting is nothing more than satisfying the desires of the ruling class and has little to do with the lower class unless it is a necessary hunting relationship. For example, humans need to eat wild beasts and monsters to survive, and the same is true for monsters. But for humans and demons, the other party is not necessary, but because of the selfish desires of the ruling class, it eventually evolved into a kind of racial hatred. The state of this fairy and demon market is the best state, where the peace-loving human race and demon race can make a living. Xiao Han has a yearning for this state. After everyone ordered the dishes, Xiao Han continued to listen to this news. Have you heard about it? Recently, the Yen family and the Han family are in a mess again. A voice came into Xiao Han's ears. It was because of hearing about the Yen family and the Han family that Xiao Han decided to have a meal here temporarily. What are you doing again? Is it going to end? I'm afraid that the human race hasn't come yet, but we've already lost our composure. Don't resist at that time, just surrender and become a vassal and then be ruled and exploited by the human race for generations. In fact, I don't think the human race is as bad as you say. I have dealt with a human before, and I found that it is not what everyone says. That's because you haven't seen the cruel demons. It is said that the cold owl slaughtered hundreds of thousands or even millions of my demons. And the city lord, a spell killed all the tribesmen within hundreds of thousands of kilometers, leaving only 1 in 10. Hey, why are you talking nonsense like this? Do you mean that our demons haven't slaughtered the human race? In fact, it's just that the upper class wants more. Do they need us ordinary people? What they want is benefits. Oh, you go to fight them and don't allow them to do it. What kind of logic is that? Let's not talk about this issue. Let's continue to talk about what happened between the Han family and the Yen family. The heated discussion stopped at this point, and the person who spoke first continued. It is said that it was because a core disciple of the Yen family died, and it was the successor. It is said that the soul lamp suddenly went out a few years ago. Then this matter fermented for a few years, and finally the Yen family suspected the Han family of this matter. The successor of the Yen family had no blood feud and never went to the human race. At most, he trained in the Wanqing Sea. The only one who had a blood feud with the Yen family was Han Tian of the Han family. However, the Han family said that Han Tian had died hundreds of years ago. So this matter became a fuss. The two sides have negotiated for no less than 100 times and finally did not come up with a satisfactory answer. If it weren't for the fact that the two families would cause huge losses to the demon race, I'm afraid they would have fought long ago. When the news came out, the other person was surprised and said, "Hey, it's really exciting. The successor of the Yen family died just like that, and his death was unclear. This must be a bloody storm. I really can't understand it. These families are really, the successor is so important, why don't they send people from the family to protect him? So this is why you think too much. Sometimes, how can a protected successor really grow up? What is needed is repeated training." The cultivator continued, "Let's not talk about this. Speaking of the matter of Han Tian, how much do you know? I think there must be something wrong with this matter. Both the human race and the demon race are deliberately suppressing this matter. All the news is like a fault. It is obvious that they are hiding something." Hearing this, Xiao Han's expression condensed. He was also very curious. Since the genius of the Han family is so important, why is there no news at all? #C 2006 Lotus Sect. Various doubts began to appear in Xiao Han's mind. In fact, these doubts had been there for a long time, but he did not get the exact information. These doubts were just a direction of thinking. As he came into contact with more and more things, Xiao Han's views and opinions on such things gradually improved. "Hey, you were really right." The demon paused and continued, "They are really hiding the news and suppressing it as much as possible. This is a joint decision between the demon and the human race. Let's just talk here. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Once it causes any big reaction, we will both be done with it." "Okay. Don't tease me," the demon said impatiently. "If you think about it carefully, we also know that the peerless genius of the Han family fell in love with a human woman and finally found a human woman. You never thought that this human woman could be fallen in love with a genius of the Han family. How can she be an ordinary woman? Not to mention anything else, you can't support it just by having sex. In addition, why there is no news from the human race, this matter will cause more speculation. The news I got is not comprehensive, but you can use it as a reference. It is said that this human woman was a saint at that time. With the genius of the Han family, she will basically become a saint. However, there is such a blood feud between the human race and the demon race. How could such a thing be allowed to exist? That's why there is such a thing as message blocking. When it came to this matter, the monk had already made some judgments in his mind and then continued, "Oh, this is for the continuation of their respective races and the enhancement of their strength, whether it is the human race or the demon race. Generally speaking, it is the union of the saint son and the saint girl, and eventually they give birth to stronger offspring. This human saint girl and the demon saint son. TSK. This is so interesting. Well, but the authenticity of this matter needs to be considered. Don't talk nonsense when you go out." Soon the two demons started chatting about other things and Xiao Han finally regained his attention. Soon the whole table was filled with delicacies, all of which were liked by humans and demons. There are certain differences in the diet between humans and demons, but on the whole they are very similar, but the cooking methods are different. Xiao Han picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The taste was not bad. Xiao Han was a little surprised to be able to eat such an authentic taste. Outside, after eating this meal, everyone continued on their way. The entire Xianmefeng city was open day and night, making it a kind of city that never sleeps. They are not worried about receiving any strange looks. At the same time, there are speed requirements in the city of Xianmefeng. They can only drive at the standard speed. At their speed, they will not be able to leave the south gate until noon tomorrow if they keep driving. This is when the speed remains at its highest level. What was lingering in Xiao Han's mind was the conversation between the two demons, and he became more and more sure that this matter must have something to do with him. Moreover, the headmaster and the great elder must know something. The more eager they are to kill themselves, the more it shows that the great elder wants to hide something. Especially the last news made Xiao Han even more worried. He had probably known this before, but he was really sure and found it a bit hard to accept. Generally speaking, saints and saints will be united. He is not sure what Lu Yan's situation will be. In addition, whether Lu Yan still retains his memory after coming here is even more uncertain. He still has memories, which does not mean Lu Yan's situation. There is still smoke. The demon clan has not yet given birth to a holy son, which does not mean that the holy son will never be born. There is really too little information, and it would be extremely troublesome to really lose the memory. Things were still so rushed, but now he didn't even know the truth behind it. Thinking of Xiao Han's speed, he couldn't help but feel that he was going faster. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that Xiao Han and others successfully left the south gate and directly drove the spaceship to circle in the direction of Lu Yun's sect. Xiao Han had been practicing in seclusion along the way, which would have wasted several years if he hadn't been diligent. How to deal with the future. The Aoki boat flies smoothly in various places, in the fairy world and the mortal world. When it occasionally passes by the mortal world, it will attract the entire country to worship. In order to avoid wasting time, Xiao Han did not deliberately take a detour. There is no subdivision in the definition of the mortal world. Sometimes a place in the mortal world has a spiritual vein, and that place will soon become a fairy world. And somewhere in the fairy world, if the spiritual veins are lost, it will soon become a mortal world. Boundary. On this day, while Xiao Han was practicing in seclusion, there was a sudden knock on the door. After asking in advance, knocking on the door must mean something important happened. After Xiao Han circulated his spiritual power for a week, he slowly opened his eyes, waved his hand to remove the barrier and said, "Come in." Then the person outside the door pushed in, and it was Xiao Qian who came to report. "Grandpa Ancestor." Xiao Qian said hello and continued. "After investigation, we found that a sect dozens of kilometers ahead was wiped out. It is said that the sect came out of the abyss and wiped out its sect directly. The location of the sect is a bit awkward. It happens to be in the middle of a natural barrier. It is extremely difficult to cross this natural barrier. Unless we are all nascent soul stage monks, we can only take a detour. However, the other side of this natural barrier is within the demon clan, and the other side is relatively close to the central place. And the abyss is within the sect. At this time, many monks have come to watch. How do we deal with this?" Xiao Han listened to Xiao Qian's brief description and said with some confusion, "Are you talking about the Lotus sect? The whole sect is full of female cultivators." He remembered that he had seen the map and he happened to pass by the Lotus sect along the way. "I didn't expect that the ancient secret realm would appear in the Lotus sect. And judging from the situation, the Lotus sect should not have deliberately explored the ancient secret realm. There must be something wrong." Xiao Qian nodded and said, "It is the Lotus sect, and the female disciples of the Lotus sect died tragically. The degree of tragedy is unbearable to watch. This is the fragment of video sent back." Xiao Qian raised his hand and threw a ball. A video was played in the void. There were dead female cultivators everywhere in the sect, and their clothes were in disarray. It was obvious that they had suffered great destruction before they died. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's anger rose in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a situation. He didn't expect Qi to do such a thing. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "Drive the spaceship to the outermost perimeter, then come and call me. We will pass through the Lotus sect. Hey, I want to see if these Qi are really as difficult to deal with as they say." Xiao Han said this, but he also had other ideas in his heart. Taking a detour is the best choice unless it is really impossible to get through, then taking a detour is still within the scope of consideration. When everything is still unclear, we can't decide anything at will. This abyss has just appeared, and there will definitely not be any strong chi at that time. The strongest abyss near Luyun sect was only equivalent to the cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul. As long as we don't get too close, it will be no problem to get out smoothly. Xiao Qin bowed and said, "Yes, ancestor." #C2007 in humanity. As the spaceship gradually approached the range of the Lotus sect, Xiao Qin immediately notified Xiao Han. When Xiao Han came to the deck, Xiao Tanner, Li Xuan and others were already waiting on the deck. From a long distance, Xiao Han could see the majestic mountains, and they were endless mountains. The mountains here were the Tongtian Mountains. There were mortals and cultivators who were extremely yearning for it. Legend has it that as long as you can climb the Tongtian Mountains, you can become an immortal in one thought and enter the legendary spiritual world. Later, after one attempt after another, it was found that there was no way to become an immortal in one thought, and the living environment was extremely harsh, so no one was interested in the Tongtian Mountains anymore. Just when everyone's sight disappeared, another spiritual vein was born here, and the Lotus sect appeared because of this. Even Xiao Han, who had seen many big scenes, was shocked by the majestic mountains in front of him. Even he couldn't help wanting to climb the mountains, reach the highest place, and have a good look at the mountains. As Xiao Qian said, if they couldn't get through the Lotus sect, they would have to take a long detour. It didn't matter if they wasted some time, but the most important thing was to avoid exposing their whereabouts. They were all dressed in black and had masks on their faces. The monks around them were rushing towards the Lotus sect quickly. All the monks were above the foundation building stage, and there was no chi training monk. However, when it came to matters like chi, each sect knew what was going on, and it would be meaningless for low-level monks to go there. Have you heard? This time, the Lotus sect monks died in a horrible way. These demons are more disgusting than the demons. One is just hatred, and the other is a life and death struggle. It is obvious which one is more harmful. Hey, you are also talking about this matter. I am also very interested in it. As for the Lotus sect, any monk with a little blood in his veins wants to avenge this blood feud. Sooner or later, all these demons will be killed. Alas, those female monks who are far away from the abyss have been taken away and buried by female monks from various sections. At least they have a burial place. But those who are closer to the abyss will be blocked by demons as soon as they get close. It looks like a provocation. At the beginning there were monks above, but they were slaughtered when they entered. In the end, it caused even worse consequences. Now everyone is just watching. Hey, it's so frustrating. If we had a Yuanian great cultivator here, it wouldn't be like this. No way, who made us close to the demons? Now those big sects are can't they send someone to help? At least it can help the human race regain this breath. Don't expect this. Now each sect is in trouble, and they have to maintain their own strength to deal with the disaster. No one will cause such trouble for a low-level sect. Do you really think these demons won't bear grudges? When the day really comes, these accounts will be settled one by one. Hiss, according to what you said, we really can't do it easily. Okay, let's go and take a look. Various discussions kept coming into Xiao Han's ears. There were indeed no large sects nearby. Even a Jindan stage cultivator could basically walk sideways in this area. In order to avoid attracting attention, everyone used speed-up talismans to hurry on their way, but Xiao Han and the other two found it troublesome and used flying swords a little. Look, which sect is this? There are actually 3 Jindan stage cultivators. When Xiao Han and his companions entered the public field of vision, a cultivator immediately discovered this. It seems that the entire sect is composed of foundation-building cultivators. Which middle-class or even upper-class sect sent people here? There is no sect of this strength near us. Maybe they were sent from somewhere else. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Tanner flew on the sword and came to Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, do you think we should teach those demons a lesson? I think it's too much. If it goes on like this, those demons will think that the human race in Tianshan realm is easy to bully. Li Yixuan nodded quickly and said, Yes, if I tell my grandmother about this, I guarantee that all the demons in the abyss will go back in disgrace. Xiao Han had similar thoughts in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he said, Let's see what happens. When he arrived at the outermost part of the Lotus sect, Xiao Han saw a thin gray gas in the air. Everyone basically stayed at the periphery and did not go deep. As they heard, the bodies in the places close to them had been dealt with, but the bodies were everywhere in the inner part. Some scenes could even make people furious, and they were specially dealt with. Xiao Han wanted to rush in and kill these Qi just by looking at them, at least to save some face for the human race. Fuck! Li Yixuan opened her mouth and uttered a swear word, and then she shouted without hesitation. These inhumane guys are even more disgusting than the demons. Because Xiao Han had said this in advance, Li Yixuan restrained herself from rushing in. The demons also slaughtered, but they were definitely not as excessive as Qi. Various methods of dismemberment and other treatment methods were directly aimed at people's hearts. Everyone knew what these Qi-En's intentions were, and they still endured even if they suffered such humiliation. Xiao Han looked at this scene, frowned, and finally said, Let's go. He was enduring, and he could pass through the natural danger from the outermost periphery without any problem, and he wanted to leave quickly. He was afraid that he would rush in on impulse. Everything is still unknown, and it is not clear what kind of existence will appear in the abyss. Reason tells him that he must hold back and not take action now. It will pass if he holds back for a while. There are too many things to deal with, and he can't handle them at all. Li Yixuan was stunned in place, and doubts could be seen from her eyes. Can this be tolerated? Those Qi even deliberately angered them not far away. This kind of thing must not be tolerated. If you don't go, I will go. Today I want to see what confidence these Qi have. Li Yixuan was stunned for a moment, and then went directly to the abyss. Xiao Han wanted to grab it back, but it was too late. He quickly got up and caught up, and Xiao Tanner followed closely. The flying sword under his feet was also put back into the storage ring. The three of them walked in the air, and their destination was the entrance of the abyss. Fuck, what did I see? These three people don't seem to have the help of flying magic tools. They are flying in the air. They are Yuanian cultivators. I said there would be no one to take care of them. Now the one in charge is here. There are also brave people among the human cultivators. We will follow them later to see the situation. That's right. What are you afraid of? If you don't even have the basic dignity of practicing, what's the point of practicing? Xiao Qian and others looked at each other, but without the words of the ancestor, they all did not take any action, but they were all angry in their hearts. Before Li Yixuan approached, a spell had already condensed. Just when Xiao Han was about to take action to catch her back, he suddenly felt a terrifying breath coming from the abyss. This breath is at least as strong as the peak of the Yuanying, and even reaches the equivalent of the strength of the God transformation stage. #C2008 Pay the price. How could there be such a strong existence? It seems that the Lotus sect was just wiped out, and there are only a few Jindan stage cultivators in the entire sect. According to this level, it is impossible for a demon of this level to appear. This time he couldn't fight, or he couldn't go too deep. In desperation, Xiao Han hurriedly shouted, Li Yixuan, come back quickly. It's dangerous. In terms of danger perception, Xiao Han has always been much better than others. Seeing that Li Yixuan ignored him, there was no way but to expose his strength. Xiao Han immediately slapped out a palm, quickly went towards Li Yixuan and grabbed her back. Then he shouted, "Nonsense, I indulged you in the past, but I will never indulge you today. Let me handle this matter. I won't, those beasts, even if I die today, I will make them pay the corresponding price." Pa! Xiao Han slapped Li Yixuan in the face, and then shouted, "Wake up, you are just incompetently furious when you have no ability to take revenge. What's the point of you going up to die? It will only increase the opponent's momentum and cause more people to die." This slap finally made Li Yixuan sober up a little. Her eyes were full of great emotions. From childhood to adulthood, she had never suffered such grievances. Just thinking back, what Xiao Han said was not wrong. Li Yixuan now only hated herself for not practicing well on weekdays and being powerless in the face of such things. "Tanner, take Li Yixuan away, quickly." Xiao Han felt that the terrifying breath was getting closer and closer, and he couldn't help but feel a lot of anxiety in his heart. He didn't have absolute confidence to win the spiritualization stage. Cultivator now, not to mention that there were countless chi around him. Even if they were exhausted, they could kill him. Xiao Tanner also saw Xiao Han's anxious mood, and hurriedly grabbed Li Yixuan, and rushed back desperately, but it was too late. There was nothing in the place, and countless chi came out from nowhere. They directly surrounded the three people. These chi had a strong ability to hide their bodies. Xiao Han's face showed a solemn look, and the terrifying aura was still approaching quickly. Unable to escape, Xiao Han immediately condensed 3 magics, and the spiritual power in his body started to run like crazy. The 3 heaven and earth arts suppressed these countless chi one after another. Xiao Han shouted, "I will hold them back, you find a way to leave quickly." After that he shouted again, "The rest of you will attack together, but don't enter the range." For a while Xiao Qian and others also acted quickly. None of them hid their strength. They all sacrificed their flying swords and stepped on the swords, and a magic condensed and killed the blocking chi at the first time. Li Yixuan also felt the seriousness of the matter, put aside all her emotions, and tried her best to deal with the chi who was blocking. "I began to feel regretful. Even if I wanted to do it, I should at least investigate the situation. Rushing in so rashly would only cause trouble and even cost me my life." The monks watching around were speechless as they watched all this. They were just sighing about the 3 nascent soul monks, but the entire sect had no one less powerful than the Golden Core stage. This team of people was equivalent to the entire upper-class sect. Which top sect's monks could have such a profound foundation? There were only a few top sects, so it was easy to guess. "Charge! I can't stand the behavior of these beasts anymore," the monks shouted. Then more monks followed suit and then attacked together. The Golden Core stage monks even worked together to kill these outer demons. In just a few dozen breaths, the pressure on Xiao Han and the other 2 suddenly decreased. Seeing that the way back was blocked, Xiao Qian and the others would be in danger once they entered this range. Xiao Han knew that this was the only way. If he couldn't escape, he would fight. Looking at the behavior of those demons, Xiao Han gradually became angry. He did not agree with Li Yixuan's behavior, but he agreed with Li Yixuan's idea. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han condensed 3 spells again, and each spell was infused with a large amount of good fortune. Xiao Han slowly said, 9 nether holy flames rise. 3 9 nether holy flames were released at the same time, plus the previous 3 heaven and earth arts. Such a huge consumption was a bit unbearable for Xiao Han. But at this time he could not hold back. The 3 9 nether holy flames were like a tornado, and began to rage around, and those demons also revealed a little fear in their big eyes. Sure enough, these demons seemed to be extremely afraid of this kind of magic. And Li Yixuan and Xiao Tanner also found a chance to breathe because of Xiao Han's lightning method, and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly swim to the edge, but Xiao Han could not leave. One of the chi said coldly, Kill this person first, ignore the others, just passively defend. When the Qi finished speaking, countless black shadows around released gray mist towards Xiao Han. The methods of these Qi were very similar to those of the demons, but they did not condense the magic like the demons. The attack methods were relatively simple. Xiao Han clearly felt that. Hallucinations began to appear around him, and some familiar people were waving at him. He knew that these were all illusions. A force of creation was directly infused into Xiao Han's brain, and everything in front of him changed. Those familiar figures just now all turned into Qi. As the 9 nether holy flame burned rapidly, the spiritual power in Xiao Han's body was also rapidly decreasing. If this continued, he might not be able to hold on until the terrifying breath arrived, and his spiritual power would be exhausted. When he was anxious, Xiao Han thought of the spiritual vein dragon that once spewed spiritual power in his body. Then Xiao Han quickly sank a spiritual consciousness into his dantian ball. Let the little dragon of the spirit vein spit out spiritual power. Quickly, I can't hold on any longer. Xiao Han hurriedly transmitted the information as soon as his consciousness entered. Don't rush me. I'm negotiating with it, you hold on for a while. Hong Meng. Fortune Pearl was also a little anxious in his words, and then he said again, can't you make people worry less, always looking for trouble? This little guy bit me a few days ago, and I cut off its fortune power in a rage. Now it's angry with me. Xiao Han was speechless, and directly placed his consciousness on the little dragon of the spirit vein and said, if I die, everyone will be finished with me. You can do whatever you want. After delivering the message, Xiao Han placed his consciousness outside. The 9 nether holy flame could not stop. Once it stopped, countless demons would pounce on it. Xiao Han took advantage of this gap and his body expanded rapidly, and a huge rumbling sound came from his body. Since he could not use spiritual power to cause continuous attacks, he relied on the giant ape transformation to support. Fortunately, Li Yixuan and Qiao Tanner were far away from the most dangerous area. He knew that once the heaven and earth technique had no spiritual power to support it, it would disappear at the fastest speed and could no longer exert pressure on these demons. At the same time, one of the cultivators watching the battle outside was retreating stealthily until he found a hidden place, and then he quickly wrote small words in the void. Xiao Han appeared in the lotus sect of Tongtian mountain range, and is now entangled by demons. The simple sentence was quickly written and the message was transmitted with a pat on the jade slip. #C2009 Rule the people. Boom! 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 Xiao Han's body was constantly roaring, and every time he attacked, he could kill many monsters, but these monsters were all of average strength. He could feel that the stronger ones were all reserving their methods, just waiting for the generals to wear him down and then kill him in one fell swoop. This kind of behavior is comparable to that of the demon clan using the lower class people in exchange for victory. The depletion of Dantian has not been effectively replenished, and the spiritual dragon will also look for trouble at this critical moment. Just when Xiao Han was slaughtering the demons, that terrifying aura appeared in Xiao Han's seat. Those 2 huge eyes were several times bigger than the ones seen before, and the aura emanating from the body was infinitely close to the strength of a monk in the transformation stage. In other words, he has the strength of the god transformation stage, but he can only display so much strength in this environment. While waiting anxiously, Xiao Han noticed that a large amount of spiritual power began to emerge from his body. Xiao Han looked happy. This spiritual dragon had finally compromised. I saw a pressure from the beast, and he looked around and slowly said, everyone, please step back. After hearing this, the other beasts quickly backed away and disappeared. Nearby in a few breaths, Xiao Han, let me help you. How could Xiao Tanner helplessly watch Xiao Han face it alone? Then Li Yixuan also said, I'll come too. If it doesn't work out, I still have a trump card. The jade slip her grandma gave her was her greatest confidence. Even if he loses the bet with his grandma, Xiao Han cannot be allowed to die. Here today. Xiao Han frowned and said hurriedly, "Don't come over, everyone, please. Leave." After saying that, he looked at the demon and continued, "I think you have something to tell me." The sprinting figures of Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan stopped in place, waiting quietly for the next chapter. Listening to what Xiao Han meant, it was obvious that the demon had something to say to Xiao Han. "Smart, your human race is indeed the most understanding." After finishing speaking, Nachi paused and continued, "I remember you, your name is Xiao Han, right?" When Xiao Han heard this, he felt a chill running through his body. But he did not deny it. If he could speak directly to confirm that it was him, he obviously knew it, and denying it was meaningless. "You didn't deny it. It seems that you also know that the reason why I am so sure is naturally because I know something. After all, in the entire human race, you may be the only monk who knows the 9 nether holy flames and heaven and earth magic. I don't know why you know this ancient magic, but I know there is definitely something wrong with it. Even the remnants of the past will become dilapidated under the erosion of time. Not to mention that in the past, the spells here were purged and looted." After finishing speaking, the big eyes suddenly narrowed and said, "Or maybe you are not from this Tianxian world." The fear in Xiao Han's heart arose from the bottom of his heart, and these guesses seemed to be telling the correct answer. Su Na-Chi continued to speak. "No matter what the answer is, I will give you a choice now. Are you willing to become a superior citizen? This will ensure that you will become the ruler of this Tianxian realm for life. But the price is that you have to help us enslave the people of the Tianxian realm. When the dark realm needs you to provide burning, you need to provide the dark realm with the numbers we need. Maybe you think I'm talking too much, or maybe you think why it's you, a monk, who only has the strength of the middle stage of nascent soul. You will naturally know this in the future. Now you just need to tell me if you are willing." What an exciting offer. "Let me rule the people of the Tianxian realm." Xiao Han smiled after finishing speaking, and then loudly said, "If I say I don't want to, will I be killed now?" "Sorry. I've never been used to being someone else's slave. If you want to kill me, just kill me." "Haha. You are very brave." Ji laughed and continued, "Although you have some talents and have qualities that cannot be replaced by others, even so I will never leave an existence that cannot be controlled in the dark world. Look at my strength. I'm just a regular presence in the dark world. And I'm also one of the people responsible for ruling the Tianxian world. I don't have much time left for you. Don't think that you are fully prepared to resist my rule in the dark world. Then I'm in a good mood today and will give you another chance."
Nahi
Waited quietly as if he had absolute confidence. The spiritual power in Xiao Han's body spurted out, and he immediately released the giant ape's transformation and several heaven and earth spells. Instantly pressed on the beast. "Sorry, not interested." When Xiao Han said this news, Xiao Han was extremely shocked in his heart. What was special about him that allowed him to say this repeatedly? And he still controlled it so that only he could hear it. There were so many monks in the transformation stage, wouldn't it be easier to control it with them? Although there are these doubts, Xiao Han does not want to delve into these issues, not to mention that his purpose is very simple. It is impossible for him to send all the living beings in the Tianxian realm as fuel to the dark realm. Can also be heard from Qi's tone that the problem is not just in the Tianxian realm, but there must be other realms. "It seems that you have made up your mind, so let's kill you," the uncertain factor today. Seeing Xiao Han's determination, Na-Chi also lost interest. In this short period of time, a pair of huge eyes appeared in the void. The eyes were glowing red, and the entire area covered by sight turned black, and everything was surrounded by darkness. Xiao Han was also enveloped, feeling that the spiritual power in his body was severely suppressed. Xiao Han quickly took a few steps back, but no matter how he stepped back, he felt like he was spinning in place and could not continue to retreat. The pair of eyes in the void was so terrifying that Xiao Han no longer had any idea of hiding his strength. The 4 sacred beasts are back. As the words fell, a stream of light flashed and the 4 sacred suits condensed on Xiao Han's body, and the pressure felt in his body instantly decreased a lot. Xiao Han concentrated a lot of spiritual power on the white tiger saber, slashed it hard, and the huge blade shadow slashed towards the pair of black eyes. Boom! A huge collision sound appeared in the void, and a crack appeared in the pair of huge eyes, but it was quickly repaired. Xiao Han hurriedly stepped back a few steps. The closer he was to the outside, the stronger his strength would be, and the opponent's strength would be weakened. If it was really as easy as this Qi said, why didn't he send Qi to rule in person but had to find someone to rule? This information is enough to show that even a higher level world cannot easily rule the lower world, or in other words, it takes a certain amount of time to completely rule, but what happened in the dark world did not leave so much time for Qi. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be such a creature here? The Qi's surprised voice appeared, and then he said sternly, "Try your best to kill him. Kill him." After the voice fell, the Qi that had been hiding in the surroundings appeared again. Xiao Han concentrated his mind, and 3 spells appeared, again followed by 2 more. The spiritual power in his body was always kept in a state of exhaustion. 3 heaven and earth spells and 2 9 nether holy flames swept out. Xiao Han knew that he couldn't continue to waste it. The other party was so determined to kill him, there must be a problem. It's just that it's really difficult. The overwhelming Qi rushed in front of him, and the Qi equivalent to the spiritual transformation stage cultivator could give a fatal blow at any time. It seems that I can only use the jade slip given by the city lord.
Xiao Han
Made a quick decision in his heart. #C2010 The Lord's Clone. Seeing that the demons were not afraid of the burning pain of the holy flames coming from all directions, Xiao Han immediately took out the jade slip given to him by the city lord. This jade slip contained an attack from the city lord. He didn't know how strong the attack would be, but he hoped it would be like what the city lord said. Xiao Han controlled himself to fall downwards in order to gain time to activate the jade slip. In just a few breaths, those demons had already surrounded Xiao Han on 3 levels outside and on 3 levels. There was no light in Xiao Han's entire field of vision. The endless darkness swallowed
Xiao Han.
The huge Jia looked at all this indifferently, and a faint voice appeared. "Xiao Han, if I want to blame you, it's your disobedience to me. Do you know why I showed up today? It's because of your appearance that I've been looking for you. Unexpectedly, you showed up at my door. I can't let you leave alive today no matter what. I was a little careless before. You know too much. So go ahead and die. Even if you have powerful means today, you will still die here." Xiao Han, who was surrounded by demons, had a cold face. The meaning of these words had been clearly stated. There was not just one demon looking for him. There were many, and this demon was just one of them in charge of the Tianxian realm. This is really troublesome. Being targeted by so many monsters, it is inevitable that he will fall into trouble. Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan looked at this scene and instantly lost their self-judgment. Xiao Han had just asked them to stay away, but now they looked like this. What to do was a difficult problem. If he didn't rush in to help Xiao Han, he would be in such great danger again. If he rushed in, he would be afraid of causing trouble to Xiao Han. When the surrounding monks saw this scene, they also quickly retreated. In such a large battle, the 3 nascent soul monks were helpless, let alone little minions like them. But everyone controlled their inner fears and did not leave immediately. Instead, they looked around, ready to look for opportunities to take action at any time. "Hey, That nascent soul monk seems to be trapped. With so many ghosts, I'm afraid this time there will be more misfortunes. Alas, it seems that I am still too impulsive. The abyss is not easy to enter. The human race was so humiliated at the beginning, but when we went in, it was just some general massacre. Ha! It seems that this is trying to catch a big fish. You see, once you kill a Yuanying stage monk, you can expand the scope of the gray mist several times. How careless. I think it's time to consider retreating. The Yuanying great monk has been surrounded. This time it is a certain death situation. That's not a sure thing, just in case there is hope. Don't look at it. If he survives, I will chop him up on the spot. Believe it, or not. These noisy sounds reached Xiao Tanner's ears. Xiao Tanner sounded a little irritable. Her aura suddenly increased, and she said loudly, "If anyone lets me hear someone talk nonsense again, I will first let him experience what death is." Boom! Huge spiritual power fluctuations spread rapidly from Xiao Tanner's body, bringing up a gust of wind around her. After the violent wind passed, all the monks were silent, and no one spoke. Again, after pondering for a moment, Xiao Tanner looked at Li Yixuan with firm eyes, and said, "Sister Xianer, please stop talking and listen to me. I have something to ask you. Time is tight. I'll make a long story short. You can take the rest of the disciples directly to Luyun sect later and help me hand over these disciples to the leader of Luyun sect." Then he took out a purple clay pot and said, "You can prove it with this." Is what her only junior sister begged him to do before she died. She must protect these disciples. There is also the great elder of Luyun sect. He said that because of the past relationship, Xiao Han is dead. His disciples and juniors hope that he can be accommodating. Then he looked in the direction of Xiao Han with more determination and said, solemnly, "Even if I die, I will die with Xiao Han." Li Yixuan quickly grabbed Xiao Tanner, who was about to rush in, and said, "Sister, why is this happening? You hold this purple clay pot. This incident happened because of me, and I'm not ready to die yet. I have a way to save Xiao Han, but in the days to come, I probably won't have the chance to see you again for hundreds of years." The two of them talked very fast. The moment Xiao Han on the other side urged the jade slips, he felt that the jade slips formed a white defensive shield around him, resisting all the pressure. The jade slips shattered in response. White light burst out from the jade slips, and a huge energy impact bounced away all the demons surrounding Xiao Han. In just a few breaths, a huge shadow appeared in the void, which looked like the city lord. Li Yixuan was stunned and murmured, "Sister, it seems we don't have to separate. Grandma is too partial. I even wonder if Xiao Han is my brother." Xiao Tanner followed Li Yixuan's line of sight and saw that Xiao Han was shrouded in a white light mask, but there was a familiar figure in the sky. This was not the city lord who repelled the demon attack at that time, but Xiao Tanner, who knew the truth, knew that even though the city lord was a man, he was actually a female cultivator. City lord. Did the city lord give Xiao Han any means?
Kia tan murmuret.
To herself, paused and then continued, "Really? Why does it feel like a dream? Hey, of course it's true. Why don't you worry about my grandma taking action?" Li Yixuan pointed to the void, and then continued, "This is a life. Saving means given by grandma. That's fine." Xiao Tanner breathed a sigh of relief, and the whole person relaxed. Then she remembered something and asked hurriedly, "By the way, what did you just tell me? You seem to say that you can't see us again in the future. What exactly does that mean?" "Nothing. Nothing. You heard it wrong." From the moment the city lord's figure appeared, a vast energy emerged, and countless chi around were blocked out. The city lord's phantom slowly raised one hand, and a golden lightsaber condensed in his hand, and he slashed directly at the chi with a pair of huge eyes. At the same time, a voice transmission came into Xiao Han's ears. "Using this, Jade slip is enough to prove that the danger you are facing cannot be solved. My clone can only resist for a moment. Transfer all your spiritual power to my clone in order to delay it for a longer time. Leave quickly. The last 4 simple words made Xiao Han understand the
danger.
Xiao Han immediately released all the spiritual power spewed by the little dragon in the Dantian without holding back. Anyway, the little dragon of the spirit vein has been providing him with spiritual power. Judging from the City Lord's voice transmission, this clone only has the ability to defend, but not the strength to kill the opponent. So this can only be done this time today. While thinking, the Chi was a little puzzled and said, "Is this cultivator in the God transformation stage? How could a cultivator in the God transformation stage keep this trick for you at such a high price? This is impossible. I must kill you." Maybe they have already known about this. No, they can't know about this. There was a ruthless look in Chi's eyes, and he didn't care about the situation. He immediately rushed towards the condensed golden giant sword at a fast speed. #C 2011 Spirit Stone prolongs life. Bang! A huge impact sound echoed in the mountains, and the giant sword, which was like a substance, slashed at the body of the beast. I saw thick black fog exuding all over Chi's body, and the golden giant sword was dissolved in this way. It turned out to be a clone that mainly focused on defense. It's really strange. It's just for defense at a greater cost. Hey, Xiao Han, let me see if you can escape today. You'd better run faster, otherwise you will die miserably if I catch you. Na Chi immediately judged the status of this clone, and the worry in his tone became much less. The moment he heard the message, Xiao Han began to transmit spiritual power to the phantom, and at the same time shouted loudly, run away, follow the original route." Xiao Han knew that even if he escaped from the scope of the gray mist, he would still face huge dangers from these scoundrels. He and Tanner could speed up, but Xiao Qian and others could not. He doesn't have the ability to escape with so many people now, so he can only evacuate in advance. Knowing that there is a demon equivalent to a monk in the transformation stage chasing behind him, he can leave the gray mist range. After the City Lord's clone transmitted the message, everything became urgent and anxious again. Xiao Qian and others did not worry about exposing their identities, and immediately launched the Aoki boat. At full speed, the Aoki boat could even match the speed of the great perfection of the Golden Core stage. With so many disciples running for their lives and with different strengths, they could not completely retreat. Xiao Tanner reacted quickly and said loudly, "I will control the spaceship, and the speed must be fast." Xiao Han asked them to escape, so they had to leave quickly. The surrounding monks watching the battle were watching the show, waiting for the demon to be killed. When they suddenly heard this roar, there was temporary confusion in every look. What happened? Isn't everything going well? He even wanted to fight back and kill the opponent, so why should he run away now? Then what should we do? Will the demon not kill us? Hey, it feels like this. The target of the enemy is the big monk. We little people should not attract the attention of the enemy. Just stay away later. Oh, you are really mentally ill. Soon some monks felt something was wrong, cursed and ran away quickly. How cowardly. But do you think the ghost will be identified? With so many monks approaching and killing us all, I don't know how much the area of the gray fog will be increased. That makes sense, so run away. The monks who originally had the mentality of just eating melons and watching a show quickly distinguished the pros and cons during this discussion, and more people fled for their lives. At this moment, Aoki Zhou had already bypassed the gray fog far away and left quickly from the east edge. On the other side, after Xiao Han transferred a large amount of his spiritual power to the City Lord's clone, he took a few steps. Perhaps because of the white light shield on his body, all the monsters could not get close, and even those who came close would be blocked. Xiao Han shot away one spell after Another. In addition to auxiliary spells such as heaven and earth spells, Xiao Han's main spell attack method is fire spells, followed closely by metal spells, mainly life-threatening needles. These two attributes are the attributes with the strongest attack methods. Xiao Han is also a major in it. Xiao Han has practiced the other three attribute spells. Except for some basic spells, each attribute has a most powerful spell. For example, the 4th level wood spirit technique of the wood system is a technique that can provide oneself with a large amount of energy. The Brahma Heart Flame 9 Nether Holy Flames were thrown out one after another, even if they provided the City Lord's clone with a large amount of spiritual power. The spiritual dragon was still there. It was precisely because of this that it could maintain this kind of endurance. Seeing Xiao Han getting further and further away, Xiao's eyes began to look a little panicked. This defensive clone was particularly difficult to deal with, and the massive amount of spiritual power seemed to be endless. This far exceeded the spiritual power reserved by a clone within the scope of his cognition. Could it be Xiao Han's behavior just now? He has been transmitting his own spiritual power, but how much spiritual power can a monk in the middle stage of nascent soul have? No. Can it be said that it has already begun? Thinking of this, the attack became more fierce. Xiao Han had an earth-based escape technique such as Shikuchi technique, and his escape speed was very fast. It didn't take long to catch up with Aoki. He knew that these people had a lot of connections with him. Xiao Han would never give up on them if there was no situation where they could not escape. Looking at the sweat on Xiao Tanner's forehead, he could clearly feel that the spiritual power in Xiao Tanner's body was rapidly overdrawn. Even though the Aoki boat is only a 3rd-level flying magic weapon, it still requires a lot of spiritual power to activate it with all its strength. What's more, Xiao Tanner's activation speed has far exceeded the Aoki boat's limit. This method of flying was driven at the expense of the life of the Aoki boat. Now was not the time to feel sorry for the Aoki boat. Xiao Tanner did it without any problems. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han quickly said, "Leave the control to me." Xiao Tanner knew that she had reached her limit, and she did not insist on showing off. After Xiao Han took over the control of the flying magic weapon, he immediately poured his spiritual power into it and desperately activated the formation on the spacecraft. Then he slapped the storage bag and countless talismans flew out. Floating talismans, weight-reducing talismans for large objects, these are all top-quality talismans. Each one can be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones. Xiao Han attached these talismans to the spacecraft with some pain and quickly activated them. The entire spacecraft seemed to speed up all of a sudden, nearly doubling its speed again. This is not escaping, this is using spiritual stones to extend one's life. While controlling the spaceship, Xiao Han had been focusing on the battlefield. With a loud bang, Xiao Han was startled. It seemed that the clone of the City Lord had been defeated. A dangerous aura was approaching rapidly. Due to their position, Xiao Han and others were escaping along the outer edge, but the Qi could take a shortcut. Soon Xiao Han felt the pressure from behind. The Qi was getting faster and faster. The Qi was originally fast, not to mention that it was a cultivator, equivalent to the God transformation stage. If it weren't for the fact that the Qi's strength was weaker the farther away from the abyss, I'm afraid it would be able to catch up in an instant. Xiao Han's face was solemn, looking at the distance, and his heart was determined. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said loudly, "Li Yixuan is ready to take my place at any time, and the spaceship must be driven with all its strength. It can't stop for a moment." It was not until Xiao Han felt that Li Yixuan was ready that Xiao Han gave up his position. The spiritual power in his body was running wildly.
Xiao Han
Raised a fist, and a large amount of spiritual power condensed on his fist. This was the first time he used this pure spiritual power attack as a means. At this time, there was a huge beam in the sky in front of Xiao Han. There was a connection point in the middle of the beam, which seemed to be easily broken, under the ravages of time. But in this Tongtian mountain range it was not so simple. Whether it could delay for a moment depended on this attack. If it succeeded, this depression would become a new cover, and the demon would either break it by force or pass over it. No matter what choice he made, Xiao Han gained a moment of time. #C2012 Enslave the human race for eternity. His speed is enough to escape Xiao's pursuit, especially when escaping from the gray mist range. Xiao's strength is sharply reduced. He and Suzaku can greatly increase his speed, so he is afraid that the disciples will not be able to escape. After the spacecraft was successfully handed over, Xiao Han stopped at the extreme distance of the attack and continued to accumulate power. Success or failure depends on this. Xiao Han always pays attention to the position of the enemy and does not rush to take action. The longer he accumulates power, the greater the chance of success. Xiao Han tried his best to suppress the size of the fist shadow and make it more solid in order to achieve the best effect. Seeing the demon getting closer and closer, Xiao Han's heart felt like it was on fire. Xiao Han, do you think you will be my opponent with your strength? Before the demon arrived, the voice came over first. After a pause, the voice appeared again. Oh, you want to cover those people's escape? Bar. It's really ridiculous. How can a cultivator be so kind and indecisive? Because of some so-called feelings? I really think highly of you. It seems that even if I support you to become the master of the Tianxian realm, you still can't sit in this position. How does the deduction work? What? Is it someone like you? Then go ahead and die. Do you really think that my strength will be greatly reduced if I leave a certain range? Even if it is weakened, it is still more than enough to kill you. It's really funny. The voices appeared one after another, and countless demons came overwhelmingly. Those monks who did not escape were killed instantly, and the gray mist spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. These monks were also very generous. Not only could they not help, they were also a disservice, but Xiao Han didn't think about what he could do. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han shouted loudly, "If you can't protect the people you want to protect, why should you practice? This is my way." He never thought about saving all the people in the world. He was even very selfish in his heart. Except for the people he wanted to protect, the death of everyone had nothing to do with him. Very good. Then go die. He saw a solid black mist coming towards him quickly. In the distance, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. The shadow of the fist on his fist was already close to the limit. Even if he accumulated more power, and it is impossible to increase the power much. Boom! Xiao Han punched out at once, and the shadow of the fist was extremely fast, making a dong-dong-dong sound in the void. After several consecutive sounds, the shadow of the fist accurately arrived at the location and hit the connection point in the middle. Boom! There was another loud crash. Xiao Han's eyesight was very good, and he found that there was no sign of breakage in the connection. Shouldn't be, and at least it had some effect. What do you want to do? The evil voice appeared again, and soon said again, "Sure enough, human beings are the most cunning. Our direction is right. We must enslave the human race forever. You must not be allowed to reproduce, otherwise all the worlds will be invaded by the human race." The huge black shadow quickly arrived in front of Xiao Han.
Xiao Han
Immediately wrapped himself in the 9 nether holy flames and shouted at the for holy beasts to return to their positions. The armor appeared again. Xiao Han held the white tiger sword in one hand and condensed the 9 nether holy flames in the other hand to block the black mist. With one strike of the knife, the entire black mist turned into nothingness. Xiao Han glanced at the connection again. Is it really not possible? Just when Xiao Han wanted to gather a punch again, a subtle clicking sound appeared in his ears. It seemed that it was still possible, so Xiao Han immediately turned around and took a few steps out. Boom! The mountain-like boulders fell directly to the ground, filling up all the depressions in the valley. From then on, the mountain range that originally had a gap was completely blocked. Huge amounts of dust were flying around, and due to the impact, a large amount of sand and dust was rolled up. Xiao Han caught up with Qing Muzhou as quickly as possible, took over Li Yixuan's position, and continued to control the spacecraft. Li Yixuan's face turned pale. In such a short time, her whole body had reached its limit. If Xiao Han hadn't had the spiritual dragon, how long could he have persisted? Soon Xiao Han heard a huge noise. He must have chosen to attack violently. With his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to reopen the passage. But even this little time was enough for Xiao Han and Ji to distance themselves. If they really come after him, with his strength greatly weakened, Xiao Han will not be able to fight. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard a roar from the distance. Xiao Han, I'll let you go for now, but do you really think you can escape? You have successfully attracted the attention of the dark world. It won't be long before your final result can only be death. Ha ha! A burst of laughter echoed throughout the world. Xiao Han still did not choose to stop speed, but after driving out of the range of hundreds of kilometers, Xiao Han only felt that the spiritual power in his body began to slowly dry up. Has the spiritual dragon also reached its limit? No, he still couldn't give up. Xiao Han took out a large number of top-quality spiritual stones again, and then slowed down the speed of the spacecraft until all the top-quality spiritual stones were consumed. Xiao Han said a little weakly, Xiao Yun, you can take my place for the time being and stay in your best condition. Xiao Tanner was meditating and adjusting her breath. When she saw Xiao Han, relieved, she asked, Are we safe? At least it's safe now, but we still can't take it lightly. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han looked up at Xiao Qian and said, Collect all the information and mark all the ancient secret realms and the abyss that have been opened. Everyone takes a detour and keeps the distance as wide as possible.
Xiao Han
Can only do this if the beast can come out through other abyss after returning. Wouldn't it be more dangerous to block himself early? Although I don't know what happened to this abyss, it's better to prepare early to prevent accidents. Yes, ancestor. Xiao Qian quickly went to do this. Xiao Han was meditating and regulating his breath. He could have used the best spirit stones to quickly restore his spiritual power, but the spirit stones were exhausted at this moment, so he could only use some pills. Fortunately, the reserve of pills was not bad. Li Yixuan saw this and raised her hand and handed a storage bag to Xiao Han and said, This is a top-grade spirit stone. You can use it first and don't have to return it. This time it was the consequence of my recklessness. Li Yixuan paused and continued, Sorry.
Xiao Han frovned.
It was really rare to hear the word sorry from Li Yixuan. Looking at the storage bag, Xiao Han felt disdainful. Would he take this kind of spirit stone by himself? Is he showing off that he has a lot of spirit stones? Then he put his consciousness directly into the storage bag. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he put the storage bag away and said softly, Thank you. Just consider it as paying for the mistake you made this time. This time it's not as simple as almost losing your life. Do you know how many spirit stones can be exchanged for the talismans I just threw out? And my loss. This time, I will ask your grandmother for the loss later. Xiao Han said this without blushing or beating his heart. Although he almost lost his life this time, he learned a lot of information which is not a gain. He can also deduce based on this information and the current information. Many things can be prepared in advance, and even before the arrival of the Qi, this disaster can be intercepted. So he didn't blame Li Yixuan for her recklessness, and he could only say that he had come to this step. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han began to close his eyes to recover and, at the same time, carefully pondered the words of the Qi in his mind. Before he had a thorough summary, he must not reveal this information to anyone. This is not news obtained from the ancient secret realm, this is about oneself. Hashtag C2013, just you? A few dozen kilometers away from the Luyun Mountains, a huge spaceship was moving slowly from fast to slow. After so many years, the landscape here has undergone earth-shaking changes. It was probably a place lined with green trees, but now there are only some weeds. But the land that was originally full of strange rocks and rugged trees was now covered with green trees, and a sense of vicissitudes of life spread over the place. Xiao Han stood on the deck and looked at the mountains quietly. It has been many years since I left Luyun sect, and it has been many years since I came to this Tianxian realm. Now I have only got a little information about Lu Yen, but I do not have the strength to go to the demon clan to find. Only when you reach the state of transformation into gods can you dare to say that you have this qualification. Because of Li Yixuan's impulsiveness, everyone experienced a catastrophe, so that they had to travel as fast as possible for the entire rest of the journey. 3 nascent soul stage monks plus Xiao Yun and Zhao Linger took turns to control the spacecraft. Xiao Qian walked beside Xiao Han and asked in a low voice, "Ancestor, the Luyun mountain range is ahead. Should we go in directly or what should we do? There must be an explanation for the quarrel with the Luyun sect that came back now. There is an abyss nearby, but because it was the first abyss to appear in the Tianxian world, it also received the most attention. It was contained at the first opportunity so that there has been no major development in these years. The entire area is relatively safe." Xiao Han stood on the deck and looked into the distance, and saw a huge defensive shield outside the Luyun Mountains, which was currently covering the outside of the sect. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "Are you still a member of Luyun's sect now?" Xiao Qian was stunned for a moment and then said quickly, "Of course I'm not. From the Luyun sect. I already announced my withdrawal from the Luyun sect in public. How can I still be considered a member of the Luyun sect?" Xiao Yun, who was following him, also said, "I'm not from the Luyun sect either. None of us are," Xiao Tanner said with a smile. "And me, I told the headmaster personally, in front of everyone." Xiao Han reached out and touched Xiao Tanner's head and said, "Since we are not from Luyun sect, what should we do? Or what is the purpose of coming back this time?" Xiao Qian suddenly realized, "Of course I have to settle all the previous accounts. They bullied my sister, destroyed my dantian, and other things, including my great-grandfather being hunted down." After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said immediately, "Call the formation and attack the mountain, but we must not kill innocent people indiscriminately. We only settle the accounts that should be settled. All problems that arise will be blamed on me." Xiao Qian cupped his hands and said, "Yes, ancestor." Then he looked at the disciples behind him and said, "Are you afraid? Today we are going to take back all the humiliation we have suffered and become enemies of the entire sect. I'm just asking you if you are willing. If you are not willing, you can temporarily avoid it. When the matter is over, we will not treat you differently because of your temporary withdrawal. Everyone has their own choice." After Xiao Qian finished speaking, he looked around. Xiao Yun was the first to speak. "What are you afraid of? With Grandpa Zhu's backing, the entire Luyun sect is nothing." "That's right, those of us with the lowest cultivation level are all at the golden core stage. Hey, this is our confidence. Besides, the leader's faction is pretty good. Not afraid." All the disciples expressed their opinions one after another, quickly setting the entire tone. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian in surprise. I muttered in my heart, "This guy is getting more and more sophisticated. In the future, these disciples will be brought out and handed over to Xiao Qian and then assisted by Xiao Yun, Zhao Linger and Zhao Taizhu. So what if they establish a top sect?" As everyone chatted fiercely, the spaceship successfully arrived near Luyun sect. I heard a large group of monks on the ground shouting loudly, "What's the sect's spaceship ahead? This is the border of Luyun sect. If you go further, You will be killed without mercy. During special periods, Luyun's sect refuses to see guests. If you come to form an alliance, please return to where you came from. The Aoki boat is still heading towards the mountains. All the monks on the Aoki boat have returned to their best condition and can attack Luyun's sect in their best condition at any time. But the order given by the ancestor was to call the formation and attack the mountain. I repeat, if you come any closer, you will be killed without mercy. Seeing that all the warnings were in vain, the man immediately threw a signal bomb into the sky, and then said loudly, I have notified the Deacon Hall. Everyone takes action to stop this spacecraft. Seeing that the situation was almost over, Xiao Qian shouted loudly, I think the Deacon Hall may not be able to solve this matter if it comes over. Please, just inform the headmaster and the chief elder to come over. Just tell Xiao Qian of Yun's sect to ask for an audience. I saw a figure in the crowd of monks throwing a flying sword and immediately appeared in front of the Aoki boat. The Aoki boat also successfully stopped outside the formation and did not cross the boundary. Xiao Qian? What a familiar name. The monk was an early-stage Jindan monk, and he only remembered that the name was very familiar. Ha, it seems that your sect is really a noble person who forgets things a lot. Xiao Qian floated up and immediately condensed a spell. The earth-yellow six-pointed star array condensed above Xiao Qian's head and spun rapidly, and then a huge stone came out of the spell. Xiao Qian said in a deep voice, Meteorite technique. The monk's face condensed and he also condensed a spell and then said, loudly, Everyone from the Luyun sect, help me face the enemy. Many Foundation establishment stage monks on the ground condensed their spells, one after another, frantically resisting the huge meteorite. But all this was in vain. The meteorite broke through one spell after another, and finally hit the formation. Boom! Xiao Qian's spell almost condensed all his spiritual power, and with Xiao Qian's strength in the middle stage of the Golden Core, how could this cultivator who had just entered the Golden Core stage be Xiao Qian's opponent? At this moment, more than a dozen figures came quickly from a distance. Whoosh! Xiao Qian frowned. He had never seen half of these Golden Core cultivators. Seemed that Luyun sect had made great progress in these years. When the dozen figures stopped in the void, one of them who was very familiar with him said, Song Chun, the acting elder of the Steward Hall. I wonder which sect the Yuyun sect is. And who is Xiao Qian? Xiao Qian took a look and realized that this was the one who had broken through 4 Golden Core cultivators in a row. It had only been a short time, but he had also reached the late Golden Core stage and became the elder of the Steward Hall. It seemed that he had some adventures. It seems that you are quite forgetful. Xiao Qian took off his mask and asked, again, do you have some impression now? Song Chun looked at him and said anxiously, You are the one from Yun Peak. Your Dantian is destroyed. How can you achieve the Golden Core? It seems that you remember. Then there is no need to say any nonsense. Quickly call your elder to come out. There are some things that need to be settled. Xiao Qian's eyes turned cold. Then he paused and said loudly, Everyone from Yun's sect, take action. The next moment, a total of 19 cultivators from Yuyun's sect, including Xiao Yun, took off their masks and began to condense magic. At this anxious moment, a cold voice came from a distance. Just you. #C 2014 liquidation. 1. A sense of oppression came over them, and for some unknown reason the magic techniques that Xiao Qian and others had gathered dissipated directly into the void. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was none other than the great elder Wufeng, still looking like an immortal. Xiao Han sat on the deck as steady as a rock. Xiao Tanner tried to do it several times but was stopped by Xiao Han. With the arrival of Wufeng, a large number of Golden Core stage monks also followed. The disciples of Luyun sect are rushing here in a steady stream. The dark crowd is enough to show how many disciples Luyun sect has recruited over the years. Xiao Han took a closer look and found that many of them had very poor qualifications. He couldn't tell them at first, but since he helped the disciples improve their spiritual roots, he could roughly tell a person's qualifications. It is estimated that after the Abyss incident, various sects expanded their enrollment aggressively in order to prevent various crises in the future, especially the Golden Core monks. There are 40 or 50 Golden Core monks on the Great Elder's side alone, and there are 2 more nascent soul early stage monks beside him. After all, it was once a sect with a profound foundation. Even if there were no alchemists who could refine the infant transformation pill, they could still achieve 2 nascent souls by relying on their foundation. Xiao Han didn't care about this, he just looked at it carefully and completely hid his aura. Wu Feng said with some disdain, "Do you really think you can do anything after your Dantian has recovered? Where's your grandpa? Why haven't you seen him?" Xiao Qian opened his mouth several times, not knowing how to answer this question, and then immediately said, "Hey, why does Grandpa Zhu come forward today?" Wu Feng had some doubts in his eyes, but when he thought about the news, he chuckled and said, "I guess he died somewhere unknown. You don't know where to find these helpers. But how dare you accompany you to seek death? Yes, your sister is quite talented. Since you want to seek death by yourself today, then I will grant your wish. I don't want to be accused of bullying you. How about the same 19 Golden Core monks?" "Ha!" Xiao Qian continued with a sneer. "It seems that the Great Elder really forgets things. How could we, a bunch of rubbish, fall into the eyes of the Great Elder? Tell the Great Elder, who were you?" Xiao Yun took the lead and said, "Xiao Yun from Yun Peak. Zhao Taizhu of Yuyun Peak. Zhao Linger from Yuyun Peak." Voices appeared one after another. At first, the Great Elder's eyes were full of disdain, but gradually he remembered some names. Isn't Zhao Taizhu the fake spiritual root he once was? It's just how a pseudo-spiritual root reaches the Golden Core stage. Impossible. The Great Elder's eyes were a little more panicked, and then he continued, "Absolutely impossible. How can a bunch of losers reach the level of Jindan cultivation? Do you really think I'm a fool? Take action, all of them, quickly kill all the remnants of Luyun sects. Traitors." Although he did not admit this, the Great Elder had some answers in his heart. Thinking of these Great Elders made him even more anxious. Xiao Qian immediately said, "Set up the formation."
19 monks quickly
took their positions and completed the formation in just an instant. The most special thing about this formation is that everyone can be the main attacker, coupled with Zhao Tieju's 5 elements spiritual roots. The attributes of each monk can be perfectly utilized to complement each other. For a moment, spells were flying, and roaring sounds continued to appear. Outside the entire formation, dozens of Jindan monks did not cause any harm to Xiao Qian and others. Wu Feng's eyes became colder and colder, and various signs showed that the other party was indeed the former disciples of Yuyun Peak. What adventures did these people have? Xiao Qian's Dantian recovered. Xiao Yun even reached the great perfection of the golden elixir stage, and the female cultivator next to her also turned out to be the great perfection of the golden elixir stage. The former pseudo-spiritual roots even reached the late stage of Jindan cultivation, and those with the weakest strength were in the middle stage of Jindan. All this is too outrageous, but this tacit understanding clearly does not look like foreign aid was invited. What's more, even if it is foreign aid, how can it be willing to die in the face of several nascent soul monks? Then he turned to look at an early Yuanying monk next to him and said, "Wu Zhan, as my adopted son, this is your first real move. Let the other party see your strength. I will leave these traitors to you." Wu Zhan cupped his hands and said, "Yes, foster father, I will definitely handle this matter beautifully." After saying that, Wu Zhan quickly rushed towards the formation arranged by Xiao Qian and others and immediately condensed a spell. I saw a bolt of thunder and lightning slowly coming out of the spell, gradually condensing into a thunder and lightning sword. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed. The Great Elder was still the shameless Great Elder. There was still no change at all. He said it was an equal fight before, but in the end, dozens of Golden Core monks joined forces to fight. Seeing that there was no miraculous effect, he even asked the Yuanying stage monks to take action. It was really shameless. Tanner, I'm sorry to trouble you, but pay attention to what I told you. These nascent soul stage monks who appeared can only be regarded as accidents. The reason why Xiao Han did not take action immediately was because of some speculations in his heart. After seeing Tanner nodding, Xiao Han cast his gaze into the distance again and covered his hearing. Still no movement. It seems there are still some problems. Xiao Tanner stood up and flew up. The six-pointed star array appeared. Instantly, and a wooden sword immediately appeared in the void, meeting the thunder and lightning sword. Bang! Before the sword could hit the formation, it was blocked by the wooden sword. Xiao Tanner took off her mask and looked at Wu Feng coldly. Big brother, do you still remember me? Xiao Tanner said coldly and then continued, I will definitely avenge Xiao Han today. I thought you would stop after we left, but I didn't expect you to exchange the future of a sect for Xiao Han's life. Xiao Tanner paused and said with a playful smile, Xiao Han's life is so valuable. If I bring Xiao Han's body, will you give me the entire sect? It must have cost a lot to ask so many Yuanying cultivators to kill Xiao Han. Wu Zhan immediately said, how dare you, a traitor, say such a thing? Pa! Before Wu Zhan finished speaking, a crisp sound appeared in the void, and Wu Zhan was slapped and flew away. The elder stabilized his body and said, My junior sister, are you qualified to say that? If I hear such words again, I will die. This scene shocked Xiao Tanner. It turned out that the senior brother still protected her in his heart, but from the moment she chose Xiao Han, she was destined to stand on the opposite side. Before Xiao Tanner could say anything, the elder continued, If you don't care about this matter today, you are still my junior sister and I will still treat you as before. In the future, you will still be the princess of Luyun sect. Xiao Tanner was silent for a moment and said, What if I say no? Wu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Then let's die together. Wu Zhan, remember what I said, you can kill, but you must not humiliate. My junior sister, you are not qualified to say that. Wu Zhan stood up tremblingly, cupped his hands and said, Yes, Godfather. #C 2015 Liquidation. 2. A battle started again, and the entire formation was affected. There were waves of bombardment, and countless cultivators were affected. Everyone retreated quickly. Now anyone below the Jindan stage could not intervene in this battle. If it was a battle between two armies, they could still play a role. Unless they were fearless and the elder did not give such an order, they were naturally unwilling to take action easily. For a while there was an open space in front of the entire formation. What is going on? Some cultivators asked directly. These were cultivators who had just come up the mountain or had not paid much attention to this matter. After this question was raised, a cultivator immediately explained, Hey, don't you know this? Remember the Yuyun Peak that everyone is silent about now? This Yuyun sect is the remnants of the former Yuyun Peak, those who defected from the sect. Yuyun Peak represented by Xiao Han. Fuck. Bullshit, where's the remnant? Don't confuse right and wrong here. It is clearly. The cultivator was silent after speaking. Soon it was drowned in many voices, and all the winds were that Yuyun Peak was the traitor and everyone was looking forward to these people being killed. Xiao Han frowned even more fiercely when he heard these remarks. Soon Xiao Han stopped thinking about this matter. Since he didn't come now, it wouldn't mean anything even if he came later. Xiao Han slowly stood up, took a step forward lightly, and appeared in front of the disciples the next moment, then slowly raised his hand and several spells appeared in the void. Heaven and Earth Technique. A technique appeared, and the cultivators immediately felt a huge pressure, especially Wu Zhan, who began to tremble all over. All disciples of Yuyun's sect, retreat. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, a huge spiritual power fluctuation appeared in his body, and then he slapped out with a palm. The people who were originally attacking were immediately beaten to a pulp, and each of them was seriously injured, but everyone was still alive. Xiao Han's control over spiritual power has reached a subtle state. Can attack everyone. Don't think it's a group attack, in fact it's aimed at everyone. His original intention is not to kill innocent people indiscriminately, and never let go of anyone who should be found. After this scene appeared, the cultivators talked loudly again. Wu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a powerful attack was almost the same as his. He quickly said, "Does this fellow Taoist really want to interfere in the internal affairs of my Luyun sect? I know that it's all about benefits. I'll give double what Xiao Qian gave me." Xiao Han said disdainfully, "Can you afford it?" As he said that, he slapped out with his palm. Wu Feng also hurriedly attacked, but the place where he attacked was in the direction of Wu Zhan. But it was all too late. Because of the Tiandi Shu, it was specifically aimed at Wu Zhan. It was good to be able to move at this moment, let alone launch a counterattack. A palm slap directly killed Wu Zhan on the spot, including the Yuanying, which was directly exploded. "Brother!" The person who followed Wu Feng shouted loudly. Then he rushed directly to Xiao Han and said, "No matter who you are, if you kill my brother today, you will be my enemy. Come back." Wu Feng hurriedly shouted loudly. Judging from this attack alone, he was no match for him. How could an adopted son in the early Yuanying period be one? Xiao Qian was prepared. I don't know what price he paid to invite such a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be? The elder looked at Xiao Tanner, who was not far away, and had more guesses in his heart. Then he hurriedly said, "This fellow Taoist, Tanner, is my junior sister. She was just bewitched by others. In fact, you and I should be a family. I can ignore the fact that you killed my adopted son, but this adopted son cannot be killed again. Let's sit down and have a good chat. Okay?" "Heh!" Xiao Han sneered again, grabbed a branch with one hand, and the spiritual power quickly surged to form a solid spiritual sword, and then slashed at the other adopted son. Wu Feng watched his adopted son being killed, but he was a little powerless. Including the means of attack were half a minute late and fell on the cultivator, but was easily resolved. This is definitely the nascent soul great perfection, and it is unknown how long it has been in the great perfection. He must not be an opponent after just breaking through. However, the hatred had already been formed, and it was useless to say anything at this moment. He quickly said loudly, "Since fellow Taoist does not want to negotiate, don't blame me for being ruthless." At this anxious moment, a figure appeared in the distance. The voice had not arrived yet. "Grand Elder, stop and listen to me." The voice was very familiar, and Xiao Han's movements were slow for a moment. When the figure stopped, Xiao Han saw the person coming. It was Qin Ming. The great elder looked at Qin Ming and did not attack. After Qin Ming saw that both sides had stopped, he quickly bowed and said, "Senior, it was indeed my Luyun sect that did something wrong in the past. No matter what the relationship between the senior and the younger generations of Yuyun Peak is, if you want to attack my Luyun sect, I'm afraid you can't do it. How about a peace talk today?" After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Wu Feng and said, "The headmaster said that now that Xiao Han is dead, you should put aside your hatred as soon as possible. The headmaster must protect the younger generations of Xiao Han. If you still have any grudges in the future, come back then. Oh, by the way, the headmaster said that he has entered the nascent soul great perfection. If the great elder insists on killing the younger generation of Xiao Han, this matter may not be easy to say." The elder's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Xiao Han again and finally said with a cold look, "Since the headmaster said so, I am willing to let go of my hatred, but I don't know if this Taoist friend is willing." Xiao Han carefully pondered Qin Ming's words. Judging from Qin Ming's expression, he really wanted to protect Xiao Qian and others, but there was something wrong with the headmaster's words. Soon, clues gradually appeared, and the headmaster said to him, "This is not to protect, but to train someone to restrain the elder. It was himself before, but now it is Xiao Qian and others? But there is no actual evidence, and we need to look further." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "What if I must kill this man today?" Qin Ming said calmly, "Then the senior will be the enemy of Lu Yun's sect. Today, the senior has killed 2 Yuanying stage cultivators of Lu Yun's sect. Even if the senior and Xiao Han have feelings for each other, this is enough. I am deeply sorry for Xiao Han's death. Not to mention the senior, even I want to kill this Wu Feng. I am not afraid of being remembered by Wu Feng, but my Lu Yun sect is currently facing a huge danger. Now humans can no longer waste their energy. The senior and Xiao Han have a good relationship, but so do I. I watched him grow up, and I have put in more than a little effort in him. I hope the senior will put the great cause of the human race first, and when will the revenge end?" Qin Ming's words were heartbreaking, and his eyes began to moisten. Xiao Han was slightly moved, and then slowly took off the mask on his face and said, "Then please take another look. Who am I?" Qin Ming looked at Xiao Han's face and said in a lost voice, "Xiao Han, you are not dead." Wu Feng's body trembled violently, and he retreated quickly. Before everyone could react, he had already huddled in the formation. Then he shouted, "Today I will kill Xiao Han." Lu Yun sect disciples, listen to my order. Now is the time to kill the Lu Yun sect's traitors. Kill. #C 2016 Liquidation. 3. Kill. As the elder's voice fell, all the foundation building cultivators on the ground and the golden elixir cultivators shot down by Xiao Han went towards
Xiao Han.
Qin Ming hurriedly shouted, "All disciples are forbidden to attack, and everything will be decided by the master." Qin Ming's voice echoed in the mountains, and he was in a dilemma for a while. The elder looked at Qin Ming and said, "Even if the master comes today, Xiao Han musti. You don't have to worry about this traitor. Just join forces to kill him. If anyone can kill Xiao Han in public, he can get a nascent soul pill. In addition, there are a lot of rewards, including various spiritual medicines and pills. Such a good future depends on you." Wu Feng's eyes were a little worried when he spoke. Now he is in the formation, and Xiao Han has no way to attack. Even if Xiao Han is strong, he can kill Xiao Han with the help of the formation. What he is afraid of is the arrival of the master. The most important thing to do is to completely separate Xiao Han from Lu Yun sect. When the time comes, everyone will support him, and even the headmaster can't say anything. Hey, there will be a reward of Huaying pill. Let's join forces and share this reward together. Anyway, Xiao Han is also a traitor. We will always be enemies with him. It is better to take the initiative than to be passive. Evil cannot prevail over justice. Xiao Han will die today. Let's charge together. If there is a big formation, we will retreat directly into the big formation if we are defeated. Xiao Han and the elder have fought several times. How could he not know what the elder was thinking? After a moment of silence, Xiao Han immediately said, "I have said it before. I will only settle accounts with those who should be settled today. If you must be indiscriminate, then I don't mind killing a few more people. Do you really think that I can't kill you in this big formation?" As he said that, Xiao Han slowly raised one hand, condensed a fist, and injected a large amount of spiritual power into it. At the same time, his left hand began to condense magic, and small hexagram formations appeared one after another. This process was extremely short. Xiao Han also looked towards the depths of Lu Yun sect, but still did not see the figure of that person. It seemed that everything had an answer. If it was before, Xiao Han might think this was normal, but time and time again, this was enough to explain the problem. At this point, there was no need to hold back. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said loudly again, "Your confidence is nothing more than this big formation. Then I will let you see that your so-called confidence is just a decoration in my hands." After that, one after another small needle appeared in the several small spells. The elder did not take the initiative to attack without knowing why, and could not see Xiao Han's true strength at all. In his eyes, Xiao Han was like a person who could never be seen through. In this case, a rash attack would only bring trouble. Let's see what Xiao Han has for the time being. Until the moment when the several small needles flew out, Xiao Han was completely disappointed, and urged all his strength to stab the 3 deadly needles into the big formation. And these deadly needles were stabbed in parallel, stuck directly on the big
formation.
But the formation did not move at all. Qin Ming did not make a move, but used his spiritual power to suppress those foundation-building cultivators who wanted to make a move. Those Jindan cultivators were from the sect of the Great Elder, but these foundation-building cultivators were the foundation of the sect. He knew a little about what kind of person Xiao Han was. If he did not make a move, nothing would happen. If he really made a move, Xiao Han would not care about the innocents. Everyone, today is an internal matter of our Luyun sect. Xiao Han is definitely not a traitor. I Qin Ming don't want to mention some past events, but some things cannot be allowed to continue to go wrong. Please stop immediately, otherwise I can't protect you. Anyone who wants to retreat, just continue to walk a few kilometers into the formation. I'm sure you all know my character. Today I promise everyone present that I will never vent my anger on you after this matter is over. When Qin Ming finished speaking, the faces of those cultivators were puzzled. At first, and soon a cultivator followed and said, "Yes, in the past only. Elder Qin Ming was the most fair. Since Elder Qin Ming said so, it is enough to explain the problem. I will retreat first." The cultivator left first, and soon the other cultivators left slowly. Seeing this, Qin Ming hurriedly continued to say to Xiao Han, "Xiao Han, I am very happy that you are alive. The headmaster and I will never interfere in the grudge between you and the elder, but these disciples are innocent. Today, I will say something on behalf of the headmaster. Anyone who takes the initiative to attack you, you should kill him, and the headmaster will never blame you for this. But for the other cultivators who did not attack, I hope you can show mercy."
Xiao Han.
Xiao Han listened to what Qin Ming said, but he sighed in his heart. Qin Ming is good in every way, but his brain is not very bright, or it can be said that the headmaster has given too much favor, and sometimes he pretends to be confused when he knows the truth. I was really deceived, and I am still counting money for others. This is obviously to use his hand to help him get rid of the elder. He really thinks that this matter cannot continue to go wrong. With such a strong evidence, is it necessary to do so? As for the forces controlled by the headmaster, if they really stand on his side, even if it is fair and just, this matter would have had a result long ago. While thinking, Xiao Han condensed 3 spells, and in the blink of an eye, they flew towards the place where the fatal needle had just been placed, and stabbed directly into the formation. The elder was a little confused at first. Then his brows relaxed and he said, "It seems that you are not as strong as I thought. Why do such meaningless things?" Xiao Han did not respond, and continued to condense the deadly needles. The spiritual power in his body quickly decreased, and soon a row of deadly needles were densely arranged on the formation. And the elder also found a clue. Xiao Han directly hit the tightly arranged deadly needles with a condensed fist. The elder had some guesses in his heart, but he told himself that this was
impossible.
This formation had been upgraded, and only a cultivator in the god transformation stage could forcibly break it. Just when the elder was confused, the fist had already reached the formation. With a click, a crack appeared on the entire formation. It was not until this moment that Wu Feng completely confirmed in his heart that Xiao Han did have the ability to break the formation. The great elder quickly transferred his spiritual power to the formation, and said at the same time, "Qin Ming, will you watch the formation that the master personally arranged be destroyed? Now that the catastrophe is approaching, I don't know how much effort the entire sect has spent on this formation. I can use the formation to solve this matter with Xiao Han one-on-one, but this formation is innocent. Why don't you say anything? The formation has been in the process of cracking and repairing, and no one has seen that there are some other powers on the fatal needle which are quietly eroding the entire formation. It is precisely because of these powers of creation that Xiao Han can completely destroy the entire formation. At the moment he took action, he already knew that the formation had been strengthened." #C 2017 Liquidation. 4. Qin Ming looked at Xiao Han, then at the position of the great elder. He opened his mouth several times, but finally closed it. The voice of the great elder appeared again and said, "Qin Ming, my personal grudges with Wu Feng have nothing to do with the sect. Now I have agreed to leave the formation to settle personal matters with Xiao Han." But Xiao Han is still relentless and insists on destroying the Luyun sect.
Formation.
In this case, Xiao Han wants to be an enemy of the entire Luyun
Sect.
Even if the headmaster is here today, he will stand on my side. Qin Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Xiao Han, I can ignore the matter of destroying the formation, but please spare the lives of these disciples of Luyun sect for the sake of having practiced in Luyun sect before." Hearing this, Xiao Han grinned. Qin Ming finally had some brains. If he really gave up destroying the formation today, I am afraid that Wu Feng would use the formation to block him out forever at the first moment. Then he looked at Qin Ming and said slowly, "I have said it before, I will only settle my account, and I have nothing to do with the other cultivators of
Luyun sect.
But if you take the initiative to attack me, I don't mind killing you." Together, just when the whole thing was at a stalemate, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the formation in the distance, followed by dozens of Jindan stage cultivators. Qin Ming looked at the people coming, with some doubts in his eyes. Isn't Master Han temporarily in a dead-end retreat at this moment? Why did he appear at this time? Xiao Han has been paying attention to everyone's expressions until he saw Qin Ming's puzzled expression, and then he was completely clear about everything. Did Master Han lie to even the person he trusted the most? Or will Qin Ming do something else after letting Qin Ming know the truth? Qin Ming came to Master Han and bowed. "Master, why are you here? Aren't you in a dead-end retreat?" Hearing Qin Ming say this, Master Han felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. After a moment of silence, Master Han spoke up. "Such a big thing has happened, I have to come out now. I am in a very bad state now. Many things will depend on you and Chun Qing later." After talking to Qin Ming, Master Han turned his head to look at Xiao Han. His face suddenly became stern and said, "Xiao Han, have you forgotten your master's teachings? I will support you in personal grudges, but this formation is the hope of the entire sect. Now you still want to destroy it. Do you want to be completely
Hostile to Luyun sect.
Stop now. I can preside over this justice and let you and the elder completely resolve this matter. At the same time, I will help you find all the people with problems in the past. You can also return to Luyun sect, and the position of the elder will be yours. The disciples behind you who used to be Yuyun Peak can also return to Luyun sect, and I guarantee that they will get the best treatment." Master Han's voice revealed calmness, and Wu Feng looked at the master with gloomy eyes. After all, this junior brother is no longer the person he knew. This set of weighing skills is really amazing. It was not until this moment that he completely understood that, after the incident in the past, Today's incident was already destined. Now thinking about the past, even if he has doubts in his heart about many things, he still doesn't want to believe them in his heart. The former junior brother was so simple, but perhaps it was all the experiences that changed his state of mind. The two adopted sons in the nascent soul stage are dead. Those in the golden core stage are people who judge the situation. There are so few people who are truly loyal to him, and they are still in this state now. Now it is considered that the situation is over, and he has become the abandoned son of Master Han. He knows his ending. Even if Xiao Han does not continue to attack the formation, he will eventually fight with Xiao Han. Listening to Master Han's touching words, all the disciples behind him are delighted. In this way, they can not only return to Luyun sect in glory, but also get key training plus the backing of the ancestor. I think he will definitely be able to achieve something. Zhao Tieju's eyes have been staying in the sect. In fact, he has some desires in his heart, especially when he sees Yang Xian. A throbbing in his heart appears. He must stand up and let Yang Xian see whether he is a waste. Xiao Yun also has some light in her eyes. After all, she grew up in Luyun sect. Now she has the opportunity to return home. The joy in her heart is uncontrollable. All the disciples are like this. Everyone has their own ideas in their hearts. Although Luyun sect is not a top sect, it is definitely an upper sect. Now once the ancestor goes back, it will also be the strongest existence among the upper sections. Once the ancestor enters the stage of transformation, Luyun sect will directly squeeze into the ranks of top sects. The most important thing is that this place is also the closest to his home. Although he wants to cut off the mortal world, how many people can really cut it off? Unless all his former relatives die of old age, it can only be truly cut off. At that time, all this is so beautiful. Among the 19 cultivators, only one had a flickering look in his eyes, and frowned, as if thinking about something. Xiao Han was also listening to what the headmaster said, but he was full of disdain in his heart. If the moment he came back, Headmaster Han would arrive directly, or he would arrive the moment he showed his true face. Then he might really make this choice, release Xiao Qian and others back to Luyun sect and become the honorary elder himself, and when he is strong enough, he will go directly to the demon clan to find Lu Yen. Xiao Qian and others have no worries in their hearts, and they can be regarded as finding a good destination. But is it really so? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han immediately said, "No matter what happens today, I will smash this formation to pieces. All the losses caused to Luyun sect will be made up for by me, Xiao Han." He can't break up with Headmaster Han face to face now, as some things will be difficult to deal with, but the formation must be broken to prevent Headmaster Han from changing his mind temporarily. Headmaster Han's eyes were cold, and he said, "In that case, don't blame me, Master. I can't let you do this." As he spoke, Headmaster Han took the lead in inputting a large amount of spiritual power into the formation, and at the same time said, "Everyone from the Luyun sect, protect the formation." Xiao Han, opportunities don't come often. If you really think you can fight against the entire Luyun sect by yourself, then just insist on doing so. Qin Ming was still a little confused until this moment. Why did the headmaster handle it like this? After that, he remained stunned in place, but the other monks all took action together, inputting a large amount of spiritual power into the formation. Xiao Han watched quietly, and it was just as he thought. He slowly said, "It's not that I want to be an enemy of Luyun sect, but that I want to teach you. I'm always so utilitarian, and I never know what is the most important thing." Important. Seeing that the entire formation had been completely eroded, Xiao Han immediately shouted, "Broken!" With the word Xiao Han, the entire formation shook several times, one after another, followed by solid and virtual, virtual and solid, and after a few breaths it turned into nothingness in the void. #C 2018 Liquidation 5. Until the moment when the formation was completely broken, Master Han was still in a daze. He couldn't believe that Xiao Han could break this formation. That was second only to the level of a cultivator in the God transformation stage. And the time it took was so short unless Xiao Han really reached the level of the God transformation stage, but how could he be a cultivator in the God transformation stage in this case? If Xiao Han was a Yuanian great perfection, it would be understandable that he had the figure of the God transformation stage, but Xiao Han was only in the middle stage of the Yuanian stage. Master Han thought quickly in his heart, and soon said, "Since the formation is broken, then break it. Don't think that your master is blaming you. If it really comes to this, your master can't turn against you. This matter ends here, and the grudge between you and the elder is resolved." Xiao Han frowned, a little confused, but soon understood what Master Han meant. Compared with Master Han, the elder is really a younger brother. "Thank you." Xiao Han took a step forward, and the next moment he appeared next to the elder and then punched out, hitting the elder accurately. Master Han's pupils shrank slightly. Just this speed was beyond his reach. The direction where the elder flew out was filled with a lot of dust, and the entire low mountain range was cracked by this collision. In a one-on-one situation, the elder was a lamb to be slaughtered in front of him. The elder said faintly, "It really hurts. Sure enough, I should have killed you decisively at the beginning, and I wouldn't have left you a scourge until today. No wonder so many nascent soul cultivators can't kill you, and even suffered such a big loss at your hands." The elder did know what happened before, and Xiao Han jumped up again and punched the elder away again. In this repeated attack, the battlefield of the two had unknowingly moved away from the Luyun Mountains. Xiao Han had also spent a lot of time here and was already familiar with the nearby terrain. When he found a relatively hidden place, Xiao Han grabbed the elder with one hand and pressed him directly to the ground. During these processes, the elder did not even resist, perhaps because he knew that he was no match for Xiao Han, or perhaps because of other reasons. It was not until he arrived here that the elder began to bleed, and then he said crazily, "Xiao Han, does this look familiar?" Xiao Han frowned and said, "So you have also practiced the blood sacrifice technique. It seems that the demons have infiltrated the Luyun sect very well." "Heh." The elder sneered disdainfully, paused and continued, "I disdain to associate with the demons. Even though my methods are a bit cruel, I still know the national justice. Unlike you, a bastard." When the word bastard appeared, Xiao Han looked at the elder with a cold look in his eyes. The elder smiled without saying a word, quietly looking at Xiao Han, and used the blood sacrifice technique to let his life slowly pass away. Xiao Han shouted, "Tell me, what do you know?" "What do I know?" The elder continued with a ferocious expression. "The reason you brought me here is that you already know something. You are a hybrid of the demon race and the human race. I should have killed you at the beginning instead of having such compassion. I know I am not your opponent, but even if you kill me today, I will never let you down. I will make you live in the world of shadows for the rest of your life. Do you really think death is the greatest pain? I guess you have discovered something, or the headmaster told you something." "Yes, I was the one who killed your father. Originally, your father and I were good friends, but when I found out that your father was a demon, I knew I had to kill him. I admit that I did use some means, but humans and demons cannot coexist. I had to kill him. I did nothing wrong. I also got this blood sacrifice from him. You don't have to feel strange. I thought you wouldn't live past 10 or even die soon, but I didn't expect you to live to this day. Do you know why I didn't reveal your identity just now? I just want you to live in pain like this. It's a miracle you are the only surviving descendant of the demons and humans. At least it has been like this for thousands of years. You must be in pain." After knowing the answer, Xiao Han listened quietly. Combined with the information he got, what the elder said was close to the fact. Xiao Han did not have any doubts. When a person is about to die, plus the elder has some purpose, this matter is naturally clear. Xiao Han didn't speak for a long time, until he sorted out this information. He said loudly, "Then you go to die." As he said that, he raised his hand and condensed a palm. Wu Feng immediately took out a bead and said slowly, "There are some fragments. In it, I think you should be interested. I won't say too much. Although I died today, I am still the biggest winner." Seeing Xiao Han take the photo bead, the elder looked towards the direction of Liyun's sect and shouted, "Old Han, I won this time after all." At the moment when he finished speaking, Xiao Han slapped Wu Feng to death. Maybe because of the blood sacrifice technique, the elder's nascent soul was dying and there was no resistance at all, and he was directly killed by the aftermath of Xiao Han's attack. Until that slap, Xiao Han's eyes were still puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the elder said that he won after all. With this heaviness, Xiao Han collected the storage ring of the elder and directly probed it with his spiritual sense. There were a lot of things in the storage ring. A large number of spiritual stones piled up into a mountain, and there were countless spiritual medicines, including a 9-leaf Jillian. Isn't this in the hands of the headmaster? How could it be in the hands of the elder? Xiao Han had doubts in his heart, but he did not delay. He continued to check, and finally found the red fire furnace in the corner, the so-called 4th-level ancient treasure. Xiao Han had seen all kinds of high-end alchemy furnaces at the city lord, but this red fire furnace gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. This feeling cannot be felt on ordinary alchemy furnaces, even the 5th level. Alchemy furnace cannot do it. This red fire furnace does have some tricks, and it can be studied carefully. Soon Xiao Han finished exploring the things in the storage ring of the elder. Although he didn't know where so many things came from, the elder always had a way, especially that trip to the secret realm. I don't know how many good things he got from his disciples. From this point of view, Wu Feng can indeed pay Chanhua Valley the corresponding reward. If he can't pay it, it won't be so easy to solve the problem. It's easy for a top sect like Chanhua Valley to destroy Liyun's sect. Xiao Han directly put all the things of the elder into his storage ring, and then he set his sights on the photo bead given by the elder. The remaining doubts in his heart may be answered by this photo bead, and these pictures must be related to the headmaster. The elder is so sure that Headmaster Han will lose, which means that he has discovered that Headmaster Han has done something, and these things will definitely make him angry. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han began to look at it. When he saw the first picture, Xiao Han felt angry all over, and the hatred in his eyes instantly filled his brain, but Xiao Han soon suppressed the anger. #C 2019 Liquidation 6. What a gentle headmaster. Xiao Han's eyes were cold. Even if Wu Feng used him, he would still choose to kill the headmaster. The picture of the photo bead flashed quickly. In the first picture alone, Xiao Han saw something that he could not accept. According to the angle of the picture, this was secretly recorded by the elder, and was not discovered by the headmaster, but the headmaster thought that no one knew about it. His mother did not die of dystocia, but the headmaster had evil intentions. In the end, after his mother resisted forcefully, he used some small tricks to kill his mother. Only he was left. Seeing the headmaster's behavior, he wanted to kill him, but he didn't do it later for some reason. Even the elder wanted to kill him but was stopped. Finally, he explained to the elder that his mother died of dystocia. He was really a beast in human clothing. He looked decent, but he had such disgusting thoughts in his heart. No matter what, they were his parents after all. Even if his father was a demon, according to various information, his father had never killed any human indiscriminately. He even saved many humans from the hands of many demons. Xiao Han felt that this behavior should not be so. How can good and evil be defined by race? Soon, the small clips in the image bead were played one by one, and Xiao Han's inner confusion was gradually solved. Finally, I know why I am called Xiao Han. Including the entire Tianxian realm, there are very few people with the surname Xiao. Basically, there are no people with the surname Xiao. It was because a large number of people with the surname Xiao changed their surnames to Xiao. And my mother, the former saint, was surnamed Xiao, and my father was the peerless genius of the Han family of the demon clan, and the core child who had the most hope of becoming the new heir of the Han family. Therefore, I was named Xiao Han by Master Han. The reason why I can practice the magic of the human race and the demon clan at the same time is because I am the descendant of the demon clan and the human race, and I may also be the only descendant who has successfully survived in the past few thousand years. The rest of the content is how the Great Elder arranged people to arrange me, and how to let several third-level monsters chase me. The whole process is recorded. Some of the prepared things were even indirectly given to the Great Elder by Master Han. All of this seems so reasonable. If it weren't for the photo bead, I'm afraid I would never have thought of it in my life. Soon, a plan for the master appeared in Xiao Han's mind, and at the same time, he took out a photo bead from his storage ring. He transferred all the secrets about his father being a demon and the past, and separated all the actions of the master who had worked together to deal with him. After doing all this, Xiao Han took a step and quickly returned to the formation. He saw that many people were gathering around the formation. These people were busy and seemed to be repairing the formation. The moment Master Han saw Xiao Han, he came directly to Xiao Han and said with a smile, "Xiao Han, did the Great Elder lose? Or did you capture the Great Elder alive? Anyway, no matter what, today's incident is over. When do you plan to return to Luyun sect? I will arrange a welcome ceremony for you." Speaking of this, Master Han covered his hands and said, "Have you obtained evidence from the Great Elder that he once assassinated you? If so, I can also arrange for you to prove your innocence. Today's crusade against the Great Elder has an excuse." Xiao Han looked at Master Han's acting expression. If he didn't know the truth, Xiao Han would really be deceived by the scene in front of him. After thinking for a while, he said softly, "Except for getting a photo bead, which contains the conspiracy between the Great Elder and several Jindan stage cultivators, there is no evidence. Besides, I didn't expect the Great Elder to be so weak that I killed him on the spot with a few punches. If I had known that I would be gentler at that time, I could at least get some substantial evidence." "Oh," Master Han frowned, and then quickly relaxed and said, "I don't know what the specific content is. Can you show it to me?" Xiao Han pretended to be indifferent, and threw a photo bead directly to the master and said, The content is in this photo bead, master, take a look. But these contents are not enough to prove it. To be honest, I regret it a little, alas." Master Han frowned and took the photo bead, and directly released the content of the photo bead. It was seen that the photo bead was the conspiracy between the Great Elder and several Jindan stage cultivators. Among them were Li Xingyan and Shen Su, as well as several other Jindan stage cultivators. Among the sect elders around the Great Elder, there was only Kong Kai. It seems that the Elder also knows that Kong Kai will not do such a thing. This kind of conspiracy is not called Kong Kai. Including the Elder, there are a total of 8 cultivators, which means that there are still 6 Jindan stage cultivators who have not been dealt with. Among these 6 Jindan stage cultivators, there are no 2 Wu Feng adopted sons who were seen that day, which means that the 2 adopted sons are actually the hidden trump cards of the Elder, but they were not expected to be easily dealt with so quickly. The expression of the headmaster Han was extremely wonderful. Xiao Han felt that his acting skills were not up to standard. The headmaster was called the acting skills burst, and even all kinds of micro-expressions were controlled. After thinking for a while, the headmaster Han immediately said, "Whether it is true or false, or there is not enough evidence, these people must be dealt with today. This time I will take the lead for you. I will announce the contents of the image bead, and then you will take action. To deal with these 6 cultivators. Xiao Han smiled, and then bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, headmaster. Oh, the things in the elder's storage ring, should I hand them over to the sect or how to deal with them? There is also a 9-leaf Jillian here. The great elder has obtained many good things from the sect over the years." When saying these words, Xiao Han's expression was still the same as before, without much change. Even thinking of that scene, Xiao Han resisted the urge to strangle the headmaster to death. Headmaster Han raised his brows and said, "What are you talking about? Am I so stingy? You just came back and the grudge between you and the great elder was resolved. Hey, you have helped the sect train so many golden core monks. Is there any problem with getting some trophies? As for the 9-leaf Jillian, just treat it as a reward from the sect. The great elder insisted on taking it from me before, and the great elder paid some price for it. Actually, it goes without saying that I also know his purpose. It is nothing more than to reach nascent soul Dzogchen and want to sprint to that higher realm." Ah! Xiao Han pretended to laugh and said, "I am not a hypocritical person. Since the headmaster has said so, I will be disrespectful to reject these trophies." Headmaster Han smiled heartily and said, "You and I are masters and disciples. Why do we still know the difference so clearly? From now on, we will be like a family. As long as I am here, you will be the first elder of Luyun sect, and your Xiao family will also be the first immortal cultivating family of Luyun sect." Xiao Han sneered in his heart. What he said was so nice. What about your Han family? Seeing that Xiao Han was in a daze, Headmaster Han patted Xiao Han on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. Let's deal with the unfinished matters first. After I finish picking up the wind for you, we still have a very heavy task." #C 2020 Liquidation 7. Before Xiao Han returned to the formation, Master Han had already stood up and came to Xiao Han's side. In fact, the two were still some distance away from the formation. During the chat, the soundproof cover and barrier were also arranged. At this moment, Master Han said as he walked, "I have just ordered all the cultivators above the Jindan stage to be controlled. All Jindan stage cultivators are not allowed to leave. If they leave, they will be killed on the spot. In addition, I have counted the number of these Jindan stage cultivators now. It just happens to be the Jindan stage cultivator registered in Luyun sect. I don't know if the elder has hidden some means behind, such as some cultivator's promotion was suppressed by him under the heaven and earth anomalies. I really didn't know about his 2 adopted sons before. If Qin Ming and one of my close disciples had not broken through to the nascent soul stage, I am afraid that with the means of the elder Lei Li, this time when you come back, I am no longer the master. The elder is a very scheming person." As they spoke, Master Han and Xiao Han returned to the formation. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian and the others, and saw that they were staying alone, including Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan, and they were also keeping a distance, and they were ready to attack at any time. But the excitement on his face could not be concealed. Xiao Han was very satisfied in his heart. Even so, he did not forget his teachings and did not become oblivious because of a few words from Master Han. On the other side, there were nearly 100 Jindan stage cultivators waiting in formation, and Qin Ming and another Yuanying stage cultivator were controlling the situation. There were also countless foundation-building cultivators busy. The entire formation was smashed by Xiao Han, and it would take a lot of time to repair. And it would also require a lot of resources. Xiao Han could even hear many cultivators talking about him, some complaining, some happy, but most people did not disrespect Xiao Han. Even if they just said it, it was useless. Xiao Han knew that this was not their true respect, but a kind of awe of Xiao Han. Even the great elder could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. So what were they? However, Xiao Han did not care about this. He just came to Xiao Qian and looked at the surrounding cultivators and said, "Everyone, please adjust your breath and recover here." When you are recovered, we will return to Yuyun Peak with a brand new attitude. As for your return home to visit, we will wait for a while. These people did not deliberately hide their original families. For the world of immortal cultivation, if anyone hurts ordinary family members, they will be denounced by all cultivators, even more cruel than the demon extermination clan. Even some small actions behind the scenes cannot be done. This is the iron rule. In addition, there are some rules in the Tianxian world. Once a cultivator attacks a mortal, some cause and effect will fall on him. These causes and effects will eventually lead to the cultivator's no progress. In this life, no one will choose to attack his family because of personal grudges. This punishment is too severe. All the cultivators said in unison, "Yes, ancestor." Then they all meditated to recover. No one hid their cultivation and just sat on the deck of the spaceship to recover. Li Xuan simply controlled the spaceship to float. While everyone was busy, Master Han inadvertently looked in the direction of King Mizhao and muttered, "All of them are at the Jindan stage. How is this possible?" The many foundation-building cultivators were also discussing the fact that all the cultivators at Yuyun Peak were at the Jindan stage. Look, all the disciples of Yuyun Peak are in the Jindan stage. Hey, it's really outrageous. I remember that Zhao Taizhu was a waste. But the fact is that he is indeed in the Jindan stage now. It must be that the ancestor of Yuyun Peak used some means. It is probably some kind of secret method that is extremely harmful to the body. I heard that there is a kind of lifespan as a price in exchange for high strength in a short period of time, and even can achieve Jindan in just 100 years. But it's not even 100 years. Oh yes, I'm talking about Yuanying, which can be entered within 100 years. You really just brag here. Don't talk about it anymore. Be careful that the ancestor of Yuyun will cause trouble for you. He is a ruthless person. Who is this ancestor of Yuyun that you are all talking about? Then you will naturally know. Yang Xian, who was hiding in the corner, had a cold look in her eyes. She had many adventures, and because of her superb mutant spiritual roots, she was deeply cultivated by the great elder. But even so, his strength has only reached the late stage of foundation building. You must know that this achievement is only possible with full cultivation and his own superb mutant spiritual roots. He is already a leader in his time. Except for Li Qie taught by Li Yuanhua, no one can be his opponent. Now what is the basis for Zhao Taizhu? How can a pseudo-spiritual root achieve the golden elixir? Impossible. Even so, Yang Xian knew in her heart that it was indeed a golden elixir. And she did not agree with the others saying that she would use her life to exchange for strength. She was often influenced by the elders, and naturally knew some magic. If there really was such a magic, a pseudo-spiritual root could reach the golden elixir stage in such a short time, then directly summon a large number of disciples with mixed spiritual roots, all using this method. Wouldn't it be a matter of decades to destroy the demon race? Li Qia's eyes also flashed slightly. With the strength of the great perfection of the foundation building stage, how could he not yearn for the golden elixir stage? Fortunately, his master and himself did not put the old ancestor Yuyun on the opposite side like Yang Xian did. Everyone in the Luyun sect had their own agenda, thinking about all sorts of things. Under such circumstances, the headmaster suddenly shouted, "Everyone, from the Luyun sect, everyone, put down what you are doing and listen to me." After Master Han finished speaking, he paused for a moment, which was obviously waiting. Soon, all the cultivators stopped their work and looked up.
Master Han.
After seeing that it was almost done, Master Han paused and continued. Today, Xiao Han from Yuyun Peak has returned. First of all, let us welcome the return of Yuyun Patriarch. Then Qin Ming spoke first. Welcome, Patriarch. The other Jindan stage cultivators followed and said, Welcome, Patriarch. The entire Luyun sect also shouted, Welcome, Patriarch. In an instant, the Luyun mountains were filled with the voices of Luyun sect. disciples, and the attitude was already shown from the momentum alone. Until the sound completely dissipated, the Han headmaster continued, I believe you are all very curious about the matter between Xiao Han and the elder. It has become the topic of conversation after dinner, and it has never stopped for so many years. Today I will talk about this matter impartially and judge the whole process. At this point, the Han headmaster looked at Qin Ming and said, Qin Ming, first control Shin Su, Wan Zonghe, Fang Anfeng, Hu Chunming, Wang Yishi, Zhang Jiaming, and other 6 people. As the voice fell, Qin Ming controlled the 6 people in the first time. Until this moment, the fluke in the hearts of the 6 people was completely let go. Sure enough, was it exposed? Although they didn't know where the problem was, they knew what they did. #C 2021 Farewell to the Great Elder. Just when everyone was puzzled, Master Han took out a photo bead and released the image in it. The video clip was very short and ended after a while, but everyone had their own judgments and opinions in their hearts, but no one took the initiative to say it. Qin Ming looked at the 6 people who were controlled with a gloomy face. Turned out that you were the ones who caused Xiao Han to disappear. Master Han felt that things were brewing, and after a pause, he continued. Seeing this, I think everyone has the answer in their hearts. Our Yuyun Patriarch was once our genius. Because of the operation of the Great Elder and the others, he finally disappeared. Fortunately, Xiao Han was lucky and came back safely. Therefore, our Luyun sect did not lose this genius. Now that the matter is known to the world, the Great Elder has been executed. What do you think we should do with the remaining 6? Qin Ming's eyes were slightly moist, and he shouted loudly, Kill! The rest of the cultivators followed and shouted, Kill! Kill! Xiao Han was not moved by this. Except for Qin Ming, none of these people who spoke said this sincerely. Master Han looked at the 6 people who were controlled and said, Do you have any doubts? If you do, you will have the right to speak up and explain. Shin Su knew that there was nothing to explain at this point, so he said softly, Hey, what explanation can I have? If you want to kill them, just kill them. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Master Han turned his head and looked at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, this matter will be left to you to deal with. It will be up to you to decide whether to kill, keep, or expel them. Xiao Han stepped on the void and sat on it, crossing his legs and looking at those people with disdain. These people were those who had participated in the past. According to the rest of the evidence, they were indeed a few people. Where did he come from? Xiao Han kept thinking in his heart. If this was true, how should he explain himself on Blue Star? If it wasn't all just a coincidence? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han looked at Xiao Qian and said, Xiao Qian, Xiao Yun. The 2 immediately came to Xiao Han and bowed, saying, Grandmaster. Xiao Han looked at Shen Su and the other 6 and said, Don't say I'm bullying you. If the 6 of you can defeat my 2 great-great-grandsons together, I can let you go. What do you think? Instead of doing it himself, it would be better to let Xiao Qian and his sister do it. After all, these 2 are definitely Xiao Han's descendants. No matter if they are his own, they are definitely Xiao Han's. It's best to let them solve this matter, and it's time for these 2 to establish their authority in Luyun sect. Shun Su frowned, and anger gradually appeared on his face. He said, Xiao Han, you can kill us, but you can't humiliate us. Since you are so confident in these 2 great-grandsons, today I will show you how I defeated your 2 descendants. Do you really think you can humiliate me at will? Soon, Xiao Qian and his sister joined forces. Xiao Yun was in the great perfection of the Golden Core stage, and Xiao Qian also reached the middle stage of the Golden Core stage. However, because he was retraining, his control over spiritual power and magic was even stronger. With Xiao Han's training and the tilt of magic resources as well as various experiences, he was not inferior to any ordinary Golden Core stage great perfection. Only Shin Su was in the great perfection of the Golden Core stage among the 6 opponents, and the other 5 were basically in the middle and late stages of the golden core stage. Xiao Yun alone could deal with more than half of them, not to mention Xiao Qian. Both sides took action without any hesitation. They just looked at each other and attacked directly. Boom, boom, boom. There were several collisions. Xiao Qian used the earth system as defense, while Xiao Yun attacked the fire system. With Xiao Han's full teaching of magic, they overwhelmed the opponent for a while. This scene was too bizarre, and the cultivators opened their mouths wide, especially those cultivators who once looked down on Xiao Qian and his sister. There was a perverted ancestor. Why are these 2 descendants still so perverted? It's only been a few years. What should I do? I have offended Xiao Qian so badly. Hey, what can I do? What can I do? In just so many years, the 2 of them fought against 6 Jindan stage cultivators. Only Ancestor Yun can suppress these 2 people. I remember that Ancestor Yun once fought against several Jindan stage cultivators with the strength of the early Jindan period. Have you ignored the issue of age? Oh, it's really funny. Can't you see it? The ancestor is obviously trapped somewhere, resulting in the loss of cultivation or stagnation of cultivation. The most essential thing is that Ancestor Yun fought against several Jindan elders with the strength of the early Jindan period. This is what we should pay attention to. I remember that Xiao Qian's Dantian was destroyed. How did he recover? Maybe he had a strange encounter. Amidst the various opinions, the winner was soon decided. Xiao Qian and his sister defeated and killed all 6 Jindan stage cultivators with absolute suppression, and there was no hesitation in the knife. Xiao Yun's eyes were still excited, as if to say, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, your revenge has finally been avenged. It was these people who framed the ancestor at the beginning, and the same thing happened to the grandparents and parents later. The ancestor and the others had no impression because their parents were not even born at that time. But the years after that were very impressive. Just the children of the family who started the trouble and bullied them from childhood to adulthood made them unforgettable. After killing 6 Jindan stage cultivators, Xiao Qian and his sister seemed to have put down some burden. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to get such a benefit. This would help the 2 of them go further. Seeing that the matter was over, Xiao Han said, Everyone, I'm a little tired today. I'll greet you after we return to Yun Peak and settle down. He then led everyone from Yun Peak and headed directly to Yun Peak. And the cultivators all bowed and said, Farewell, great elder. Farewell, old ancestor Yun. Xiao Han smiled. His heart was complicated. Now was not the time to take action. Let alone his current state, just the headmaster's mind. Could he not have any trump cards? What's more, now he had no excuse to kill the headmaster. Once he killed him, without any warning, Qin Ming would not say anything, and the people of Luyun sect would say that such bloodlust would cause the immortal world to besiege him. Originally, the Chanhua Valley was still chasing him, so it was not appropriate to continue to make enemies. However, the headmaster could not take out the pearl that left a picture of his mother. Even the headmaster couldn't be forced into a corner. If he produced some evidence to prove that he was a descendant of the demon race and the human race, something uncontrollable would happen. These were the reasons why he didn't choose to act now. When passing by Qin Ming, Xiao Han looked at the way Qin Ming looked at him, and his heart trembled unconsciously. What did Qin Ming mean to him? He didn't dare to think about it further. Even if Qin Ming was sincere to him, Xiao Han didn't get too close. There was no other reason, just that he didn't want Qin Ming to misunderstand. A group of people drove the Qingmu boat slowly back to Yun Peak. At the same time, the news that Xiao Han and everyone from Yun Peak returned to Luyun sect was also spreading rapidly in the sect. Xiao Han also successfully became the great elder of Luyun sect, and without any vote. Strength is the greatest reliance, and no one dared to question this decision. #C 2022 Confession. A few days later, Yun Peak of Luyun sect. After a few days of cleaning, the entire Yuyun Peak returned to its previous state. Since Xiao Han took the Yuyun Peak disciples away from Luyun sect, Yuyun Peak has been in a state of temporary closure. Neither the headmaster nor the elder took the initiative to mention this matter, nor did they arrange for other peak masters. Even if someone applied, they did not agree. It was not until Xiao Han came back that this place was used again. Because no one had taken care of it for a long time, the entire Yuyun Peak was full of vicissitudes. Cleaning, pruning vegetation, and tidying up the medicinal fields. Everyone was very careful. Xiao Han wanted to tell them not to be so attentive. They couldn't stay here for long. But in the end, he didn't say anything about this matter, which would really arouse suspicion. These days, many people came to Yuyun Peak to visit, and Xiao Han asked Zhao Taizhu to meet them all. All those below the Jindan stage were rejected. For those above the Jindan stage, Xiao Han didn't meet anyone except Qin Ming and Kong Kai. Master Han originally wanted to hold a welcome ceremony for Xiao Han, but Xiao Han declined because he didn't like the crowds. After cleaning up Yuyun Peak, all the disciples asked for leave to go back to visit their families who were still alive. This was originally a good thing, and Xiao Han didn't stop them. They all let the disciples go home to visit their families. Is there any need to be so anxious? Besides, Master Han is not anxious, so why should he be anxious? It's a pity to let Master Han die so easily. He is waiting for an opportunity. That day, Xiao Qian came to Xiao Han's cave and briefly reported the situation. In recent days, this is a routine. Usually Xiao Qian is in charge and he will report when it's almost done. After Xiao Qian reported the matter, he asked again, "Grandpa, do you think there is anything else to add?" Xiao Han waved his hand and said, "Everything is good, but there is no need to make it so good. You should relax a little and don't be so serious. Hey, all this is not easy to come by. Look at it now and recall the past." Xiao Qian didn't feel how tired he was, but felt very fulfilled and satisfied. Xiao Han waved his hand, and several storage bags appeared in front of Xiao Qian. He said, "Here are some things. As usual, I'll leave them all to you to deal with. If there's nothing else, you can go back first." Xiao Qian raised his eyebrows, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. How could Xiao Han not understand Xiao Qian's temper? He said directly, "Just say whatever you want to say. There's no need to worry so much." "Yes." Xiao Qian bowed and said, "I don't know if Grandpa has noticed that the headmaster is a little different or it's different from the beginning, but he just didn't notice it." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said, "Why do you say that? He was the only one who knew about the headmaster's affairs. Even Qin Ming was kept in the dark. How could Xiao Qian see it? I just simply think that the headmaster Han has changed too fast. I don't know if it's an illusion. I think if we stay in Luyun sect, something will happen sooner or later." Xiao Qian frowned again. Turns out that there is no actual evidence. I thought Xiao Qian had some evidence. Something happened? Xiao Han is now hoping that something will happen to Yuyun Peak or to Luyun sect. How can he find a suitable opportunity if he keeps doing this? "I know, you go back first." Xiao Han's expression did not change. Seeing the old ancestor like this, Xiao Qian did not ask any more questions, but just left quietly. Because Xiao Qian suddenly mentioned this, Xiao Han thought for a moment and then sent a message to Qiao Tanner, asking her to come to the cave. This time, Qiao Tanner did not even go back to Yuyun Peak. It was true that there were full of memories there, but they were all memories of missing. Now that Xiao Han is back, what is there worth lingering there? Therefore, this time when she came back, she stayed in Yuyun Peak with Li Yixuan, and Xiao Qian also prepared a corresponding cave for her. According to Xiao Han's meaning, Qiao Tanner was supposed to live in his cave directly, but Qiao Tanner changed her usual behavior and said that Li Yixuan had just arrived and she wanted to stay with Li Yixuan. Xiao Han was a little sad and had more opinions about Li Yixuan. Not long after Xiao Han sent the message, Xiao Tanner came to Xiao Han's cave. Xiao Han specifically reminded her to come by herself. As soon as he arrived at the cave, Xiao Han saw Xiao Tanner's shy expression. She also changed her previous dressing style. She looked particularly comfortable with a fairy-like look, and she wore silk pants which made her more charming. Xiao Tanner spoke first. "Did you think about calling me here?" After saying that, Xiao Tanner lowered her head in shame. "What kind of lewd words are these?" Xiao Han quickly explained, "Hey, I called you here this time because of the matter of the headmaster." Xiao Tanner's face flushed, but she quickly calmed down and said, "I guessed. It was this matter, so you thought too much." Xiao Han was embarrassed. "This means that as long as I don't feel embarrassed, then others must be embarrassed?" After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han decided not to mention this matter anymore, but went straight to the point and said, "If I tell you something now, can you believe me?" He planned to settle his own side thoroughly first, and then arrange the next things. Xiao Tanner looked puzzled and quickly said, "So what do you think there is that I don't believe you about?" Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner's serious expression, knowing that there was basically no problem with this matter, and waved his hand to set up a soundproof cover and a barrier. With his current strength, the soundproof cover setup would be impossible to eavesdrop on what they said unless they were cultivators in the god transformation stage. However, even a cultivator in the spiritualization stage could not hear it at such a long distance. After everything was ready, Xiao Han took out the image bead and said, "Don't be surprised at what you see later. Just watch quietly. Let's talk about it after we finish watching." Xiao Han specifically reminded that the premise of the soundproof cover is that the sound inside is normal communication. If it is a scream or if it is unconsciously penetrated with spiritual power, then the sound will easily spread out. Xiao Tanner's face was solemn. Xiao Han specifically told her that it must be something important. Soon Xiao Tanner had some guesses in her heart. Could it be that thing? Is he finally willing to tell her? When the image bead played out the content bit by bit, Xiao Tanner's expression became more and more rich, until she saw the strange behavior of the headmaster. Xiao Tanner finally knew why Xiao Han wanted to tell him all this. After the contents of the image bead were played, Xiao Tanner slowly said, "Are you ready to attack the headmaster?" Xiao Han was a little confused and said, "Shouldn't you ask me why I showed you these first? Then I'll ask you why you showed me these first." Xiao Tanner said very cooperatively. Xiao Han covered his face and then said, "I want to tell you that the child in the image bead is me. I am the descendant of the demon race and the human race." Xiao Tanner nodded naturally and said, "Well, I have guessed it, and I have known for a long time that you may be a demon race. It's just that you never told me, so I didn't ask."
C 2023 awan sakts li shunuan.
Already known?
Sia han exhaled in surprise.
When did Xiao Tanner find out? Xiao Han quickly lived through his possible problems, but he had no other thoughts. There is nothing to doubt about a woman who is willing to die for you. This is why Xiao Han is willing to tell Xiao Tanner his biggest secret. "Hey, don't think about it." Xiao Tanner chuckled and continued, "You did it without any problems, and it was very rigorous. The reason why I know this is because I was lying next to you at night. Actually, it happened just before we finished practicing that day, and when we were sleeping, I found a small magic spell condensed in your palm. I was very surprised at the time because the spell was black, and there was a black 5-petal plum on your forehead. But as the spell disappeared, your 5-petal plum disappeared. At that time I thought you were a demon, but you were different from other demons. Now it seems that you are like that." Xiao Han listened carefully and quickly asked, "I remember you took me with you when you were a child. Did you find anything similar at that time? If this is really the case, then there will be too many people who know his identity, especially in the past." Xiao Tanner quickly shook her head and said, It didn't happen before. I guess. You must have tried the demon magic secretly. You should be more careful in the future and try to be alone when sleeping. But this is the only time I've discovered it in such a long time. Maybe it's because you've been thinking about it in your head during that time. After Xiao Tanner said this, Xiao Han became more vigilant and must be more careful in the future. Except for Xiao Tanner, once he fell asleep, he would definitely be on guard against everyone. Seeing that Xiao Han had been deep in thought, Xiao Tanner spoke again. Since you are willing to tell me the secret, it means that I have a great status in your heart. I don't think you even told your great-great-grandson about this. I'm really happy today. According to the content in the memory bead, your father is a very kind demon. So I think good and evil do not depend on race, but on what you think and do in your heart. Some human races are even crueler than demons. I really envy our parents. Even if this love is short-lived, it is unforgettable and has no regrets in this life. Xiao Han touched Xiao Tanner's head tenderly and remained silent for a long time. It was Xiao Tanner who took the initiative to break the silence and said, "If you show me these, it means you want to take action against the headmaster. I can't tell you much. I can only tell you to be careful. I even feel that the headmaster was just faking it before. I have told you these words before. The headmaster has a deep mind. Now that you have returned so strongly, I must have a way to deal with you soon. And there is a high probability that they will get rid of you by the hands of others. You'd better be quick and get ahead of the headmaster. Sometimes you don't need to explain to others to do certain things. Understand your concerns, but at this special moment, extraordinary measures must be used." Xiao Han raised his hand to signal, interrupted Xiao Tanner and said, "Well, I have remembered everything you said, and I have already made a decision." Soon the two began to analyze, and after giving some specific details, Xiao
Tanner left Xiao Han's cave.
In order not to arouse suspicion, Xiao Han also did what Xiao Tanner should do. After arriving, I called Xiao Tanner here today. In addition to confessing this matter to her, the most important thing is to hear Xiao Tanner's opinion. After saying this, Xiao Han was even more sure that he must get rid of the headmaster as soon as possible. Once the headmaster was prepared, Xiao Han could not guarantee that he would be the headmaster's opponent. Maybe we really need to do what Xiao Tanner said, regardless of the so-called concerns, and just take action. For Xiao Han, the most worrying thing now is whether the headmaster will directly tell Cicada Valley his information. It is impossible for the headmaster not to know that the great elder used the help of Cicada Valley to get rid of him. But no matter what method he uses, as long as he has the strength, no matter how big the conspiracy is, it will be useless in front of him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han slowly closes his eyes again, feeling the spiritual power running in his body. The later stage of nascent soul won't take long. Boom! This voice has been in Xiao Han's ears all day. In order to prevent himself from missing any news and making himself passive, Xiao Han did not block his hearing even when he was practicing. What is this sound? Xiao Han immediately investigated and soon received feedback. It turned out that the repair of the formation had reached the final moment. This repair took nearly a year. It seems that he forced the formation that day, which indeed caused a lot of trouble to Lu Yun's sect. Even so, the headmaster endured it, which shows how tolerant he is. Just when Xiao Han recovered his thoughts and planned to continue practicing, a voice suddenly came from his ears. "Can Headmaster Han come out and see me?" This voice came from outside the formation. If it were before, Xiao Han would probably not pay attention to this kind of thing, but it is different now. It is inevitable that there will be no problem if the headmaster is so quiet. Soon the headmaster's voice was heard. "I wonder what Li Xuanhuan, the famous Huan sect, is doing when he comes to
Yuyun sect.
If it's not a big deal, how about coming back someday?" The man known as Li Xuanhuan said, "I heard that the beauty Xiao Tanner of your sect has returned from training. I wonder if I can meet her. I don't think you will refuse to cooperate with my Hahuan sect. Now that the disaster is approaching, your Luyun sect may not be able to hold on with its strength. If you can match me with the beautiful Tanner, I can guarantee that your Luyun sect will be safe. You know the strength of my Hahuan sect, and you know my identity even better. Before Li Xuanhuan finished speaking, Master Han said sternly, "Dream on. Don't. I know what kind of character your Hahuan sect is. If it is really a sincere alliance, my Luyun sect welcomes it, but it is absolutely impossible to take this as a premise. What's more, you have accepted the Seven Stars sect, and it is even more impossible to annex it." A series of conversations entered Xiao Han's ears. It was the first time he heard such news since he returned to the Luyun sect. This Li Xuanhuan has a high status in the Hahuan sect. The most important thing is how the Seven Stars sect was incorporated into the Hahuan sect. And this Li Xuanhuan really doesn't know how to live or die, and he actually wants to take advantage of Xiao Tanner. Xiao Han was about to go to the formation when he froze in place. Soon his eyes flickered and he understood the trick. "Old Ghost Han, have you finally made a move after being silent for so long? Be careful not to play with fire and get burned." Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately took a step forward. He wanted to see what kind of role Li Xuanhuan was. Moreover, he had not prepared for so long in Vine. If there was anything, just come over. It would also let you see that in the face of real strength, all conspiracies are false. After waiting for so long, this Han sect leader finally took the initiative to take action, so there was a chance to get rid of him. I was afraid that Han sect leader would really do nothing and quietly fall into a dead end. #C 2024 playing with fire and getting burned. Outside the Luyun sect's formation, Xiao Han pretended to go out for training, and didn't stop until he reached the formation. The messenger said with a puzzled face, "Did something happen, Master?" Headmaster Han immediately sent a message. Li Xuanhuan, the grandson of the leader of the Hahuan sect and the next designated leader of the Hahuan sect, has reached the nascent soul stage and is stronger than me. The most important thing is the Hahuan sect behind it. Because of the martial arts, there are 10 nascent soul stage monks in the sect. Coupled with the inclusion of the Seven Star sect into the sect and the emergence of the Abyss in the past few years, the strength has greatly increased. Although it is only an upper-class sect, in addition to its cutting-edge combat power, it can already rival the lower-class top sections. And this Li Xuanhuan is also a monk who is very likely to reach the stage of becoming a god, and by then he will directly join the top sect. I don't know where I learned that Xiao Tanner was back when I came here this time, and she even made excessive demands. Xiao Han had a gloomy look on his face, pretending not to know anything, and said via voicemail, "What's the request?" Headmaster Han had a troubled look on his face and didn't say anything until Li Xuanhuan, who was outside the formation, said, "What? Is this a discussion within the sect? I told you a long time ago that as long as you give me Xiao Tanner as a show pod, your Luyun sect can successfully survive the catastrophe in the future. I can also guarantee that if your Luyun sect merges with our Hahuan sect, you will receive the best treatment." Headmaster Han immediately used his flying sword and said, "Who are you, the
Hahuan sect?
And who are you? You dare to take advantage of my junior sister. I'm sorry to tell you that my junior sister already has a Taoist companion. Advise you to give up on your own initiative. Also, don't think that because the Hahuan sect is strong you can really be unscrupulous. If you really push the Luyun sect into a hurry, I think I can also choose to merge with the Ghost Shadow sect. I don't think the Ghost Shadow faction will reject me." Then Li Xuanhuan said with a cold expression, "Hey, do you really want to keep this attitude forever?" Xiao Han listened on the side, and the two people sang and harmonized. It was really strange that Li Xuanhuan had never been interested in Xiao Tanner before, but at this time, after sorting out his thoughts for a while, Xiao Han came up with an idea and immediately said loudly, Fuck you. You are such a trash, you still want to get involved with Tanner. Today I will teach you a lesson for Luyun's sect. This is probably the result that Headmaster Han wants, Xiao Han thought in his head. His whole body suddenly exploded, and when he got close to Li Xuanhuan, his body also expanded rapidly. There was a constant roar in the body. Xiao Han did not hold anything back and immediately grabbed it with one palm. Li Xuanhuan was stunned. This was different from what he had promised in advance. But it's already like this. It's impossible to choose to escape or not to take action. He's just a kid in the middle stage of nascent soul. What kind of strength can he have? Looking for death, it seems that you are that Xiao Han. Just killing you can solve a big problem. In the future, I will feel less uncomfortable when I enjoy Tanner. Really a good cabbage that has been taken over by pigs. How can a piece of rubbish like you be worthy of Tanner? Li Xuanhuan took out his flying sword and struck out with the sword, and the golden sword shadow quickly moved towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han grabbed it with one palm and resisted the sword shadow. Just hearing Li Xuanhuan's words made him feel sick, and a surge of anger rose from his chest. In order to deal with himself, Headmaster Han even abandoned the junior sister he once loved the most. He was really going to do anything to win. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said slowly, "Is this all you have?" Li Xuanhuan's face was livid. This kid was not as simple as he appeared. He quickly concentrated his sword and slashed out again. While slashing, he began to condense his magic skills. The two men raised their hands and fired dozens of moves. The fight became more and more fierce, and the intensity of the attacks became stronger every time. This Li Xuanhuan's strength was probably infinitely close to the stage of becoming a god. No wonder he is the monk of the Hahuan sect who is most likely to reach the stage of divine transformation. Just thinking about the Hahuan sect skills that require a cauldron, all this becomes reasonable. If you can improve your strength quickly without damaging yourself, you must do so at the expense of others. While the two were fighting fiercely, Xiao Han noticed that Master Han seemed to be making some moves. Except for some foundation-building disciples, there was not even a golden elixir stage monk in the entire formation. On the contrary, Li Xuanhuan was accompanied by two nascent soul monks and followers at the golden core stage, but none of those monks took action, which was enough to explain the problem. I am afraid that Headmaster Han has reached some kind of cooperation with Li Xuanhuan and used Li Xuanhuan's help to get rid of him. Even if he is not eliminated, he will become enemies with the Hahuan sect. As for the reward, Xiao Han is not sure, but it will definitely not be merged into the Hahuan sect. Headmaster Han is not a person willing to submit to others. Xiao Han pretended to be defeated and was chopped down by Li Xuanhuan's sword. As he flew backwards, he quickly shouted, "Headmaster, help me." Headmaster Han was unmoved. At this moment, a figure appeared in the distance. It was Qin Ming, who Xiao Han had notified when he came. "Xiao Han, I'm here to help you." Qin Ming raised his hand and struck out with
a sword, blocking Li Xuanhuan's sword.
Headmaster Han then struck out with a sword.
Xiao Han grinned.
He had been waiting for this opportunity. He thought you would really hold back and not make a move. Then no one in the sect would be able to explain it. If you want to get rid of me with the help of others, let me show you what it means to play with fire and burn yourself. He has been waiting for this opportunity. In fact, with his current strength, it would be easy to kill Han Zhangjiao. But it would be easy to disgust the entire cultivation world. Han Zhangjiao is a decent person on the surface, and he has a good reputation in the surrounding area. If he is really killed for no reason, he will be infamous for betraying his teacher and destroying his ancestors. Even if he is not afraid of these, he can't stand the gossip. Xiao Han took this opportunity to stomp on the ground with both feet, and, after removing the giant ape transformation, he turned around and secretly injected a force of creation into the sword shadow of Han Zhangjiao. Such a soft sword, even if it is just a pretense, at least it should be. Pretended. Xiao Han saw that Han Zhongjiao's sword was about to reach Li Xuanhuan, and Xiao Han immediately condensed 3 spells. Heaven and Earth spell. 3 spells pressed on Li Xuanhuan, and at the same time a small spell appeared in the palm of his hand. It was not until this moment that Li Xuanhuan felt something was wrong, and hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up!" But it was already half a step too late. The sword of Master Han had already hit Li Xuanhuan, and immediately knocked Li Xuanhuan back and crashed into a hill not far away. Xiao Han shouted, "Master, you are still ruthless. I think Li Xuanhuan must be hurt by this sword." Master Han wanted to say that he didn't hit Li Xuanhuan with such great force, which was unscientific. He just watched the sword hit Li Xuanhuan, which was indeed the truth. Can only be said that when Xiao Han fought with Li Xuanhuan just now, he had dragged Li Xuanhuan to a point where his spiritual power was very low. He felt something was wrong, but Qin Ming and the disciples were right below. Moreover, the explanation through voice transmission might not make Li Xuanhuan believe it. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Li Xuanhuan stepped into the void, looking at Han Zhongjiao with cold eyes and said, "Old Ghost Han, I can't believe you would still cheat me like this. We agreed to join forces to get rid of Xiao Han, the biggest hidden danger, and then you brought Luyun sect to join Hahuan sect, and you said so beautifully, matchmaking your only junior sister to me. But look at what you are doing. If I didn't have a trump card, that sword just now would probably have killed me. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so deeply. Today I'll put it here. Your Luyun sect is finished."
Han Sangjia log bitter.
This was not the result he wanted. Soon he focused his attention on Xiao Han, carefully recalled the whole process, and the sudden arrival of Qin Ming. Everything was clear. Xiao Han really underestimated you. He took action so late just to see what information you had. I didn't expect that he was a little impatient. #C 2025 pay the price. Outside the Luyun sect's formation, when Li Xuanhuan blurted out these words, everyone was stunned at first, and then they reacted quickly. There were already countless cultivators repairing the formation, and the headmaster wanted to use so many people to see with his own eyes that it was Li Xuanhuan who killed Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, it became a hindrance to the headmaster Han. Not to mention, whether he could beat Xiao Han, he could never kill all the others. The biggest problem was that he underestimated Xiao Han. He had a strong endurance, and this wrong information gap caused him to fail. Qin Ming looked at the headmaster Han with a surprised face. For a moment he didn't recognize the senior brother in front of him. He firmly believed in his heart that the senior brother would never do such a thing, but the facts were in front of him. Qin Ming stuttered, "Master, is what he said true? Xiao Han is one of us. You don't want to kill him just because he is stronger than you." When saying these words, Qin Ming's tone was a little sad and angry, and the faith he had built in the master from the past collapsed. Master Han said nothing, but just stood quietly in the void. He was now analyzing the pros and cons in his head and how to make a choice. If it really didn't work, he could only directly devote himself to the Hahuan sect and give up the Luyun sect. It was just that it was really difficult for him to give up this hard-earned foundation. The disciples watching the battle below were talking about it. "Hey, it sounds like there is something going on," a disciple said loudly. "What the hell? I think it might be that Master Han and Patriarch Yun set a trap for each other. After all, the Master and Patriarch Yun are master and disciple. But don't you think Patriarch Yun is too strong? Now even a Yun peak is stronger than a Luyun sect. Do you think the Master will allow such a person to exist? Oh, it's hard to say. The Master may want to make a big move. Hey, brain is a good thing, but it's a pity that you don't have it. At such a critical moment, you still provoke a big sect like the Hahuan sect. Is your brain okay? You still want to make a big move. This is obviously killing someone with a borrowed knife." "Sure. Keep your voice down, you want to die. What are you afraid of? These big guys won't bother with us little people. Isn't it enough? Reputation loss. Look at Patriarch Yuyun. How many people have talked about Patriarch Yuyun? In the end, he didn't care about anything. Apart from those troublemakers, what else can the others do? He has done it and he can't let people say anything about it. I think it's best to wait and see. Don't jump to conclusions. Just when everyone was discussing, Xiao Han hurriedly said, Master, your move is really good. Today, Li Xuanhuan of Hahuan sect will definitely be left behind. In the future, we can use this noble young man to gain the greatest benefits. Let's work together and capture him first. Elder Qin, let's work together. Xiao Han didn't restrain his voice at all. With such a big commotion, the cultivators of Luyun sect were also rushing over quickly. Qin Ming's face was confused again. Which side of the two-side statements was correct? After thinking for a moment, Qin Ming made the right judgment in his heart. No matter what Li Xuanhuan said, Xiao Han said so he must be on the side of the master. Perhaps it was the plan made by the two. The successive reversals also made the other cultivators of Luyun sect suspicious, but soon the cultivators of the entire Luyun sect united, and the surrounding sects also suffered a lot from Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect relied on its own strength and had been sucking the blood of other sections. Even if it looked harmonious on the surface, it actually had a huge opinion of Hahuan sect in its heart. Humph! Li Xuanhuan heard this and snorted coldly. It's true.
No wonder.
Others call you Han Laogui. You have to pay the price for what you did today. Let's go. Li Xuanhuan immediately ordered to leave. Now he was seriously injured, and the other two Yuanying stage cultivators could not be the opponents of Xiao Han and Han Laogui. Once they were entangled, the consequences would be disastrous. Seeing that the overall situation was determined, Master Han knew in his heart that it was impossible to use the power of Hahuan sect to deal with Xiao Han. Once he did so, he would be criticized by thousands of people. I really don't know what Xiao Han means. Now he is in a dilemma. He can only say slowly, stop the Hahuan sect monks and don't let them leave alive. When saying these words, Master Han thought again about how to solve this problem, but he must take this step today. Yes, Master. Xiao Han bowed first and said, and after a pause he condensed several spells and said, you want to leave alive after coming to my Luyun sect. Master has already planned this for your Hahuan sect. How can I let this plan fail? The catastrophe is coming, and your Hahuan sect is a big hidden danger in the world of cultivation. Xiao Han didn't intend to let Master Han die so easily. Not only would he feel abandoned by his friends and relatives, but he would also have to pay the price he deserved. After all, she was the mother of Xiao Han in this world, and according to various news, he was very likely Xiao Han in the Tianxian realm. While speaking, Xiao Han's 3 heaven and earth spells had already pressed on the Hahuan sect monks, and the huge flying magic weapons stopped in midair. In addition to Li Xuanhuan and 2 other Yuanying stage cultivators, the Hahuan sect had more than 20 Jindan stage cultivators this time. Not enough. This hatred is not enough. Xiao Han thought to himself, and the fatal needle had quietly condensed. Qin Ming quickly condensed his magic and directly bombarded the flying magic weapon. The huge crash did not make the protective shield on the flying magic weapon disappear. Master Han hesitated for a moment, but finally slashed with a sword. Now he was in a dilemma. Xiao Han must have received some news, such as when the great elder secretly attacked, he provided some convenience. In this way, even if Xiao Han wanted to deal with him, he would never do it in public. Just like this time, he could only use some small tricks. How could he not understand Xiao Han's approach? It was nothing more than like him using the hands of the Hahuan sect to get rid of him. This was mutual. But if Li Xuanhuan was let go, that would be a real disaster. At least Xiao Han would not tear his face with him in public. After all, weighing the pros and Cons was not something he was only good at. Xiao Han seemed to be very reckless, but in fact every time he attacked he planned and acted, and he was well prepared and had enough trump cards. After thinking about this, Master Han's sword shadow, which was not very solid, solidified again. He did not intend to make friends with the Hahuan sect. Originally, he wanted to use the power of Hahuan sect to get rid of Xiao Han. Not to mention that Hahuan sect also accepted Qixing sect, its mortal enemy, as its disciple. Now that Qixing sect has advanced to Hahuan sect earlier, it must have a position in Hahuan sect. Even if he gave up everything in Luyun sect and joined Hahuan sect, his life would never be easy. It would be better to be a casual cultivator. Just as the sword shadow of the headmaster fell on the large flying magic weapon of Hahuan sect, the 3 deadly needles condensed by Xiao Han were quickly heading towards the flying magic weapon. #C2026 Don't even think about leaving alive. Bite, bite, bite. 3 subtle sounds appeared in Xiao Han's ears. No one except Xiao Han could hear this sound because Qin Ming's previous attack had put the entire flying magic weapon in a state of chaos. No one noticed Xiao Han's 3 life-threatening needles. In this quiet moment, Xiao Han used the power of creation to destroy the formation of the flying magic weapon. This is also based on the experience of destroying monk spells in the past. The power of creation has many uses. It is indeed a Hongmeng creation bead. Even in this Tianxian world, it is an extremely powerful existence, especially after absorbing the Hongmeng pearl and the good quality Kongming stone. Its power became stronger. Xiao Han deeply suspected that the previous Hongmeng fortune pearl was not that strong simply because of the restriction of the realm level. The level of Blue Star is too low, and a golden elixir level monk from the Tianxian realm can become the most powerful person in the entire world. At the same time, the sword struck by Headmaster Han had also reached the flying magic weapon defense cover. Boom! With a click, the entire defensive shield exploded, and the remaining power of the sword alone cut a huge gash in the flying magic weapon. Xiao Han was depressed in his heart. It was still not enough. This level was still not enough for the Hahuan sect to take revenge. At least some people had to be killed. However, the headmaster was not decisive in his attack, but 2 more sword strikes were not so complicated. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han raised his foot and took 1 step, using the earth-shrinking technique to the extreme, followed by several more steps. Each step could span hundreds of meters, and the whole person seemed to be traveling through a crack in space. When the last step was taken, Xiao Han appeared at the place where the spaceship escaped. The spiritual power in his body continued to emerge, and the magic of heaven and earth was maintained. Since the defensive shield shattered, the golden core cultivator on the flying magic weapon has been unable to move at all, and even the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators have been unable to move at all. Only Li Xuanhuan's strength was there, and he could barely move. Xiao Han had almost exhausted it when he was fighting with him just now, let alone Li Xuanhuan, a nascent soul Dzogchen cultivator. Even the true monks in the early stage of spiritual transformation can still compete with each other in the hands of Xiao Han. Xiao Han pretended that his spiritual power was exhausted and said, "Headmaster is quick to take action, Elder Qin is quick, I can only barely control them." Qin Ming immediately condensed the 3 spells, and the whole person floated in the void. The light in his body was strong. Against the background of the 3 spells, the whole person was wrapped in blue light. Ice sword formation. Dozens of ice swords shot out from the 3 spells. Among the same type of spells, this number was not many, but each of Qin Ming's ice swords contained huge energy. Since entering Luyun sect, Xiao Han has only known about Qin Ming's mutated ice spiritual root but has not seen its true combat power. It wasn't until this moment that I had some understanding. Sure enough, the strength was extraordinary, but Master Han had wrongly positioned it. How could it be this step if he really trained it with all his strength? But think about it carefully. According to Qin Ming's thinking, it is not easy to use him if he is really cultivated. Rather than doing this, it is better to cultivate others. It is estimated that the head coach tried this thing, but after thoroughly understanding Qin Ming's temper, he decided to give up and just let him have some management skills to help him deal with some things at hand. Whoosh! After the ice swords were condensed, they quickly moved towards the flying magic weapon. Because of Xiao Han's suppression, all the monks were unable to move. The moment the Qin Ming ice sword arrived, Xiao Han controlled his spiritual power to accurately press on half of the golden elixir monks. A scream spread everywhere. Just one ice sword formation caused half of the Jindan monks from the Hahuan sect who came this time to explode and die. The rest of the golden core cultivators were not much better, but at least they did not explode to death in front of them but were just dying. Li Xuanhuan knew that he could only blame Headmaster Han for this. Li Xuanhuan pointed at Headmaster Han and was speechless. He originally wanted to make another contribution before he succeeded as the sect leader, absorbing Luyun's sect to check and balance the 7-star sect. Unexpectedly, the boat capsized in the gutter. If this continues, I'm afraid I'm gonna die here today. After pondering for a moment, Li Xuanhuan turned to look at Xiao Han and said, Xiao Han, I know that Luyun's sect was once unkind and unjust to you and even killed a genius like you. Why do you have to sacrifice your life for Luyun's sect today? I promise you, here today, that as long as you can help me leave today, I will promise you the position of the great elder of Hahuan sect. And there is still enough space left for you. Your strength should not condescend here. It's better to step onto the threshold of that top sect with me and let us see the new world. If you are really stubborn, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't think that the Hahuan sect only has the 10 nascent soul stage monks on the surface. Without sufficient preparation, do you think we will move closer to the top? Martial arts. So what if you kill me today? From now on you will be the enemy of the Hahuan sect. Let alone your generation, everyone who is related to you will pay the heaviest price. Xiao Han listened quietly, unmoved, and soon said, Oh? It seems that you are threatening me. If I leave my words here today, you will never leave Luyun's sect alive. Today, no matter what happened in the past, it was still our internal matter. If there is a fight between brothers, what do I mean? You have to remember that in the face of foreign enemies, our Luyun sect is united and united. We are just the future leader of the Hahuan sect, so what if we kill him? Headmaster, do it quickly. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Master Han finally understood what Xiao Han meant. Perhaps in Xiao Han's heart, Luyun's sect has already been regarded as his home. He left only because the great elder could not tolerate him. Even if he got any news, he would only resent himself in his heart. But in the end, he adopted him and brought him up to be a talent. Even if he was angry, he could tell right from wrong. Did he really think too much? After all, no one knew about that matter, even the great elder. Was this a wrong step? If so, with Xiao Han's alchemy skills, it would take a few decades to surpass Hahuan sect and become a top sect. Now may be the best time to make up for it. Thinking of this, Master Han immediately condensed a sword. This time it was a full-strength sword. Only by killing Li Xuanhuan here today can he prove his sincerity. Lei Li slashed down with a sword, and Xiao Han was delighted. He condensed a force of destiny on the sword chopped by the master again. Puff! This sword made Li Xuanhuan completely lose his life. Master Han was already strong, and with Xiao Han's heaven and earth skills and the power of creation, Li Xuanhuan was just an empty shell. This sword was a sure kill. Xiao Han saw Li Xuanhuan's nascent soul appear, but he did not attack immediately. Instead, he pretended to be exhausted and fainted in the void, falling quickly to the ground. While falling, Xiao Han said weakly, Hurry up and kill all the remaining monks of the Hahuan sect. I am going to be exhausted. You must not let go of the Han sect. At the moment Xiao Han fell, Master Han wanted to chop Xiao Han to death with a sword and completely solve this hidden danger, but he finally held back. Now is not the time. The Han sect has just established a great enemy, and it is not the time to kill Xiao Han. He knew the pros and cons very well, so he could only give up and chop at the other Han sect monks instead. All the Jindan stage cultivators died at once. The Han sect lost 20 Jindan stage cultivators this time. Such a huge loss is already a mortal enemy. Moreover, Master Han also cut off Li Xuanhuan's physical body with a sword, which is even more of a mortal enemy. Finally, it was enough. In order to make himself look more like a master, Xiao Han didn't care about his fall at all. Tanner, you have to hurry up. Don't let Master Han find out. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in Xiao Han's sight. It was Li Xuan. Xiao Han was full of doubts. Why not Xiao Tanner? But now is not the time to think too much. Li Xuan held Xiao Han in her arms, accurately nodded to the other cultivators, and went directly to Yuyun Peak. Without saying anything, Li Xuan took Xiao Han away quickly, but it was not easy to deal with over there. Li Xuanhuan's nascent soul fled very quickly. I don't know why it didn't look like a nascent soul at all. Without Xiao Han's suppression, the other two Yuanying stage cultivators were as strong as Qin Ming, and they were transmitting messages quickly. Even if they were killed, the Han sect would already know about it. Sect Master Han looked very unhappy. After working together with Qin Ming to kill the two Yuanying stage cultivators, he immediately said, "From today on, be on high alert around the clock. Complete the formation quickly, and don't slack off. Qin Ming, you have seen the situation today. Now that we are at odds with the Han sect, it depends on you to deal with other sections." How could Qin Ming not understand Sect Master Han's meaning? The reason why the Han sect did not kill the Luyun sect and other sects was because of the interactions between these upper-class sects. They seemed to have no connection on weekdays, but once they encountered such a thing, they would definitely unite immediately. Qin Ming nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Master. I will do this quickly. Also, I misunderstood you today. This is really wrong." Master Han waved his hand indifferently and said, "For Luyun's sect, these are nothing. Look at Xiao Han, who endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens. Please support him more in the future. I will go back to retreat first. At this time, every extra strength you have will give you more confidence to deal with foreign enemies. Everything is up to you." After that, the master turned and left. #C 2027 The Battle Between Sects 1. On a small boat, Li Xuan drove the spaceship quickly towards Yuyun Peak, and Xiao Han was lying in the boat. In order not to let people doubt the authenticity of his spiritual power. Exhaustion. Xiao Han did not get up, but just lay quietly inside, communicating with Li Xuan through voice transmission. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, sniffed the fragrance from the tip of his nose, and said through voice transmission, "Why are you here? Where is Tanner?" After asking this question, Xiao Han did not get an answer, and soon Xiao Han sent a voice transmission again. "I'm asking you a question. Why didn't Tanner come?" At this time, Li Xuan's voice transmission came faintly. Tanner, I know you're Tanner. If Tanner didn't ask me, I wouldn't want to come. Just now you took advantage of this princess, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Speaking of this, Xiao Han was a little depressed and said, "Hey, if you say I took advantage, I would say you took advantage. How can such a thing be avoided? Besides, you are not that old. You framed me like this. Tell me why Tanner didn't come." "Humph." Li Xuan snorted coldly and continued. "Sister said that she had a very unhappy quarrel with the Han sect and didn't want to see those disgusting people. She also told me that these Han sect monks like to find cauldrons and furnaces the most. It's just that grandma doesn't have time to take care of these things. If she really wants to take care of them, she will definitely Uproot these sections. At the end, Li Yixuan gradually became irritable. After Xiao Han chatted for a few more words, he ignored Li Yixuan. It seems that Xiao Tanner had a very bad quarrel with the Hahuan sect, but she didn't do anything because of the strength of the Hahuan sect. Now the Qixing sect has been merged into the Hahuan sect. So from this point of view, the Hahuan sect must be eliminated. This kind of sect that is both good and evil, even if it is uprooted, no one will say anything. If there were only a dozen Yuanian cultivators, they would not be afraid at all. Now that the Han master has been pulled on board, there are 6 Yuanian cultivators here alone, plus Zhuke who is about to break through. With his absolute strength and relying on the formation, even if there are 20 Yuanian cultivators, what can he do? Inside the Hahuan sect. Unlike the Luyun sect, the Hahuan sect was not established between mountains, but in a huge valley. The valley is surrounded by mountains, and the height of the mountains can even be compared with some higher peaks. In addition to its geographical advantages, it is difficult for cultivators from this sect to find this place. If it were a mortal, it would be even more impossible to reach this place. According to legend, the founder of the Hahuan sect was a romantic man, who accidentally discovered this valley with abundant spiritual veins with a group of female cultivators. The spiritual medicine resources in it are very rich and the spiritual veins are also very good, so the Hahuan sect was established. The buildings here are very different from those of other sections. It is a very glorious thing to do cultivation here. What is the best place to go is to go up the pine tree and down the well. The female cultivators here are even more proud of this, and so are the male cultivators. At this peaceful moment, a nascent soul that had fled far away suddenly appeared at the entrance, and the person guarding the entrance soon discovered this nascent soul. After seeing the appearance of the nascent soul, he immediately exclaimed, "Young sect master, what happened? Why did it appear in this way?" Li Xuanhuan immediately opened his mouth and said, "Don't talk so much. Nonsense. Take me to see the sect master. It's urgent. He now only wants to take revenge." A small sect like Luyun sect dared to use such a shady trick. And the most important thing is that he believed it and suffered a great loss. He couldn't swallow this breath. Soon, the gatekeeper took Li Xuanhuan's nascent soul into the valley and stopped outside a huge hall. At this time, a cultivator with a vicissitudes of life walked out of the hall. Judging from his cultivation, he was at the nascent soul stage. However, perhaps due to his qualifications or elixirs, he was stuck at the nascent soul stage and couldn't make any progress. "Xuanhuan, I was about to save you, but you've already come back. I know some of the details. You don't need to say so much. Let your nascent soul stabilize first. When the time comes, I will definitely select a good body for you to possess." That damn Luyun sect, with only 4 nascent soul cultivators, dared to challenge the majesty of my Hahuan sect. Hahuan sect leader Li Shouchuan was furious. This was his most beloved grandson and the grandson with the most potential. Today he went out and even lost his physical body. Fortunately, he had some means, otherwise this nascent soul would probably be destroyed. Li Xuanhuan said immediately, "Grandpa, these sects are practicing all day long, so we can't give them time to prepare. Hey, I just noticed that the formation of Luyun sect is being repaired. Guess there must be a big problem. Even if it is repaired, it is not so indestructible. It just so happens that this is the time to establish the majesty of Hahuan sect and lay the foundation for our promotion to the top sect. It's okay for me, I will recover slowly. What about the elders who are in seclusion? Can they take action now to destroy Luyun sect in one fell swoop?" Li Xuanhuan spoke anxiously, as if he was going to take action immediately. Just as Li Xuanhuan said, now is the most appropriate time to take action, rather than waiting for the other party to prepare before taking action. Li Shouchuan thought thoughtfully, and soon said, "Huaner, what you said makes sense. I will make arrangements now and give Luyun's sect the most fatal blow as quickly as possible. In fact, when you sent the message back I was prepared, but I didn't expect to be so fast. I am really old and I am not as determined and decisive as you. Go and recuperate. I will organize people to take down the Luyun sect. At the same time, in a hall of Chanhua Valley, a Yuanying stage cultivator was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, and from time to time some cultivators came to report the situation. Grandmaster, according to the latest news, Xiao Han appeared in the Luyun sect. Speaking of this, Li Zitsuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the cushion, suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Tell me in detail." After waiting for so long, he finally got the news of Xiao Han. Ever since Xiao Han appeared in the Lotus sect and had a conflict with the demon, there was even news that Xiao Han had been killed. He had been asking about Xiao Han's news, but Xiao Han seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and he didn't expect to return to the Luyun sect. As the grievances between Chanhua Valley and Xiao Han intensified, things that had to be done secretly could now be done openly. In addition, some clues have appeared recently, and the death of his deceased Junior Li Haoyan seems to have something to do with Xiao Han. Let alone whether to seek revenge or not, just the current grudges cannot be settled peacefully with Xiao Han. The person who reported paused and said in a deep voice, "It is said that he returned to Luyun's sect a year ago, but he quickly hid himself. We have not explored that place and the distance is too far, so the intelligence system has not been deployed there. This is why the information is delayed." Speaking of this, Li Zitsuan waved his hand and said, "Hehe, just tell me the details. There is no need to say these nonsense." #C 2028 The battle between sects. 2. Li Zitsuan is now eager to know what happened, so how could he be interested in these irrelevant information? If the distance was not too far and needed some planning, he would have wanted to take the people of Chanhua Valley to kill Xiao Han. The other sects were also confused. He was just a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if he was a little stronger, how strong could he be? 2 top sects plus 2 relatively strong upper sects, couldn't they deal with Xiao Han? Moreover, how could the city lord not know this news? He didn't say anything, but these people were scared first. What a bunch of rats. The many involvements are no longer so simple to explain. In short, as long as Xiao Han is killed, all these problems will be solved. The person who reported continued, "A year ago, Xiao Han returned to Luyun sect, and the first thing he did was to kill the Luyun sect's elder, and then smashed the formation. Originally, the headmaster's attitude was to resolutely oppose Xiao Han, but when the formation was broken, the headmaster's attitude changed drastically. Not only did he not pursue Xiao Han's breaking of the formation, he also let Xiao Han become the elder, and at the same time gave him enough face and status. Then there is the news we have now. Not long ago, the next leader of the Hahuan sect, the person who reported, told Li Zitsuan in detail about Xiao Han's return to Luyun sect, until he mentioned that Xiao Han's spiritual power was exhausted. After listening to these reports, Li Zitsuan quickly analyzed in his heart. It seems that all the things on the elder have gone to Xiao Han, and the deal between the elder and him is over. There must be a big problem between Master Han and Xiao Han. There are really many doubts before and after, especially the fact that the combat power is not equal at all. In the past, there were so many Yuanying cultivators and Jindan cultivators besieging him. That was a few years ago when Xiao Han was still in the early stage of Yuanying. But now, a Yuanying great perfection and 2 Yuanying early stages can make Xiao Han's spiritual power exhausted. This is obviously a problem. Maybe there will be internal strife without doing it myself. At the same time, the strength of the Hahuan sect is not bad. It is acceptable to be able to solve Xiao Han without doing it myself, but it's a pity for those things. Li Zitsuan analyzed quickly. Sometimes he was outside the game, but he could see things clearly. After thinking for a while, Li Zixuan whispered. Keep paying attention, and report any news at any time. Yes, master. A few days later, Xiao Han circulated his spiritual power for a week and absorbed it into his dantian. He was also thinking about what happened a few days ago. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. What happened a few days ago, Hahuan sect should not have swallowed this breath. However, at present it is too quiet, and the more this situation is, the more wrong it is. Could it be that Hahuan sect will take action soon? Thinking of this, Xiao Han suddenly perked up and directly opened his ears. Luyun sect was not close to Hahuan sect, but Xiao Han could still receive some movements and information. Even if this information was very weak, Xiao Han soon got feedback. Sure enough, Hahuan sect did not swallow this breath easily. This movement alone was not small. This kind of movement was aimed at directly exterminating Luyun sect. These situations cannot be told to Han Zhangjiao and others, so I can only prepare myself first. Since the Hahuan sect has taken action so quickly, why not just go all out and take advantage of this opportunity to resolve all the grievances of the Luyun sect? It is also good to avoid further delay. After all, when the disaster comes, the place with the most hope of making it through must be near the Wanzhong city. The most powerful people in the entire Tianxian realm, whether human or demon, all gathered around the Wanqing Sea. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han directly called Xiao Qian and his sister, as well as Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan, to the cave. Li Yixuan said, a little unhappy, "Hey, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Don't you want us to rest? Why are you going to toss again after just tossing?" Toss? Xiao Han looked at Li Yixuan with some doubts and said, "What toss? You, listen to me carefully." Xiao Han glared at Li Yixuan unhappily, and then directly arranged the barrier and soundproof cover. Even if there is absolutely no eavesdropper in Yuyun Peak, this method has become a subconscious behavior. Seeing Xiao Han doing this, Qiao Tanner knew that this matter was not that simple. Xiao Yun said slowly, "Grandpa, could it be that the Hahuan sect is calling?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up and said, "Tell me, why do you guess so? Except for the Hahuan sect calling now, I really can't think of anything else. That would be more urgent." Xiao Yun blurted out without any thought. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction, looked at Li Yixuan and said, "Look, Junior can think of something, and look at you, you don't even have the basic ability to speculate. I think you still need more training." Li Yixuan was angry, pouting her cheeks, and said, "What about my sister? Didn't my sister think of it either? Why do you only say me?" Xiao Han was speechless for a moment, but soon said, "Although Tanner didn't expect it, Tanner won't make a fuss like you." "You?" Li Yixuan was really angry and felt very uncomfortable, but it was hard to refute anything. Xiao Han's face quickly turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You should go back and prepare now, and be on guard against the Hahuan sect's sudden attack on the Luyun sect at any time. From now on, one of you must be awake at all times so that you can notify everyone at any time if an accident occurs. Once a battle between sects occurs, you must remember to save your own life first. We can deal with it flexibly. This is not the first time that everyone has encountered such a scene. I don't think we need to take it too seriously." "Okay, you go back first." The four people thought about what Xiao Han said and left quickly, while keeping their hearing and consciousness out. The people of Hahuan sect were moving very fast, and there were also the calls of various birds and beasts. This time, most of the forces of Hahuan sect must have been dispatched. On the third day, the entire Hahuan sect had arrived to the east of Luyun sect, and the location of Hahuan sect was just to the east of Luyun sect. Compared to the south, the east of Luyun mountain range is basically plains, except that Luyun sect is built in Luyun mountain range and can take advantage of its geographical advantages. It can't take any advantage at all. Even Luyun sect does not have much advantage. Can be said that once the two sides go to war, it is basically a fair duel. However, at that time, dozens of kilometers away, more than a dozen warships of the Xiao sect were speeding in the void, and there were also third-level monsters on the ground, all of which were domesticated by the Xiao sect. In addition, there were a large number of flying beasts, and their momentum was so great that all the monsters gave way wherever they passed. It was under this kind of movement that the Luyun sect finally discovered the movement. #C 2029, the battle between sects. 3. Ding ding ding. The bells kept ringing, as if there was no end. The monks of Luyun sect quickly gathered together, some running around to inquire about the situation, some nervous and excited, and some gathered together to discuss how to deal with it. Those who knew the news were frantically forwarding the news and informing the monks they knew. Those monks who knew some inside information quickly headed to the east of Luyun mountain range. For a while, the whole Luyun sect began to boil. Hurry to the east, the people of Xiao sect are attacking. This time, Luyun sect is experiencing the biggest disaster since its establishment. Hey, I didn't expect that a waste like me would see such a thing in my lifetime. It's worth dying for. You may have a problem with your brain. The headmaster and patriarch Yuyun are here. What are you afraid of? Expecting two people to fight against the entire Xiao sect. Don't joke. Didn't Elder Qin go to ask for external help? And he will arrive soon. As long as we use the formation to hold on for a while, it shouldn't be a problem to solve this problem. But the sects nearby that can arrive the fastest are only a handful, even if these sects can help Luyun sect. To what extent can they help? What are you talking about? Let's go and see first. If Luyun sect really loses, how good can we be? Just wait for them to be incorporated. Anyway, I think Xiao sect is pretty good. When it really comes to that, you won't think so. I guess your Taoist partner will be captured and used as a furnace. Fuck. He dares to do such a thing. I will kill a few of his people even if I die. Just as the cultivators were discussing, a shadow appeared in the void. This shadow was Master Han. Master Han had a sad face at this time. He didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. This is completely different from what he expected. Seeing that the Xiao sect was fighting with all its strength, Master Han's heart was bleeding. This time, Luyun sect didn't know how much it would lose. All these foundations were accumulated bit by bit. I just hope I can survive this time. It's all my fault for thinking too much. I just hope that Xiao Han can help the entire Luyun sect. Look at his disciples in Yuyun Peak. The entire Yuyun Peak is full of Jindan stage cultivators, and I don't know where they got a Yuanying stage cultivator from. The most important thing is Qiao Tanner. She was so seriously injured before, but now she can recover and even enter the Yuanying stage. These are enough to show Xiao Han's own ability. That top-grade elixir is not comparable to ordinary elixir. Thinking of this, Master Han felt better and soon said, "Everyone in Luyun sect, I believe you also know what Luyun sect is going through now. It's time to work together to overcome this crisis. I promise you that once everyone works together to overcome this crisis, the treasure house of Luyun sect will be open to you. At the same time, there will be a series of reward systems. Now is the time when the sect needs you. All cultivators except necessary personnel should rush to the east of Luyun mountain range. Be prepared for battle at any time." Master Han's voice spread throughout the Luyun sect and quickly spread outward. Some cultivators who specialize in this kind of thing quickly conveyed what Master Han said. In less than a quarter of an hour, the originally noisy Luyun sect quickly became quiet, and the news had been spread, and Master Han's words were also conveyed. At Yuyun Peak, Xiao Han meditated and adjusted his breath. He did not go to the place where the Xiao sect attacked at the first time, but asked Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan to take the Yuyun Peak disciples to the battlefield. The reason is that the last time the spiritual power was exhausted, it caused some damage to itself, and it would take some time to recover, and it would go to support as quickly as possible. It was not until noon that the Xiao sect really arrived. More than a dozen flying magic tools were suspended in the void, and the entire deck was full of monks. There were at least 2 Yuanying stage monks and nearly 30 Jindan monks on each flying magic tool, and the foundation building stage monks were densely standing on the deck. Below were tamed monsters and some spirit beasts, and there were some birds in the air with a mighty momentum. There were no less than 20 Yuanying stage monks alone. The emergence of the abyss not only made Luyun's sect develop rapidly, but also other sects. Many monks who had been stuck in the Jindan stage of great perfection also broke through in a very short time. As for the Jindan stage monks, there were as many as 300 or 400, and the foundation building stage monks were too numerous to count. On the other side were the members of the Luyun sect, who were much inferior to the Xiao sect. #C2030 The battle between sects. 4. Qianzhen's face was livid. He couldn't refute what Han Laogue said. Everyone knew the specific situation of joining the Xiao sect. It was a fact that he could be called a dog. Thinking of this, Qianzhen said coldly, "I will let you experience what despair is and what it means to be worse than a dog. You are now like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. What's the difference between being a dog and being a human? Only when you are alive can you have the right to speak. Let me try what level you are at now," Qianzhen said and struck with a sword. This method is the simplest way to verify strength. The sword energy went towards the formation, and Master Han did not go out to fight. When the sword fell, the whole formation trembled slightly. Master Han's face was a little ugly. Although the formation had been repaired, it was not perfect. After Xiao Han smashed the formation, the entire formation was completely broken. Even if it was repaired, its power would drop significantly. If the Xiao sect came 2 months later, it could have repaired part of it, at least. It wouldn't be as bad as it is now. After the sword, Qianzhen's eyes narrowed slightly. They were all in the sect. How could he not know the state of the formation? Hey, you really only know how to hide in your shell. You are still the cowardly old ghost Han. Qianzhen raised his sword again and slashed it down with a sword, saying, "But in my opinion, your formation is not complete yet. I heard that it was smashed by Xiao Han before. I think the defense of the newly repaired formation is not much left. Let you see the formation shattered." Again. As the voice fell, the sword shadow slashed again, and the formation shook violently several times again. Even a broken formation can withstand certain attacks. This is why the sect must arrange a formation. Master Han looked at Qianzhen with a gloomy face and said, "You really don't know how to live or die." After saying that, he looked back and said, "Control the formation at all costs. These cultivators have done this more than once or twice." After hearing what Master Han said, he immediately stuffed a large number of top-grade spirit stones into the formation points. Master Han immediately summoned a flying sword and stabbed Qianzhen. This sword was made with the help of part of the power of the formation. If the formation is used at full power, it can't last much. Instead of doing this, it is better to borrow a little bit so that the best of both worlds. Qianzhen was forced to take the sword, and his body flew back dozens of meters, frowning. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. Under normal circumstances, at least his strength will be stronger than Master Han. Soon Qianzhen discovered some clues and smiled. So it's with the help of the formation. Old Han, you are really in trouble now. The two exchanged several moves while talking. They were all the simplest. Sword to sword. The sword energy scattered. Master Han tried his best to block the sword energy outside and prevent it from cutting the formation. Now we don't know what the situation is. Once the formation is broken, the consequences will be disastrous. On the other side, the monks of the Xiao sect joined forces to form a defensive formation. The fight between the two did not affect anyone. The gorgeous sword energy did not seem to cause much damage, but in fact each sword contained a strong killing intent. If you don't pay attention, you will. Why hasn't Xiao Han come yet? Every time a sword was slashed, Master Han would ask himself this question in his heart. In fact, Master Han was a little vague about the coming of the Huan sect that day. After all, he did not discuss it with Xiao Han in advance, but Xiao Han excused it with that kind of words. Is he really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, or is he unwilling to believe those words? After all, he is the one who saved him and also devoted himself to training him. Just when the two were fighting, Li Shouchuan on the warship in the front looked at all this and said loudly, "Qianzhen, don't waste time, fight quickly and decisively." Then he turned his head and looked at the two people beside him and said, "When there is a chance, kill Qianzhen together. Remember not to make any suspicious points. It's best to see both of them injured before they fight." The two responded calmly, "Yes, sect master." At this time, a cultivator sitting next to Li Shouchuan curiously said, "Father, Qianzhen is the head of the Seven Stars sect after all, and he also has the strength of the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. It's not that serious, you can just use him as a thug. With us measuring him, Qianzhen can't make any big waves." Speaking of this, Li Shouchuan immediately glared at him and said, "Humph, you are too soft-hearted. That's why I didn't give you the position of the leader. Compared to Huaner, you are far behind. I really don't know if Huaner is your biological child. You are not even half as cruel as Huaner. Look at how Huaner handled it, and then look at you. Qianzhen is a cruel and scheming person. Leaving him is likely to become a disaster. You only need to use means secretly to solve this uncertainty factor, and you can also use it to gather the hearts of the people in the Seven Stars sect. Learn it well." The cultivator closed his mouth after hearing this. He really couldn't do such a thing. He had to kill Qianzhen without any reason. Not to mention that he had merits, it was better not to kill him just for such strength. Why kill him when you can use him? It's a different concept after all. The original disciples of the Seven Stars sect were talking loudly, and the Luyun sect was also cursing each other, but in comparison, the Luyun sect had no confidence. In this case, it was good that the cultivators of the Luyun sect could still maintain the current state. Hey, Luyun sect is really a bunch of losers. They just hide behind and don't even have the courage to go out to fight the enemy. Oh, garbage is garbage, and it will always be garbage. Isn't the so-called ancestor Yun very strong? Why don't you even dare to show your face now? Haha. I think he was scared out of his wits, facing a sect as strong as our Huan sect. I'm afraid he ran away early. There are only so many people now. It's obvious that this side is dragging them, and the other side has already sneaked away. Hey, that's true. Headmaster Han is just dragging his feet. The well-known Elder Qin is not here, and neither is Xiao Han. It is obvious that he intends to lose some people and save others. The Luyun sect on the other side felt cold after hearing this. Even if they didn't believe it in their hearts, the fact was that Patriarch Yun was indeed not here. Elder Qin went to invite foreign aid, but no one knew whether he was inviting foreign aid or not. Not sure. Since this trend began to appear, all the Luyun sect monks were speechless, and some even began to have the intention to retreat. At this moment, a monk in the crowd loudly said, "No matter what the Luyun sect is, it is still the Luyun sect, and you Seven-Star sect are just other people's dogs now. You actually have the nerve to say that you are from the Huan sect. Really shameless." It was not until this voice sounded that the people of Luyun sect were not so decadent. That's right, even if we die in battle today, it will be for the survival of Luyun sect, and you have already forgotten who you are. I really thought that if I joined the Huan sect, I would be a member of the Huan sect, but I'm just a dog. But the Seven-Star sect member said disdainfully, "Other than this, you can't seem to say anything else." Do you know what it means for a good bird to choose a tree to roost in? #C 2031, the battle between sects. 5. Amidst this discussion, the Xiao sect became more and more arrogant, accompanied by the weaker and weaker attacks of the headmaster Han. Even Qian Jin was the same, but everyone knew that even if Qian Jin died here, it would not have any impact on the battle situation. On the contrary, if the headmaster Han died here today, the Luyun sect would be destroyed. Some beliefs gradually collapsed in the hearts of the Luyun sect cultivators. It was not that the people of the Luyun sect were afraid of death, but a kind of fear, a fear that could not see the end. After being in this depressing environment for a long time, it is inevitable that various emotions will begin to breed. Some cultivators even began to take the initiative to rush out of the formation and rush towards the 7-star gate fearlessly and were eventually killed. But compared with these, more cultivators began to retreat secretly. If it were not for the disciples of the headmaster Han who were holding the formation in the back, the whole team would probably have been in chaos. The more the headmaster Han thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong and soon figured out the key here. Xiao Han was not thinking that way. It was clear that he had already known the answer and was just hiding himself. He couldn't kill himself in front of all the cultivators of Luyun sect, so he could only rely on others. When he thought about this, he saw a spaceship approaching quickly in the distance, and Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan came in the air. Xiao Tanner hurriedly said loudly, "Master, Xiao Han is about to come out of retreat, and said that we should hold on for a while. I'll help you." Xiao Tanner just finished speaking and Li Yixuan followed. "And me?" Master Han fell into a sluggish state again. Were those thoughts just now wrong again? Was he overthinking again? As the green wooden boat approached, Xiao Qian's brother and sister and all the Jindan stage cultivators of Yuyun Peak arrived. Master Han believed that his previous thought was wrong and he was overthinking again. Xiao Tanner and the younger generation he cared about the most were released, so how could he really ignore Luyun sect? In fact, he had just thought of evacuating by himself and abandoning the entire Luyun sect. After all, he had been prepared and strictly controlled all resources. In addition to the resources in Xiao Han's hands, he had almost half of the resources of the entire Luyun sect. Even if he abandoned this place, at most he would only suffer a serious loss, and he could regroup and start all over again. It was only when the flying magic weapon appeared that he cancelled this decision in his heart. He almost caused huge losses because of his overthinking. Master Han stabilized his mentality. As long as he said that Xiao Han was coming soon, he could support it. When Qin Ming arrived, these problems would naturally be solved. Thinking of this, Master Han's momentum was greatly boosted, and the originally decadent offensive became fierce again. It was also at this time that he received a message from Qin Ming that he had found external aid and was now rushing to Luyun sect. After receiving this news, Master Han's eyes became more confident, and it was very likely that he would completely defeat the Xiao sect in today's battle. In this way, Luyun sect as the leader of the team will get the greatest benefit, and the resources swallowed by Xiao sect must be spit out quickly. Top sect? Maybe we can really touch it. Li Shouchuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Take action. No need to wait. Even if it is an absolute suppression of strength, there can be no negligence. There is a reason why he can lead Xiao sect to develop to this day. Delaying for one more minute will cause more changes, especially for Xiao Han." According to the information revealed by Huaner, his strength completely suppresses him. This kind of person can fight 4 or 5 Yuanian cultivators at once, and such an accident must not be allowed to happen. The two people beside him just bowed their hands, and then stepped into the void and walked towards Master Han. The aura on his body has always been restrained, without any outward release. When Master Han saw the two cultivators, his pupils shrank suddenly. Are they going to kill him quickly? Retreat! Master Han shouted hurriedly, and his direction was towards Qiao
Han är.
The two had already rushed out of the formation, ready to support Master Han. At any time, the other two nascent soul cultivators of the other side were also planning to attack, but all this stopped when Master Han shouted. Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan looked at each other and immediately retreated back to the formation. Xiao Han's intention was to save his own life first. Master Han's words just met their needs. Just as Master Han retreated, Qianzhen immediately entangled Master Han and chopped him with several swords in the blink of an eye. This time it was related to his future status in the Huan sect, so he must go all out. You are just like this. How could I last so long in the hands of someone like you in the past? Now I think it's really because I am too indecisive. He chopped several more swords. At this time, the gorgeous magic will lose the best opportunity, especially when the opponent has no intention of fighting with him. In this case, condensing some magic will easily give the opponent a chance to escape. Look at your skills. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? People like you have no brains. Master Han said this, but his body stopped where he was. If he really ignored so many attacks, he would be half dead even if he returned to the formation. Just when Master Han turned around, the two figures had already arrived not far from Master Han. How could it be so fast? Master Han even wanted to withstand Qianzhen's sword shadow and forcibly retreat back to the formation. But it was too late. The two figures flashed and slashed at Master Han with two swords. He was very angry. In his current physical condition, he could not withstand a blow from someone in his prime. It seemed that he could only use his last trump card. Master Han slapped his storage ring, and a golden shield appeared in front of him. He activated the golden shield with some pain. This shield was a 4th level, top-level spiritual weapon. He spent a huge price to get it. Not to mention, the nascent soul cultivators, even the spiritualization cultivators, could block the fatal blow. The only disadvantage of this shield is that it can only be used once. Zhen, I will settle this account with you sooner or later. When the shield appeared, Master Han activated it, and the golden shield immediately shone with golden light. He knew that this was not enough, and then he activated the entire formation. If he died, what was the use of this formation, and what was the use of the
Yuyun sect?
At the same time, the sword shadows of the two nascent soul cultivators appeared on the left and right, and Qianzhen's attack also arrived smoothly. When Qianzhen's several sword shadows hit the shield, the golden shield blocked them all, and did not let a single sword shadow pass through the shield. This is an absolute defense, but it is used in this place. However, Master Han did not stop because of this, but used the formation to forcibly resist the attack of the two nascent soul cultivators. The two monks slashed at Master Han with sword after sword, but because of the formation, Master Han managed to withstand it. At this moment, Xiao Han, who was hiding and watching the battle, quietly sent several forces of destiny into the formation, muttering, "Letting you die so easily is also a last bit of mercy for you." As soon as the voice fell, the formation cracked, and the first crack appeared behind the master, and then the whole formation began to crack, and with a bang, the formation shattered again. #C2032, the battle between sects. 6. Headmaster Han looked in disbelief. How could these two nascent soul cultivators be so strong? He had already used all his methods. Even the cultivators in the transformation stage could not destroy all these methods in a short time. When monsters attacked the mountain before, the demons appeared immediately after. He specially strengthened this aspect. Even if the defense was lacking, it was still good to use the large formation to fight. He is also a Dzogchen monk in the nascent soul stage, and he has overdrawn his life fighting. How could this be possible? At this moment, Headmaster Han once again doubted Xiao Han. Why did the formation break so easily? At the moment it shattered, the entire Luyun sect began to panic. Li Shouchuan immediately shouted, "General attack!" With the appearance of these two words, countless monks disembarked from more than a dozen spaceships, roughly divided into 3 echelons. The first echelon of nascent soul monks were just there to hold the battle, while the main force of the attack were hundreds of golden core monks. All of a sudden, the entire spell was flying, razing everything in front of the Luyun sect's formation to the ground. It was as if the mountain range had never appeared, and even the crushed dust had disappeared. Strong winds blew, taking away dozens of lives from Luyun sect with each blow. Retreat, retreat, the big formation is over, the big formation is over. You must die today. I surrender. As long as you don't kill me, I surrender. In this situation, even if Ancestor Yuyun and Elder Qin arrive, they won't be able to turn the tide. So I choose to surrender. For a time, all the monks of Luyun sect gave up their resistance, and only those who remained stubbornly resisted were quickly killed. Especially with hundreds of Jindan stage monks attacking at the same time, and with more than 20 nascent soul stage monks pressing the formation. How could Luyun sect form an effective means of attack? Chirp, roar. Birds, monsters and beasts screamed at the same time, with shock in their voices. Those monks in the Qi training period immediately bled to death from their 7 orifices. In just such a moment, thousands of monks from Luyun sect died. There were ruins everywhere, pieces of flesh flying everywhere, and the entire Luyun sect's belief completely collapsed. Everyone ran back desperately, and they didn't know how many people were killed by just trampling on them. Yang Xian in the crowd looked at all this with some trepidation, but she could not do anything now in the foundation building stage. After thinking for a moment, she loudly said, "As long as I am allowed to live, I am willing to be a cauldron. I am willing to be a cauldron. I am the best mutated spiritual root. The best mutated spiritual root." After Yang Xian said these words, there was no attack and flew towards her again. Many female cultivators also shouted after seeing this scene. Maybe the Hahuan sect had thought this way, but all the female cultivators who spoke out survived, and some even had protective shields on their bodies, slowly floating up towards the direction of the Hahuan sect. The disciple of Headmaster Han looked at it with gloomy eyes. This Luyun sect was actually equivalent to him. When the headmaster stepped back, he was the headmaster. How could he watch all this happen? After pondering for a moment, he said loudly, "Kill those who retreat, kill those who surrender, and those who rebel against the sect." 3 consecutive words of kill filled the void, and all the monks looked towards the void. I saw him killing several monks in the door with just a raise of his hand. The same time, he quickly rushed towards the hundreds of golden elixir stage monks. He raised his sword and fell, and several golden elixir stage monks were directly killed by him. The nascent soul stage cultivator who was holding the formation at the rear just casually struck out with his sword, and the disciple fell.
Luyun sectes.
Silence only lasted for a quarter of an hour. Just when the 2 nascent soul cultivators were about to strike Headmaster Han again, Xiao Han knew that it was time to take action. After stepping forward a few times, his figure appeared in everyone's sight, and then he condensed several spells. 9 nether holy flames. As soon as the 3 fiery red 6-pointed star arrays appeared, countless white holy flames emerged from them, turning directly into a wall of fire in the center of the battlefield, and the dead monks became burning fuel. Xiao Han said with a cold expression, "Those who cross the wall of fire will die." But all this did not stop the people from Luyun sect from leaving, and the monks from Hahuan sect were suddenly shocked. Especially for monks with fire spiritual roots, the moment they came into contact with the flames, their bodies unconsciously knelt on the ground. When the monks next to them saw this scene, they couldn't stop feeling fear in their bodies. For a moment, all the foundation building and a few golden core stage monks fell to their knees. This scene was so weird that even the nascent soul stage monks who held the line did not dare to take action. The originally noisy situation became much quieter at this moment. Headmaster Han looked in the direction of Xiao Han with an exhausted expression, thinking in his heart, "Finally, it's here." It seems that everything stems from his own carelessness. But this moment could not stop the swords of the two monks from falling. The moment of death, Headmaster Han felt extremely regretful. All of this was his own fault. Due to the overdraft of spiritual power, nascent soul is extremely weak. Xiao Han looked at Headmaster Han's office, condensed 3 spells directly, and instantly smashed down the heaven and earth spell. "Hey, stop what you are doing. I can consider letting you die quickly." As if his dignity was being challenged, the monk immediately said, "Oh, I really thought that one person could turn the tide, so I decided to give it a try." As soon as he finished speaking, the monk crushed the nascent soul of Master Han into pieces. "I can only let you die like this. Some things can only be like this, and there is no perfect answer." At the moment when Headmaster Han's nascent soul shattered, Xiao Han's 2 life-killing needles that had been prepared directly killed the 2 monks. At the same time, they destroyed the nascent soul. They had been fighting with Master Han all the time, and with the help of the formation they still had a certain combat power even if they were at a disadvantage. These 2 were also in a state of exhaustion. If it wasn't for Xiao Han, they could have escaped unscathed, but they were now facing Xiao Han. The moment the fatal needle pierced the 2 cultivators, the power of good fortune had already invaded their entire bodies. The fire was still burning. It was obvious that the Xiao sect had absolute power to suppress them, but at this moment it stopped because of Xiao Han. All this was too weird. First, countless cultivators knelt on the ground, and then they killed 2 nascent soul great perfection cultivators in seconds. How could it not be frightening? Interesting, Li Shouchuan muttered, and then shouted loudly, "Stop!" These 2 words quickly passed through the entire battlefield, and every cultivator heard these 2 words. The cultivator who was still a little fearless immediately retreated dozens of meters away from the wall of fire. Most of the cultivators of Luyun sect who were originally fleeing also stopped, and some of them looked at all this in a daze. Ancestor Yuyun blocked the entire Xiao sect by himself. All the cultivators had this information in their minds. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have been paused, and everyone's eyes were cast on the figure standing in the void. The person who made thousands of cultivators kneel down and surrender as soon as he appeared, Ancestor Yuyun of Yuyun Peak. #C2033 The Death of Master Han. The fire was still burning, stuck between the Xiao sect and the Luyun sect, dividing the entire battlefield into 2 pieces. After what happened before, except for those powerful nascent souls who have not taken action, the monks in the foundation building stage and the golden elixir stage dare not move. The monks in the foundation building stage cannot rush through it all, and they will die if they touch the fire. Moreover, he will suffer some great pain before death. It is hot outside and cold inside, and his body is extremely tortured. Just that kind of scream makes other monks flinch. As for the golden core stage monks, those who are slightly weaker are not much better than the foundation establishment stage monks. The slightly stronger ones are seriously injured even if they rush through the wall of fire. Followed by countless monks from Luyun sect, what can they do if they rush over? Especially since the sect leader had already told him to stop. Why did he rush over so stupidly? There was something wrong with his brain. Li Shouchuan had his own ideas, but the monks of Luyun sect didn't think so. They just felt in their hearts that Ancestor Yuyun was blocking the entire
Xiao sect.
Gradually some monks began to shout, their excitement uncontrollable, and at the same time they were releasing the pressure in their hearts. It only took a few dozen breaths before and after one was dead and the other was alive. The huge gap between before and after made the monks feel a huge gap in their hearts. Ancestor Yuyun is so powerful, he deserves to be Ancestor Yuyun, the man. who created myths time and again in the past. Snap! One of the monks slapped himself suddenly and said loudly, I am not a human being. I just doubted Ancestor Yun. In fact, there is nothing that Ancestor Yun can't do. Snap! Immediately afterwards, many monks began to whip themselves, feeling extremely regretful. Why is the sect leader not Ancestor Yun? This must be the headmaster. Suppressing Ancestor Yun. That is, if Ancestor Yun had become the headmaster earlier, we wouldn't be like this. Where is the headmaster? Where is the headmaster now? They were killed just now, but Patriarch Yun came last and avenged.
He ad Master Han.
The two people who killed Headmaster Han were killed by the ancestor at once. I'm afraid this level of strength can no longer be compared with the headmaster. I don't care. Except for Ancestor Yun, I will never pay attention to any male cultivator in this life. Me too. I just want to be Ancestor Yun's showpiece. At this time, a male cultivator suddenly said, in the past, I would have said that you are daydreaming, but now I think it is normal. Don't tell me that. You are dreaming. Stop it. Don't look at your appearance. Even if Ancestor Yun really likes this, it's just like me. Hey, I feel really sick and want to vomit, but I'm so envious that you can say that. After all, I have a Taoist partner, and I'm afraid my Taoist partner won't want to. No, I do. Let's go together. Then I don't want to. Ah. The entire Luyun sect monks were like a pot exploding, chatting desperately, as if this was the only way to express their inner emotions. The direction of the entire Luyun sect has changed. Except for a few people, most people are thinking about Ancestor Yun. Including the death of Headmaster Han, in the hearts of the monks, it was also the revenge of Patriarch Yun. This was indeed the case, and Xiao Han didn't think it was a big deal. If Headmaster Han hadn't taken the initiative to look for trouble, none of this would have happened today, and everything was his own fault. In fact, he had planned to run away at the beginning, but thinking that a person like Headmaster Han would definitely run away without hesitation once he encountered such a fatal danger, so the rest would be meaningless. Only then will there be a follow-up wait and even a plan to let Xiao Tanner, Li Xuan and others come first. Everything is still being predicted, and the only problem that needs to be faced is the Hahuan sect in front of them. 26 Yuan-Ing stage monks from the Hahuan sect have arrived. Excluding the two who died, there are still 24 Yuan-Ing stage monks, which is much more than expected. There are more than 300 golden core stage monks. Xiao Han did not expect such a difficult situation. I think that the time in Cicada Valley was not as good as this time, but now I am far from what I used to be. Even if you want to defeat yourself, you still have to pay a certain price. Not to mention that Qin Ming seems to be arriving. This time there are more than a dozen nascent soul monks to help him. At this moment, Li Shouchuan of the Hahuan sect floated up and came to the front of the nascent soul stage monks. Xiao Han had been observing the battle situation and also knew that this person was the sect leader of the Hahuan
Sect. Xiao Han.
Li Shouchuan held back two words in his mouth. After a pause, he continued, I admire your strength very much. If you are willing to join our Hahuan sect and make a contract, our Hahuan sect can ignore the past grudges. Not only does it not care about what you are doing now, but it can also reuse you and help you move to a higher level. I think this is a win-win situation for us. I'll give you some time to think about it. Xiao Han wanted to waste time with the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. Before he could say anything, Li Shouchuan said again, I know you want to waste time. Your reinforcements are coming soon, right? I know all this. The reason why I give you time is precisely because I know when they will arrive. I will strangle you before I arrive, so don't take any chances. Time is limited, so don't waste it. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. The leader of the Hahuan sect was indeed more difficult to deal with than ordinary people, but that was all. Everyone was once so smart, but they fell down in the end. Their biggest misunderstanding is that they don't know their own details. They always feel that everything is under control, but in fact they are no longer under control since they started thinking that way. Heh! Xiao Han sneered and continued, I am the one who destroyed your grandson's physical body. Do you think you can tolerate my existence? Then Li Shouchuan said nonchalantly, So what? If you are on the opposite side of me, I will definitely kill you, but if you serve me, what does this matter? Don't say it's me. Even my grandson will not care about your previous actions. After knowing that you have joined the Hahuan sect. This is the Hahuan sect. You can also go out and ask how tolerant my Hahuan sect is. Xiao Han sneered in his heart. How many people who joined the Hahuan sect are good people? Even people like Han Zhangjiao and the Great Elder at least have some bottom line in their hearts. But these people in the Hahuan sect don't even have basic bottom lines. The so-called tolerance is nothing more than some people who have done all kinds of evil things and were hunted down by various sects and finally joined the Hahuan sect reluctantly. The Hahuan sect is the source of evil. This is why the situation that as long as the Hahuan sect takes action against a certain sect, the other sects will help. Including the 7-star sect, it has also done all kinds of bad things, but it still maintains some bottom lines so that it did not let the various sects attack it, but in the end it took the initiative to join the Hahuan sect, which many sects did not expect. #C2034, The Battle with Hahuan Sect, 1. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han chuckled and said, It's not impossible to consider it. After saying this, the cultivators of the entire Luyun sect felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. They were praising the old ancestor. Luyun 1 foot and the old ancestor actually wanted to join the Luyun sect. The next foot. However, no one said anything. Not to mention that the old ancestor Yuyun was their only hope now. Even if they were not relying on it, they would inevitably be killed on the spot if they talked loudly. Then Li Shouchuan raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Are you interested? In fact, you don't have to think so much. Even if you took action in the past, it was only because you were a member of the Luyun sect and had to serve the Luyun sect. And it wasn't you who destroyed my grandson's body. It was that Master Han who destroyed it. Besides, my grandson only needs to take over a body. Only need to take over a body? If the child is born again, will it still be his own? Xiao Han didn't know why, and this question floated through his mind. But he replied, If you give me the position of the leader of the Hahuan sect, maybe I can consider it. And I will bring everyone from the Luyun sect to join the Hahuan sect. What? Do you think, leader? When the Luyun sect cultivators heard what ancestor Luyun said, they didn't know whether they should be nervous or relieved. These words made it seem like they could control the life and death of the
Hahuan sect.
If they were the leader of the Hahuan sect, would they still tolerate such words? I'm afraid they would be impatient to slap him to death. Fortunately, Ancestor Yun didn't really plan to join the Hahuan sect. Li Shouchuan's face turned extremely ugly, and he looked directly at Xiao Han, and said in a low voice, Are you serious about what you said? Since you have made up your mind, I don't have time to waste time with you. Here. After saying that, he turned around and stepped back, looking at the more than 20 Yuanying stage cultivators behind him and said, Kill them! He didn't even consider letting the foundation building stage and Jindan stage cultivators take action. This level of battle would only increase casualties. Calculating the time, Qin Ming should have brought people back, and they must fight quickly. We must not give Luyun sect a chance to breathe. This time, almost all of them came out to completely destroy Luyun sect. Boom! At the moment when Li Shouchuan's voice fell, 10 Yuanying cultivators among the many Yuanying cultivators stepped out at the same time. Did the opponent underestimate the enemy? In fact, it was not the case. For the cultivators of Hahuan sect, 10 Yuanying cultivators, even if they were in the early stage of Huashan, might not be able to resist them with absolute means. A cultivator in the middle stage of Yuanying could attack 10 Yuanying cultivators at the same time, which was already giving enough face to the opponent. Xiao Han calculated the time and the opponent's combat power, and he already had an idea of how to fight this battle. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han immediately said, "All cultivators below the Jindan stage, all retreat and don't get close. Xiao Qian and Xiao Yun, you are responsible for coordinating all the Jindan stage cultivators and assisting from the back. Remember the guerrilla principle I told you." After that, Xiao Han quietly waited for the other party. Today they still have the biggest advantage, that is, they can suppress the other party's Jindan stage cultivators, but it is difficult for the other party to suppress their Jindan stage cultivators. The heaven and earth art and the 9 nether holy flame alone can control most of the Jindan cultivators, and the Luyun sect can use a certain distance to control the situation and effectively attack. Yes, ancestor. Xiao Qian and his sister took the order and quickly led the members of Yuyun Peak to control the rest of the cultivators in the entire Luyun sect and adjusted the team as quickly as possible. Xiao Han did not expect these Jindan stage cultivators to achieve anything. Just creating some trouble was enough. Most of the 10 Yuanying stage cultivators were in the middle and late stages of Yuanying, and only 3 of them were in the Yuanying stage. At the moment of the oncoming, 10 flying swords turned into streams of light and came towards Xiao Han, all of which were 4th-level spiritual weapons. Because of the giant ape transformation and various magic skills, Xiao Han has never had much need for spiritual swords, and their role is nothing more than an occasional means of attack. In addition, after the 4 sacred beasts returned to their positions and he regained the white tiger saber, Xiao Han had even less need for spiritual swords. Now there are only 2 4th-level low-grade spiritual swords in the storage ring for emergency use. It's not that there are no good ones, but Xiao Han has never thought about this. Swish! The flying swords made a sharp sound, and each spiritual sword had a very strong attack, and these flying swords seemed to have a rhythm. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, since you want to fight, then come. I'll show you what a Yuanying stage cultivator is. You've only reached that realm." After saying that, he looked at 2 of the 10 Yuanying stage cultivators and continued, "I remember one of you is called Qianzhen and the other is called
Litia.
Do you have a good impression of me? Today, I'll start with you." As he said that, Xiao Han offered dozens of talismans and threw them around him casually. Those talismans quickly rotated around Xiao Han. In a year, Xiao Han was not unprepared. If he didn't have the things of the Great Elder, he might not be able to prepare everything, but with the things of the Great Elder, many things would no longer be so difficult to do. This giant shield talisman is a 4th-level top-grade talisman. Each one can withstand the fatal blow of a Yuanying stage cultivator, but its cost is not cheap. The paper on which the talisman is carved is worth a lot of spirit stones. Fortunately, Xiao Han has the power of luck, and his success rate is almost 100%, otherwise he would not be able to use this giant shield talisman in this way. When the giant shield talisman appeared, Xiao Han ignored the flying sword and condensed his magic with one hand. 3 heaven and earth magics were immediately suppressed, causing a huge burden to the opponent. Even the figure that was floating quickly paused.
Xiao Han akkurately
Controlled his spiritual power, which was also due to the extraction of the demon's memory and the years of coma. Xiao Han's control of spiritual power can be described as superb, and even the heaven and earth magic is controlled according to the opponent's strength. Ding ding ding. Whenever the flying sword was about to pierce Xiao Han, a talisman would turn into a huge shield to forcibly block the flying sword. After this attack, the flying sword dimmed a little. After a round of attack, only 6 giant shield talismans were lost. The eyes of the 10 cultivators revealed shock, and Qianzhen was even more surprised. As a member who had just entered the Hahuan sect, he had to do his best now. He had to do this kind of hard work. Even though he had not recovered much, he had to force himself to move forward. This was also the reason why he called Li Tai, just so that he could let Li Tai pull him up if he couldn't hold on any longer. It had only been a few years, and Xiao Han had grown to this point. He didn't pay any attention to what Xiao Han said just now. It was not that he didn't want to, but he could only swallow his anger. If anything angered Xiao Han, he believed that his life would be in danger. This was an intuition. Just as Chen Zhen was thinking this, he suddenly realized that there was a murderous intent next to his head. Before he could react, his head had lost the ability to think, leaving only the nascent soul in his dantian. What kind of method is this? #C2035 The battle with Hahuan sect. 2. A severe pain invaded the entire brain. Even if he lost the ability to think, the pain was unavoidable. The whole person fell directly from the sky as if he had been cursed. A huge scream suddenly appeared. It was not until it fell to the ground that it completely lost its vitality. The Yuanying in the dantian also ran out, but the entire Yuanying seemed to be godless and walked aimlessly, until he suddenly collapsed and lost his life. It was this weird method again, and it was only at this time that these nascent soul stage monks noticed that, including the two people who had killed Headmaster Han before, they all died in mysterious ways. The small spell in Xiao Han's palm disappeared quickly, and this trick could no longer be used. Once it was used a few times, someone would definitely find out the clues, and it would be difficult to continue to use it in the future. This method can only be used a few times. If you use it too much, someone will definitely find out. This is also his preparation this year. On the basis of the life-threatening needle, he added a hidden technique. This technique is not very effective, but if used on the life-threatening needle, it has a certain effect. The reason why Chen Zhen was in so much pain was because Xiao Han put some poison on the life-threatening needle. Xiao Han would only use this torturous poison on people who had a big hatred against him. In the past, Chen Zhen almost killed him, and this revenge must be avenged. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han looked at Li Tai again. There was another person who must be killed. Bang, bang, bang. While he was thinking about it, several more spells were thrown at Xiao Han. If he could dodge, the giant shield talisman floating around him would help resist this attack. This is the advantage of the 4th level top quality talisman. The only drawback is that it can only be used once. Li Tai immediately said, "Let's all come together. The Xiao Han is a bit strange. Don't let him get close." Xiao Han grabbed the void with one hand, and a white dragon shadow appeared in the void and flew towards Li Tai. When it arrived, it turned into a huge bird, and grabbed Li Tai with a pair of sharp claws, and directly captured him by force. At the same moment, a burst of mist appeared, and Li Tai, who was forcibly captured, disappeared into the air. We can't let him die so happily. After this battle, we can play with him properly. Sometimes death is a good relief. Xiao Han didn't want Li Tai to be relieved so easily. If it hadn't been for him, how could Tanner have suffered like this? He clearly kept every account in mind. What kind of method is it to directly make a Yuanying stage monk disappear completely? The endless weird methods kept the remaining 8 nascent soul monks stunned in place. First, a nascent soul Dzogchen monk died mysteriously. He seemed to have suffered tremendous pain before his death. Immediately afterwards, another mid-stage nascent soul monk disappeared mysteriously. Before the fight officially started, 2 nascent soul stage monks just disappeared. Not to mention more than 20 nascent soul monks. Even if they doubled again, they would not be able to withstand it. Why bother? Li Shouchuan, who was originally calm, looked a little ugly. He just pondered for a moment and then said to the remaining nascent soul stage monks, "Let's all come together. Don't give the other party a chance." Seeing all the monks heading towards Xiao Han, Li Shouchuan felt more relieved, and leisurely returned to the deck of the spacecraft, quietly observing everything. Not only did he not feel angry at the deaths of Li Tai and Chen Zhen, he was actually a little happy inside. This Chen Zhen was not as loyal as he seemed. On the surface, to put it bluntly, it was still because of profit. Now that the two of them are dead, the Seven-Star Sect has been completely integrated into the Hahuan Sect, and the remaining monks cannot make any big waves. Especially the resources of the Seven-Star Sect made him feel comfortable. Thinking about whether it was a high-class sect or a sect that had explored ancient secret realms. At that time, we only need to stabilize one group, recruit another group, and fight another group, and soon we will be able to completely defeat those who are not committed to the Hahuan sect in their hearts. Everything was within expectations today. Even Xiao Han's killing of Chen Zhen and Li Tai was considered an unexpected surprise. All that was left was that more than 20 nascent soul cultivators were needed to kill Xiao Han and then quickly plunder the Luyun sect. Resource. Everything will become perfect. Thinking of this, Li Shouchuan felt much better. There are more than 20 Yuan-Ing stage monks. Even if you are really a Shin transformation stage monk, you will not get any benefit. Xiao Henin smiled and glanced at the direction where Li Shouchuan left. Everything was thought to be too simple. Not to mention these monks, it didn't matter if they were all in the nascent soul stage. In the past, if Hongmeng Fortune Pearl hadn't been sleeping, he wouldn't have noticed even the ban on Cicada Valley and several sects. Although it's a bit tricky, it won't be a big problem in the end. One spell after another was condensed in Xiao Han's hands. Xiao Han was working hard every moment to deduce the spells. However, all the spells that Xiao Han majored in were promoted to the 4th level. There were also some techniques that didn't have much potential and were eliminated by Xiao Han. Xiao Han looked at the dozen or so newly joined nascent soul cultivators, threw dozens of talismans around him again and said, "Do you really think that using the human sea tactic will be effective? This is just rubbish upon rubbish. What purpose can it serve?" The monk who took the lead smiled and said, "Oh, maybe you have many methods, but under such absolute suppression, how long do you think you can hold on? Today you will die. Ha ha." Xiao Han even laughed disdainfully and said, "Many people have said this to me before, but I am still alive today, but they have all become dead souls. I, Xiao Han, am not a murderous person, but if I give up on my own initiative, I, Xiao Han, can forget about it. But if I insist on going my own way, don't blame me for being ruthless," the monk said while slashing the shadow of his sword. "It's really a big joke. We are all nascent soul stage monks, not the golden core monks you think." At this time, a monk next to him said, "Don't continue talking nonsense to him. Just kill him to prevent future troubles." The more than 20 monks then continued to attack, but because of the strange methods before, they were always restrained in their attacks. Xiao Han resisted the spell, and those giant shield talismans blocked the incoming sword shadow. Xiao Tanner and Li Yishuan were assisting beside him. Whenever Xiao Han encounters some extremely dangerous means, Li Yishuan will use some means to resolve them, either talismans or spiritual weapons. It is not until this moment that Li Yishuan fully knows how to use these means correctly. It is not a matter of relying on everything, but it can often become a life-saving means when facing desperate situations. As for Xiao Qian and others, they united with nearly 100 Jindan monks and used formations to continuously attack, which also greatly relieved Xiao Han's pressure. In this way, 3 nascent soul stage monks and nearly 100 golden core stage monks were able to withstand the attacks of more than 20 nascent soul stage monks. The fire was still spreading, and a layer of frost formed on the burned areas. It's just that the fire has lost the initial deterrence and is slowly weakening. The golden core stage monks of Hahuan sect are gradually becoming more and more eager to try. #C2036 The battle with Hahuan sect 3. Xiao Han has been maintaining a defensive posture. Except for Chen Zhen and Li Tai, he does not want to kill the rest immediately. Maintaining the most Stable state is the most important thing to do now. He cannot solve the problem in front of him by himself. Even if he has the strength to challenge the cultivators in the early stage of transformation, that is when he is at full strength, and there is no guarantee that he can win. For the current situation, he can't really use all his strength. If Qin Ming comes back in time, he can just destroy the Hahuan sect. If he doesn't come back in time, it will be difficult for these people to take action to keep him. Xiao Han looked at the fire burning below. If the 9 nether holy flame is extinguished, the deterrent power to the opponent will be greatly reduced, and even let the opponent muster up the courage to completely break the balance they maintain. Every choice can make him heartache. Xiao Han thought for a moment and finally took out several bottles of green liquid from the storage ring. This source of life is extracted from trees that are tens of thousands of years old. If a mortal takes one drop, it will prolong his life and he will not get sick. For his whole life, he can live a stable life. If a cultivator takes it, it will be even more effective, and it can also be used with alchemy technology to maximize its effect. Oh, there is no other way to use it up. Xiao Han comforted himself in his heart. These bottles are of great value. The biggest problem he found in the process of deducing the 9 nether holy flame is the durability of the 9 nether holy flame. Once there is no fuel, the 9 nether holy flame will be extinguished at a very fast speed. For the blockade in front of him, it is extremely unfavorable. Xiao Han pondered and finally solved this problem. It is precisely by using this source of life and throwing it into the sea of fire that it can provide energy for a long time. The Yuanying stage cultivator who led the team looked very ugly. The sect master was behind them. They, more than 20 Yuanying stage cultivators, could not defeat these Yuanying stage cultivators. They would definitely be punished when they go back. Soon Song Ming noticed the fire on the ground. They had been attacking with their hands and feet tied, and those Jindan stage cultivators had been blocked outside the battle line because of this strange fire. Seeing that the fire had a tendency to weaken, how could Song Ming not have any thoughts in his heart? After thinking for a moment, Song Ming immediately said loudly, "All Jindan stage water attribute spiritual root cultivators, release water to put out the fire." I really don't believe that this fire can't be put out. Someone has tried it before, and releasing water didn't have much effect. That was at the beginning, and the water was not evenly distributed, so what effect could it have? The sect master gave him the task of leading the team, so he had the right to make this decision. Xiao Han was about to throw down the source of life, but suddenly heard this, and was happy in his heart. I really don't know how to describe this idiot, but he can help a lot. However, Xiao Han still planned to throw down the source of life. As long as there is a chance to destroy the Hahuan sect, a lot of resources will be in his hands, which will be of great benefit for the next impact on the Yuanying. Great perfection. Moreover, he can also find out if there are any auxiliary medicines for refining the spirit pill in the Hahuan sect. These are all Xiao Han's calculations. Pa pa pa. A subtle sound appeared quietly, and the fire that had been somewhat declining started burning again. At the same time, dozens of water-attributed spiritual root cultivators from the other side released a lot of water, all of which poured on the 9 nether holy flame. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and it was particularly dark. The water vapor within dozens of kilometers gathered in this world. This was not rain at all, but directly splashing water. The huge waves filled the front of Luyun sect for a while. Many foundation-building cultivators were drowned, and those who fled desperately fled. The original land formed a huge inland lake in just a short time. Fortunately, Xiao Han had already asked all the cultivators below the Jindan stage in the sect to retreat to a safe area. When the flood came, these cultivators also quickly fled to a higher place. The originally burning flame seemed much smaller in this water curtain, and the fire that had just burned was suppressed again. A strange scene appeared in everyone's sight. There was a newly formed lake. Below the cultivators of both sides, and there was a weakly burning flame on the lake surface. As time went by, frost even formed on the surface of the lake. No matter what, the flames did not go out, just like burning a bowl of strong liquor. Song Ming looked happy and said, "Quick! Increase the strength. Increase the strength." As he said that, he was the first to condense a water blue hexagram. Array. Water dragon roar. A huge water dragon appeared from the hexagram array. It just turned a circle in the void and dropped a large amount of water curtains. These water curtains rotated rapidly around the water dragon and turned into a water tornado. Ah! The huge dragon roar resounded through the world, and the 9 nether holy flame began to sway. The other Yuanying stage cultivators even gave up continuing to attack Xiao Han, and several Yuanying stage cultivators began to assist these water attribute cultivators in extinguishing the fire. Keep going, Xiao Han thought in his heart. In their eyes it might be a huge advantage, but only Xiao Han knew in his heart that all this was a superficial phenomenon. The 9 nether holy flame had been ready for a long time. He only needed to add another 9 nether holy flame to completely blow up the volcano. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Xiao Han's ear. "Xiao Han, hold on, we will be there soon. The headmaster can no longer be contacted, and I don't know what happened." Xiao Han's eyes were more ruthless. Since he was already dead, he could not be contacted. As soon as it came, he must not let go of the opportunity in front of him. Xiao Han was no longer passively defensive. After adding some giant shield talismans, he directly suppressed the 3 heaven and earth spells. The 9-turn mysterious Yuan technique was also completed in an instant. This 9-turn mysterious Yuan technique, which was successfully deduced to the 4th level, achieved great results in that encirclement and killing battle. Colorful lights spread around. Xiao Han said loudly, "Do you really think that I can't deal with you if you put out the fire?" This sentence has a certain purpose. He wants these people to focus on the 9 nether holy flame. No matter how hard they try, they can't destroy them and waste a lot of their spiritual power. When Song Ming heard what Xiao Han said, he laughed quickly and said, "Hey, I think you are so out of your depth that you said such a thing. I just want to show you what you can do after losing this fire. I admit that you are very strong. You are the strongest of all the nascent soul stage monks I have ever seen. I even doubt that you can compete with the transformation stage monks. It's just that a genius is a genius after all. It's useless to be a genius after death. After all, he is not the strongest." As he spoke, there was another water dragon roar. Xiao Han quietly condensed 3 life-threatening needles and used the spell at high frequency for a long time. Even if Xiao Han's spiritual power recovery speed is 10 times that of ordinary nascent soul monks and his spiritual power storage is 10 times faster, it will be difficult to sustain it for such a long time. Consumption. Just these 3 life-threatening needles had already made his body's spiritual energy somewhat empty. Fortunately, as long as you give it some time, it's not a problem. You can't let go of such a good opportunity. #C 2037, The Battle with Hahuan Sect. 4. The life-threatening needle that was originally a little solid became much more solid at this moment. Xiao Han looked at the 3 Yuanying early stage monks who were leaning on the edge. He immediately hid the life-threatening needle and quickly moved toward the 3 a monk left. The life-threatening needle rubbed against the air without making any sound. The sound was so small that it was difficult for Xiao Han to catch it. It wasn't until he reached the vicinity of the monk that he stabbed directly into the temple. The 3 nascent soul stage monks who were condensing their spells were killed with one blow. Death. Xiao Han spit out this word. The sudden death made Song Ming slightly stunned, and the huge water dragon also stopped. Soon Xiao Han noticed that Song Ming was staring at him. Xiao Han immediately said loudly, "I have already said that I can check and balance you without the fire. Do you really think that you can judge me by your judgment on things? I advise you not to waste your efforts. The fire is just the weakest of my many means. After listening to what Xiao Han said, Song Ming glanced at Xiao Han again. For some reason, he had some irritable emotions in his head, and soon said, loudly, "Don't worry about him, everyone. Put out this fire first." Then he raised his head and looked at Xiao Han and said, "The more you say this, the more it means that you have reached your limit. I seem to feel that the spiritual power in your body has been exhausted." As he spoke, the water dragon continued to spin. If it weren't for the nascent soul stage monks, even the water vapor wouldn't be able to condense here, and a large amount of vegetation would begin to die around it. They are all the result of the other party forcibly extracting water vapor and extracting all the water from the plants. Xiao Han was overjoyed. He wanted this effect, and at the same time he showed his extreme weakness. Seeing this scene, Xiao Tanner shouted, "Xiao Han, why don't we give up temporarily and leave the green hills without worrying about having no firewood as long as everyone is still alive? Wouldn't it be better to abandon the clan and run away?"
Kia Tanner luoket.
Worried. Even Xiao Han couldn't tell whether Xiao Tanner was pretending or really thought so. No matter what, it was a divine assist after all. When Song Ming heard Xiao Tanner say this, his eyes became even more excited. Even his teammates said this, which meant that he was about to reach his limit. Xiao Han had been waiting for an opportunity, but the other party never spoke. But after Xiao Tanner said this, Xiao Han felt that the conditions were enough. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han threw out a flying sword and headed towards Song Ming, and then said loudly, "Everyone from the Luyun sect, retreat." This last word suddenly ignited Song Ming's last calmness, and the thoughts in his head became more and more crazy, in which the 9 transformations Shenyuan technique played a vital role. Song Ming quickly put away his magic skills and struck with a sword with one hand. "Everyone from the Hahuan sect, charge." Xiao Han kills them directly. The 2 nascent soul stage female cultivators will be captured alive and given to the sect leader. When he said these words, Song Ming's eyes were filled with longing. Even though he was from the Hahuan sect and had seen countless talented girls, he had never seen these 2 before. "In the past, I heard that Luyun sect had a top grader, but he never left the sect easily, and the entire sect protected him, so I didn't think about it. Didn't expect that this meeting would be so amazing." In his heart, he wanted to possess it, but he couldn't have such thoughts in front of the sect leader. When Song Ming's words fell, those Jindan stage monks who had been prepared immediately rushed towards the battle line, as did the nascent soul stage monks. Although from the beginning to now Xiao Han had killed 4 of them and captured 1 alive, but the number of remaining nascent soul stage monks is still considerable. It wasn't until those monks arrived at Xiao Han's heart that Xiao Han sent a message to Xiao Tanner and Li Yishuan. "Follow me to pick up things later." The 2 women were a little confused, especially Li Yishuan. She just said she wanted to run away. Why would she want to pick up the loot now? Is there anything so easy to pick up? However, the 2 of them did not hesitate, but looked at Xiao Han and nodded, and Xiao Han immediately condensed a spell. A green 6-pointed star array appeared in the void, and countless threads began to spread around, wrapping around the many vegetation. Xiao Han did not use this technique often, but it was also extremely effective. Wood spirit technique. With a low roar, the scattered threads sent a steady stream of energy to Xiao Han, quickly filling Xiao Han's originally empty dantian. Wood spirit technique has great advantages, but its shortcomings are also obvious. The energy absorbed is very complex. After the battle, it takes a lot of time to solve these hidden dangers. Can be used, but it must not be used too much. Xiao Han can feel that the power of wood spirit technique is much more than that. Once it breaks through to the 5th level, it is likely to have a certain purification ability and purify the extracted energy so as to avoid some disadvantages. When the spiritual power in his body became full, Xiao Han bucked the trend and loudly said, "The counterattack begins." This information had long been passed on to the Golden Core stage monks, through Xiao Qian and others. Everyone knew it. On the surface, they were withdrawing, but in fact they were waiting for the order from Patriarch Yun. Even if they didn't deal with the ancestor in the past, the ancestor is still relied on by them now. Song Ming finally realized that something was wrong, but the entire Golden Core stage monks rushed forward and simply went on like this. He didn't believe that Xiao Han could still stir up trouble. While Song Ming was thinking like this, a spell was condensed and a wisp of white flame came out directly from the spell, heading towards the nine nether holy flame that had not been completely extinguished. Song Ming sneered, "Do you think you can use the same method a second time?" As he spoke, he concentrated his magic and said, "Water Dragon Een." Xiao Han just sneered and didn't say anything. When the nine nether holy flame hit the water, the entire water surface started to gurgle like boiling water, and then a ball of fire rushed out directly in the center. This scene came quickly, and the entire lake surface was like a crater, which exploded directly, and the entire lake surface was burning with fire. The original lake surface immediately turned into a sea of fire, and a thick layer of frost formed on the surface. The water disappeared quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing all this, Song Ming hurriedly shouted, "Retreat, retreat!" Even Li Shouchuan couldn't sit still for a moment, and flew up directly with the feeling of ice and fire, releasing magic to try to reduce some losses. He even shouted angrily, "Xiao Han, my Hahuan sect will never tolerate you from now on, and do you really think that my Hahuan sect's development depends on us alone? If there is no one behind us, how can we develop so quickly? Today you have done this, so wait for the revenge of the Hahuan sect." Li Shouchuan could never have imagined that Xiao Han, who was already weak, could burst out with such strong fighting power, especially the fire. Even he was so far away, his heart was trembling slightly. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, I'm so sorry. I hate others threatening me the most. Come and kill me if you can." How could Xiao Han watch the cooked duck fly away? How many good things did he waste this time just for this moment? There are so many Jindan stage cultivators and Yuanying stage cultivators, and the resources they have are countless. They must be plundered before the other. But he was not too greedy. After all, he could not eat up the entire Hahuan sect by himself, and it would not be a big problem to share some with other sects. It would be enough if they could eat 70 to 80% of it.
Xiao Han
immediately condensed a flame defense shield on Xiao Tanner and Li Yishuan, which could resist the burning of the nine nether holy flame. At the same time, he also went towards the cultivators. Those Jindan stage cultivators who stepped into the sea of fire were immediately burned to death by the nine nether holy flame.
Xiao Han collected
the storage bracelets one by one, and the two beside him did the same. With such a big flame, 2 Yuanying stage cultivators were burned to death. Several others were killed by Xiao Han's fatal needle. It was at this moment that Li Shouchuan completely gave up and shouted, "Retreat!" A simple word represents the current situation. Xiao Han fought a 60 to 40 fight with the Hahuan sect with only his own strength. At this time, Qin Ming arrived with 10 Yuanying cultivators and shouted, "Xiao Han, we are here. Hee. I came here after I defeated you. Later, my Luyun sect will take the lion's share. If you are not satisfied, you can all leave. If you want to take it from me, you should also consider whether you are my opponent." How could the Yuanying cultivators who came to support not see the current situation? It is clear that the Luyun sect is absolutely suppressing the
Hahuan sect.
Even if this is extremely incredible, the facts are in front of us. Since we are here, how can we give up the meat in our mouths? Even if we drink some soup with it, we can get a lot of advantages. The head of the Red Maple Valley took the lead and said, I have heard Li Hongying say that you are a dragon among men. The old ancestor Yuyun is really joking. How can we be such a person? I, the Red Maple Valley, hereby declare our position. Most of what we get today will belong to the Luyun sect. Then 2 more cultivators expressed their opinions, which were the same as those of the Red Maple Valley.
Xiao Han nodded in satisfaction.
Just when Xiao Han thought that this matter was stable, one of the cultivators said loudly, "Since all the sects are working together, the distribution should be evenly divided, right? Why can Luyun sect take more and occupy more? Besides, I don't think the current Luyun sect has the strength to occupy all of these. Sometimes, I think it is a very wise choice to spit out a little more." The one who questioned was a middle-aged cultivator whose strength had reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. At this time, he was looking at Xiao Han with ill intentions. If the Hahuan sect was at its peak, they would definitely work together, but the current state of the Hahuan sect is obviously not good enough, so they have to fight for the interests of their own sect. Xiao Han looked at the cultivator coldly and shouted, "Get out! #C2038 The Domineering Yuyun Patriarch." Outside the destroyed formation of Luyun sect, Qin Ming brought 10 nascent soul cultivators from the south to support, and the Hahuan sect chose to retreat immediately after suffering such a huge loss. A fire almost destroyed all the living forces of the Hahuan sect in the Golden Core stage. Xiao Han and his 3 people alone obtained more than 200 storage bracelets. In addition, all the nascent soul cultivators with weaker strength were also seriously injured. Xiao Han easily dealt with a few of them, and only 13 nascent soul cultivators remained, and these 13 nascent soul cultivators were more or less injured. At this time, the Hahuan sect can be described as having suffered a great loss of vitality. The whole state was to rush onto the warship and hurriedly drive the spaceship away. Xiao Han's word, "Get out," almost made the person who spoke first explode, but he finally calmed down. Although the Hahuan sect was severely damaged, the injured beasts were still beasts, and their combat power was still good. They had to maintain harmony on the surface at least. After a moment of silence, the man slowly said, "I've heard that Luyun sect's Yun Patriarch is domineering, but I didn't expect him to be so domineering. Do you really think that the current situation of your Luyun sect is the same as before? And we might be afraid of you in your prime." "Oh, I thought it was someone else." Xiao Tanner paused and continued. "It turned out to be Zheng Hao from Qinglian sect. The incident of being scared to pee in the past is still widely circulated in Tianxian realm. For someone like you, I never thought I would be famous for this. The reason why I can remember you is because of your glorious deeds. I've heard that Zheng Hao from Qinglian sect is shameless, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Everyone knows what happened today, but he can still say such shameless words. It's really amazing." Puff Xiao Han wanted to keep a calm attitude, but in the end he couldn't help laughing. He had never heard of a cultivator who couldn't control himself. The other monks also kept trying to hold back their laughter, but they didn't laugh in the end. Perhaps it was this half-laugh that immediately triggered Zheng Hao's anger. "Fuck. Do you have the guts to say it again?"
Zheng Hao looked at Xiao Tanner
and continued, "If I don't let you kneel down today." Before he finished speaking, Zheng Hao felt like he was in hell, uncomfortable, all over and under a huge pressure. In the next breath of thinking, a sword appeared on Zheng Hao's neck.
Xiao Han
held the sword with one hand, and the sharp sword shadow pierced Zheng Hao's neck and blood flowed out. After another breath, Zheng Hao opened his mouth strangely, and his tongue slowly spit out. The sharp sword blade directly cut off Zheng Hao's tongue. Xiao Han pointed with one hand, and a drop of blue liquid covered Zheng Hao's severed tongue. After doing all this, Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner and said slowly, "It's okay. Say it again." "Wow, This scene happened so fast that many people didn't react to what was happening. Then Zheng Hao held his head in pain. Perhaps because he had lost his tongue, he couldn't even scream. He fell down heavily until he fainted. A cultivator beside him immediately pulled him up and he didn't fall to the ground. Xiao Tanner smiled playfully, but didn't repeat it. Instead, she looked at Qin Ming and said, "Brother, why do you only look for so many people? And look at this situation. Xiao Han can solve it alone." Qin Ming was blocked and speechless, and the remaining nascent soul cultivators were also a little embarrassed. Except for Zheng Hao from the Qinglian sect, the remaining cultivators were quite normal. Now the situation can be seen at a glance. This side was arguing over such a trivial matter, and the other side quickly fled, and they were deadlocked for a while. It was the master of Red Maple Valley who took the initiative to speak. "I think we should talk about this problem later. Now we should deal with the remaining forces of Hahuan sect first. The strength of the Yuyun Patriarch is so strong that our Red Maple Valley has taken the initiative to withdraw from the distribution of benefits. No matter what, we must first take down all the remaining forces of Hahuan sect. Once they escape back to Hahuan sect, it will be difficult to clear them out." A cultivator followed and said, "I agree with this point of view. Originally, everyone wanted to gain some benefits for their own sect, but seeing Xiao Han's style of doing things, who would dare to take the initiative to bring up this matter?" Seeing this, Xiao Han directly stuffed Zheng Hao into the blue pattern jade pendant in front of all the cultivators. Whether he lived or died depended on fate. There are not many fools who can achieve the nascent soul stage. Who doesn't know this obvious situation? Xiao Han can defeat Hahuan sect by himself, and he can defeat every cultivator sect present by himself. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han continued, I, Xiao Han, am not an unreasonable person. Except for the Qinglian sect just now, each supporting sect here can obtain a total of 10% of the plundered resources. You can discuss the specific division among yourselves. Xiao Han didn't want to do so many things. With these Yuanying period cultivators helping to clean up the battlefield, he was happy to be free, and it was not clear what he would face next. The eyes of the other cultivators lit up, and they hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Ancestor Un. Let's get down to business first." Yes. Except for some minor frictions at the beginning, the entire alliance team did not have any major problems. While chatting, several spaceships appeared in the field of vision not far away. This is the reinforcement of each sect. A few people looked at each other and attacked separately. Xiao Han took the lead and stepped forward. His figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The eyes of the other cultivators revealed shock. Who can fight against such strength? It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted by the huge piece of meat of Hahuan sect, but who would dare to think of this in front of the Yuyun Patriarch? Qin Ming looked at the crowd and searched for a long time but could not find the figure of the headmaster, but it was not easy to ask anything in this situation, so he immediately chased the people of Hahuan sect. It would not be too much to kill all these people. Which one of them did not have a few lives, and they must have died unjustly or tragically. This is just talking about the world of immortal cultivation. Some of them even went to the mortal world to refine some evil pills and even captured a large number of ordinary people. Every kill is to eliminate harm for the people. Xiao Han chopped down a few sword energies, and each one could take away many Hahuan sect cultivators. None of the foundation-building cultivators survived in this war, but there were more than a dozen Jindan cultivators who survived. But they did not last long under this pursuit. As for those Yuanying cultivators, because they were seriously injured, they did not escape quickly. Only a few cultivators with good strength followed Li Shouchuan to flee. The Hahuan sect fled all the way, and Xiao Han and others chased them all the way. During this time, the team brought by the Hahuan sect to attack the Luyun sect this time only had Li Shouchuan and the remaining 3 Yuanying stage cultivators left. They chased them all the way to the outside of the Hahuan sect's formation, and they were blocked outside by the formation and could no longer move forward. Li Shouchuan and others also disappeared, and Xiao Han and a dozen Yuanying cultivators stood outside the formation. The rest of the cultivators were all panicked. Once the Hahuan sect recovered, these sects that took action today would be doomed. #C2039 Fear. Every cultivator focused their attention on Xiao Han, who was the backbone of the group at the moment. The Red Maple Valley Master said with a worried look on his face, "Ancestor, Yun, what should we do about this? Should we try to track down the location of Li Lao Mo first? If he escapes from another place, it will be difficult to catch up with us at our speed. When he recovers, it will be a disaster for us. Maybe Ancestor Yuyun is not afraid of these, but there are still many ordinary cultivators and mortals. Li Lao Mo is not a cruel person." At that time, in order to restore strength, even Xiao Han waved his hand and interrupted the Red Maple Valley Master's words. Since he locked onto the leader of the Hahuan sect, his consciousness and hearing have been locked on him. It was just now that he completely lost his consciousness tracking of him, but his hearing has not been lost. According to this direction, he must have suffered a serious injury and went into emergency retreat directly. It seems that this so-called leader is very confident in his formation. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han said calmly, "Don't worry, he can't run away. Hey, you are worthy of being the Yuyun Patriarch. Only the Yuyun Patriarch can be so confident." "What? From your tone, are you doubting the strength of the Yuyun Patriarch?" No, how could that be? I'm just sighing. In the future, Luyun sect will definitely be the leader. I hope that the Yuyun Patriarch can lead us to develop together and fight the disaster together. After hearing what Xiao Han said, the panicked expressions of the other cultivators immediately became calm. Soon, the Jindan cultivators who were originally chasing together also arrived. There were more than 200 Jindan stage cultivators in the entire Alliance sect. This is the number that Xiao Han asked Xiao Qian and others to stay in Luyun sect. If they really came out in full force, there would be at least 300 Jindan cultivators. Now that the Luyun sect is in a mess, there is no problem in leaving Xiao Qian, Xiao Tanner and others to control the situation. Moreover, even if the headmaster and the elders were wrong, these mistakes cannot be attributed to other people in Luyun sect. It's not that there are no good people, such as Qin Ming next to him. When Xiao Han thought of this, he subconsciously glanced at Qin Ming and happened to see Qin Ming looking at him. That look. Xiao Han suddenly felt a chill on his back and said quickly, "Since he is willing to hide in this tortoise shell, just smash the tortoise shell." The head of Hongfeng Valley was surprised and said, "This is the protective formation of Hahuan sect. It must be difficult for us to rely on it." Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and instantly understood what Xiao Han meant. Thinking back to the time when Luyun sect was there, didn't they also believe that they could break it? After all, the formations of various sects are not what they used to be. Since the emergence of the abyss, all sects have invested a lot of energy and resources in the formations, and the defense is no longer what it used to be. After a moment of silence, Qin Ming looked at the other cultivators and said, "Since Patriarch Yuyun said to break it, then this formation can definitely be broken." Soon, a cultivator frowned and pondered, and after a few breaths, he relaxed his brows and said, "Could it be that the rumor before was true? When Patriarch Yuyun just returned to the sect, he first killed the great elder who had once plotted against him, and then broke the formation of his own sect. I always thought it was a rumor, but now it seems that it is not a rumor at all. It is clearly true." After listening, Qin Ming said a little embarrassedly, "This is indeed true, but at that time this matter was a matter of our sect and this news was blocked to a certain extent. I didn't expect you to know something." Qin Ming laughed as he spoke. After laughing, Qin Ming thought that others would laugh too. After all, this kind of thing was indeed quite embarrassing, but when he looked at the other cultivators, he didn't see any cultivator laughing, and their expressions were serious, and there was some fear in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Han. How could they laugh? Is this something you can laugh about? Using drastic means to forcibly wipe out a nascent soul great perfection cultivator with the strength of the great elder, no one present can win, not to mention that one person can destroy the sex formation. It is better not to know, at least not so afraid, but now that I know, I have a deep fear in my heart. They are all late nascent soul great perfection cultivators, facing Xiao Han, who is in the middle nascent soul. They only have fear. Soon Qin Ming himself became serious and suddenly felt a little terrified. Xiao Han quickly condensed several spells and slowly said, "Get out of the way." Seeing this scene, the other cultivators came to the farthest place before Xiao Han finished speaking, keeping a safe distance. The defensive spells were superimposed layer by layer, for fear that they would be affected. On the other side, Xiao Qian and others began to arrange for the cultivators in the sect to clean up the battlefield the moment Xiao Han left Lu Yun's sect. With what the old ancestor Yu Yun had done before, how dare these cultivators present disobey? Not to mention that there were 2 Yuanying stage cultivators in the formation. Among these cultivators, whether from Tongyun Peak or Leiyun Peak, they were all completely convinced. The great elder died, and the head of the sect also died, leaving only the Yuyun patriarch, who also used such a powerful method to repel the people of the Hahuan sect, saving them from the pain of extermination. Xiao Qian immediately came to the place where the head of the sect Han died, and quickly collected the storage ring of the head of the sect Han. He had to do what the ancestor could not do, and this kind of thing had to be done without saying anything. At this time, the cultivators of Yuyun Peak were responsible for the affairs of the Lu Yun sect. The ancestor did not look down on the good things left by some of the dead cultivators of the Hahuan sect, but he did not have so much time to collect them. There were 300 Jindan stage cultivators, not to mention the foundation building cultivators. Each foundation building cultivator had a lot of resources in his storage bag. Each one looked small, but when added together it was a huge number. Cleaning the battlefield, rearranging the sect formation and counting casualties, the number of current sect members, etc. Soon, 2 cultivators came to Xiao Qian and placed countless storage bags in front of him and said, "Master Xiaofeng, this is what we got from cleaning the battlefield." Xiao Qian looked at these storage bags, and the smile in his eyes could hardly be suppressed. Even though he had seen the ancestor obtain many resources, he felt that this was definitely a considerable amount of resources. After a moment of silence, Xiao Qian looked at the cultivator and said, "Elder Li, you have worked hard. I will give these gains to the ancestor for distribution." Li Yuanhua immediately said, "How can this be done? It was all won by the ancestor Yuyun, and if it weren't for the ancestor Yuyun, we don't know what would happen to us now. We should give some to the ancestor." Xiao Qian smiled and said, "Hey, there's no need to say that. May I ask who this person is?" Xiao Qian looked at the person next to Li Yuanhua and asked softly. He looked familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was for a while. Li Yuanhua glanced at the cultivator next to him, and soon the cultivator understood and said, "Hello, senior. I am Li Chia, and I once entered the sect through the Feixian conference. If the senior hasn't remembered me yet, then I think you, Zhao Taizhu, must have an impression of me." #C2040 Reorganizing Lu Yun Sect. Xiao Qian recalled carefully that through the Feixian conference it was Zhao Taizhu. For a moment, a figure appeared in Xiao Qian's mind. It was the one with the best mutant spiritual root. In the end, it seems that he became a disciple of Li Yuanhua. Then Li Chia said softly, "Li Chia, I wonder if your senior still has any impressions." Xiao Qian suddenly thought about it and responded, "When you said that, I remembered it. I still have some impressions of the genius I once had. Li Chia quickly shook his head and said, compared to seniors, I am nothing. Seniors, please stop taking pleasure in me. Ha ha. Li Yuanhua also smiled. Soon Xiao Qian felt what elderly meant and asked quickly, Elderly, you brought this apprentice here today. Whatever the matter is, I will definitely help if I can. Li Yuanhua saw that Xiao Qian understood what he meant, so he said with some trepidation, It's me, the apprentice, who really wants to join Yun Peak. As a master, although I am a little reluctant, I do it for the sake of my apprentice's future. So I'm just licking my face to ask you this question. Just when Xiao Qian wanted to continue asking, several more monks arrived. Immediately, and Xiao Han quickly took back what he wanted to say. He looked at one of the monks and said, Why is Elder Kong here? I remember that the task given to Elder Kong was to refine some elixirs to help the injured monks in the sect so as to restore the sect's strength faster. I know that Elder Kong is highly virtuous and respected, but you have also seen the current situation in the sect. Since the ancestor has entrusted this matter to me, I have the right to command the entire sect. You think so? Elder Kong said quickly. Master Xiao has misunderstood. It's not that I'm dissatisfied with your arrangements. I just have some personal matters to ask, for I wonder if Master Xiao can help me. Xiao Qian frowned and said, Elder Kong, please tell me. We are all members of the same sect. What else can't be said? Kong Kai quickly pushed out a girl next to him and said, This is my great-granddaughter. She is now 15 this year and her spiritual roots have been tested. It's the best fire spirit root. I don't want her to become a failure by following me, so I specifically want to show off my old face and ask for a chance to allow my granddaughter to worship at Yun Peak. After Xiao Qian finished listening, he looked around again. Almost every monk had one with him. A closer look revealed that these monks were all at the golden core stage and they were all powerful figures in the sect. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Qian immediately said, Hey, everyone do. You mean the same thing? The other monks said, Master Xiao is really aware of everything. We all mean this. One of the monks took the lead and said, I know it is difficult to enter Yun Peak, but my apprentice also has some talents. I hope Master Xiao can give him a chance. That's right, Master Xiao. You can make any request for recruitment to Yun Peak, including the entrance fees and so on. Yes, that's what I think too. Perhaps Master Xiao, you can come up with assessment rules and everyone can follow the rules. No matter what, as long as Yun Peak is willing to accept people, we will definitely do it according to the standards. Everyone knows in their hearts that once they join Yun Peak, their whole life will be different. From the beginning of my training, I have met people with extraordinary talents, and I also have a huge backer like my ancestor, so what I will face in the end will be different. The world of immortality is so cruel. With a strong background, resources, and connections, even if your qualifications are slightly inferior, you can eventually achieve great achievements. For now, as long as you can join Yun Peak, you can see the future, especially since the entire Yun Peak is currently a golden elixir stage. Monk. They knew exactly what kind of people they had recruited with Yun Peak before, but now the fact is that the worst ones are all at the golden elixir stage. This is enough to show the ancestors' ability to cultivate disciples. If such a loser has such achievements, what will be the result if one of his own people joins? Xiao Qian pressed it with his hand until everyone stopped making noise. Then, Xiao Qian said, I understand what everyone means, but I can't make the decision on this matter. I can only make a decision until the ancestor comes back. Besides, everyone can see the current situation of Luyun sect. I am not in the mood to care about this kind of thing. Let's wait until Luyun sect regains its calm. Now we still need to rely on you all. Luyun sect is our sect after all. In other words, it is our home. After finishing speaking, Xiao Qian suddenly said sternly, I don't want anyone to do anything wrong here. If I find out, you will bear the consequences yourself. The monks originally had smiles on their faces, but when Xiao Qian said those last words, everyone felt a sudden chill in their hearts and quickly came to their senses. Xiao Qian is worthy of being the great-great-grandson of ancestor Yuyun, and he has such courage at his age. That Kong Kai said quickly. What Peak Master Xiao said is that if someone does something wrong here, I, Kong Kai, will not let him go. We'll talk about it when we come back if anything happens. Let's get Lu Yun sect back on track first. Li Yuanhua also followed. Everyone, please disperse first. Soon these people greeted each other one by one and got busy quickly. Xiao Qian looked at Li Chia and said, Please stay for a while. Li Chia's eyes lit up and he immediately stopped where he was and waited for Xiao Qian's next words. Xiao Qian collected his thoughts and said slowly, I know that you are a top-notch existence in the foundation building stage, and your strength is not far from the golden elixir stage. My energy is limited. I want you to help me command all the foundation building period. I also have an idea. In the future, Lu Yun sect will no longer be divided into different peaks. Everyone is a Lu Yun sect, but with different masters. And the resources of each peak will be uniformly dispatched to maintain basic fairness. I hope you can help me take up this burden first. Of course, this is also a test for you. If you can complete it, I will say a few more words to me. Li Chia immediately said loudly, Thank you, Senior. I will definitely complete this task. I hope you can rest assured. Xiao Qian waved his hand, indicating that Li Chia could leave. Soon Xiao Qian's surroundings returned to peace. The ancestor asked him to manage such a big thing. This is not the hundreds of disciples of Yuyun Peak in the past. This is an entire upper-class sect. There are nearly 100 Jindan stage cultivators alone, and thousands of foundation-building cultivators, not to mention the extremely large number of Qi training cultivators. In addition, Lu Yun sect has expanded its enrollment in recent years, and its base is even more exaggerated. Oh, what a headache! Xiao Qian muttered, but fortunately under the pressure of the ancestor, everyone did not slack off and manage things in an orderly manner, which was not so difficult to manage. The most important thing is to repair the formation, which is a major problem. Present. After 2 consecutive destructions, the formation of Lu Yun sect has lost its effectiveness. Repairing it is useless and thankless. So under Li Yishuan's suggestion, she used one of her formations, which would at least be more defensive than the formation of Lu Yun sect. #C2041 It's all my fault. Xiao Qian had seriously considered the matter of the formation. No matter what method he used, he could not achieve the best state. Instead of doing so, he might as well try Li Yishuan's method. After all, the island had used Li Yishuan's formation before, and the effect was very good. Compared with the original formation of Lu Yun sect, this formation has stronger defensibility, but the area is smaller. Xiao Qian accepted this disadvantage. After all, it was enough to cover more than 100 mountains of
Yuyun sect.
With the joint efforts of everyone in Lu Yun sect gradually restored its original order. Except for the death of many cultivators, everything else remained the same. At the foot of Yuyun Peak, the market that Xiao Qian had half built on a whim became particularly lively. At this time, and many cultivators gathered here. At first, Xiao Qian ignored it, but later when he saw so many people, he simply set a rule that 5 top-grade spirit stones must be paid to enter, and the free spirit stones should not be wasted. These people are the ones who can go crazy just by smelling the minced meat. Even though Yuyun Peak is the least popular mountain now, it will soon gather popularity after this incident. The storefront here is particularly valuable, so they hurried to inspect it in order to get a better position. As for the rest of the people, some of them came to join in the fun, while others came to do some small business, each with their own ideas. In a temporary restaurant in this market, a female cultivator in a beautiful short skirt followed an extremely ordinary-looking male cultivator into a room. If there is anything special about this male cultivator, it is that his cultivation has reached the late stage of the golden core and is about to approach the great perfection of the golden core. On the other hand, the other female cultivator with a beautiful face is only at the foundation building stage. The moment he entered the room, the male cultivator waved his hand to set up a soundproof cover and barrier. Then he said impatiently, "Yang Xian, just tell me what you want. I have already met your request and given you a chance to talk to me alone. I have also told you that I am no longer interested in arguing with you about the past. You don't have to keep it in your heart. I will not do anything to you. You can stay in Luyun's sect with peace of mind. As long as you put away your arrogant and domineering temper in the future, I will no longer have any prejudice against you." The man was Zhao Taizhu. Not long ago, Yang Xian suddenly found a disciple of Yun Peak and strongly requested to see Zhao Taizhu, which eventually led to this incident. Yang Xian's body began to tremble from the moment she entered the restaurant, and her body completely collapsed when she completely entered the room. Thinking of the past, she felt that Zhao Taizhu would definitely not let her go. If it were her, she would definitely not let Zhao Taizhu go, so the more Zhao Taizhu said so, the more fearful Yang Xian felt. After a moment of silence, Yang Xian slowly stood up and said, "I know you are angry. I will let you do whatever you want. I just hope you can spare my life. Just spare my life. Besides, I can do anything. I can do anything. And I have never touched a man. You can come to check. I think you have this method. I was too arrogant and domineering before. It's all my fault." As she said that, Yang Xian's clothes slowly slid off. Zhao Taizhu looked at Yang Xian with narrowed eyes, and then waved his hand to put a new set of clothes on Yang Xian. After a moment of silence, Zhao Taizhu continued, "I have already said that I will not pursue your responsibility anymore. You don't have to do this. Go away, and you won't be treated unfairly in the future. I can assure you of this, and don't use your own ideas to think about everyone." Yang Xian was stunned at first, then she knelt down with a thump and said loudly, "Thank you for your understanding. I, Yang Xian, swear that I will reflect on myself." And Yang Xian blushed and continued, "And I will always wait for you. Part from you, I will not get too close to any man." Yang Xian put on her clothes, turned around, opened the door and left. After a moment, Zhao Taizhu said faintly, "I have already noticed you. Come in." At the moment when Zhao Taizhu's voice fell, another figure appeared outside the door. Compared with Zhao Taizhu, this face was much more stunning. Among many female cultivators, she was already a superior existence, and she had even reached the great perfection of the golden core stage. "Hey, how did you find me?" Zhao Linger asked in surprise, and after a pause, she frowned and said, "Tell me, when did you find me? And with your cultivation level, you can't find me now. You'd better tell the truth. Even though you are my brother, I will still settle accounts with you." Zhao Taizhu said with a headache, Don't I know that I am my own sister? And don't think I don't know that you put a tracking mark on me. You can let me go, but why can't you?" Zhao Linger suddenly became embarrassed and said, "I am worried that you will be in danger, and why do you want to let me go? I am also worried about your safety." Zhao Linger waved her hand and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about why you didn't agree just now. What do you disagree with?" Zhao Taizhu looked puzzled. Zhao Linger couldn't help it, and directly hit her brother on the head with her fist and said, "Of course it's that person who came to the door for nothing, and it was the person in the past. I remember that you didn't have this attitude at that time. I remember that you were determined to come back for revenge at that time. Why didn't you use such a good opportunity?" Zhao Taizhu glanced at his sister, and after a moment of silence he said, "If I did it now, what would be the difference from what she did before? It would only be bullying the weak. I admit that I was indeed angry at the time, but I don't think it's a big deal now, and she is not stubborn. People always have to look forward and see how the ancestor treats this kind of thing. TSK. Then I'll go first. Zhao Linger pursed her lips, then turned around and said again, but you are wrong about one thing. The ancestor will only kill her decisively when facing this matter, or more accurately, he will kill her. At the same time, if you don't take the initiative to look for it, the ancestor may not even remember this matter. Once he remembers it and meets it again, he will definitely kill it decisively. Not like you. Let's go. Zhao Taizhu shook his head. It's really hard to say how the ancestor handles things, especially his way of doing things according to his heart, coupled with his meticulous mind, all of which make it impossible for people to see through the ancestor. He just didn't want to argue with his sister about these things. He didn't know what the situation was with the ancestor. According to this progress, the formation should be broken, and then the Hahuan sect should be completely destroyed. On the other side, a few hours ago, Xiao Han first condensed several deadly needles and arranged them tightly on the formation like before, and at the same time sent a large amount of good fortune to destroy the internal structure of the formation. When everything was ready, Xiao Han immediately smashed the condensed fist on the arranged deadly needles, and with a click, the formation immediately shattered. #C2042 The battle. Boom boom. At the moment when the formation shattered, the whole world made a roaring sound. Compared with Luyun Sect's formation, the formation here was undoubtedly much stronger. Because the formation shattered, aftermath appeared one after another. Xiao Han felt the power of the aftermath and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't bring the monks from Yuyun Peak. No wonder the other party believed in this formation so much that they didn't even let the nascent soul stage monks come to stop it. In addition to being very powerful, forcibly destroying the formation is a huge danger. Of course, it is also related to the fact that the opponent probably does not have any nascent soul monks. Xiao Han guessed while feeling the dissipated energy. When these aftermaths appeared one after another, even the weaker nascent soul monks felt a certain amount of pressure. Nearly half of the Jindan monks behind them were killed or injured in an instant. Those who ride on horses. I know it's not that simple. A monk quickly condensed a defensive spell to block these aftermaths in front of his body. But all this could not prevent the fall of the golden elixir stage monk. It seems that the other party has guessed that Ancestor Yuyun wants to break the formation. No wonder the other party fled into the formation and disappeared without a trace. This time our alliance has suffered a huge loss. Stop talking nonsense. If we don't find a way, the Jindan monks behind us will probably die. This will be detrimental to all sections. The owner of the Red Maple Valley immediately said loudly, let's form a formation together and block these aftermaths no matter what. There are still her descendants behind her, so these aftermaths must not be allowed to continue. A dozen nascent soul monks looked at each other and immediately launched their defensive spells one after another, successfully blocking the aftermath, until 6 of the nascent soul monks exhausted their spiritual power. Only then did the aftermath dissipate. The 6 nascent soul monks sat weakly, cross-legged, and one of them even said, I can't do it anymore and I have to rely on you for the rest. The owner of the Red Maple Valley looked livid and said, I seem to understand what the other party meant. The reason why he didn't stop us from destroying the formation is to wait for work. And the moment the formation shattered, everything was doomed. They knew that we would definitely protect the monks behind us. However, the price of all this is that nearly half of our nascent soul monks will have their spiritual energy completely exhausted. And we are not much better. The spiritual power in our bodies is almost exhausted. Speaking of this, the master of the Red Maple Valley suddenly reacted and shouted loudly, "Everyone who is still alive, the monks, please, retreat quickly." Just when the monks were panicking, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, it's too late." He did not expect that this would be the result. Several hours have passed. Now, if it were him, even if his spiritual power was exhausted, his kung fu would have already returned to its peak state. However, on their side, apart from him, there were only two others, Li Hongchan, the master of the Red Maple Valley, and Chun Shuqing of the Huaiyue sect, who still had some fighting ability. Bang, bang, bang. Just when everyone wanted to retreat, a burst of applause came from the void, and then 6 nascent soul stage monks appeared in everyone's sight. Li Shouchuan also appeared, and at the same time there were dozens of Jindan monks behind him. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes. These monks should be the last living force of the Hahuan sect. The other party really made a good calculation. One of the nascent soul stage monks said loudly, "Hey, it's too late to think of escaping now. Everyone will die today. No one should try to escape. Whoever escapes first will be killed." Some golden elixir stage monks panicked and quickly fled away. However, before they could escape a few dozen meters, their lives were taken away by the flying spirit sword. Nascent soul stage monks themselves should be much calmer, knowing that in this situation there is no way to escape even if they run away, so it is better to give it a try. With such a huge loss, there are still 7 nascent soul monks and dozens of golden core monks at this time. After all, the Hahuan sect's foundation is very strong. After all, it was just impulsive. One of the monks said loudly, "It's all the fault of Ancestor Yuyun. What can he do if he has nothing to do? Now it's better. Not only did the Hahuan sect not be wiped out, but we ourselves are involved. We might as well just accept it as soon as possible. Oh, it's just a personal choice. Why should I blame it on Ancestor Yuyun? If you didn't want to come before, you don't have to come." Chun Shucheng of the Huaiyue sect immediately said, "What's the difference between coming and not coming? If we don't come, it will be difficult to grasp the disadvantages of the Hahuan sect today. Is it possible that they will wait for the other party to be ready and wipe us out one by one? It can only be said that we didn't think about it properly. If we had really thought about it carefully, how could we have ended up in this situation? Okay, don't be nagging." The owner of the Red Maple Valley, Li Hongchan, looked at Li Shouchuan, knowing that he had returned to his prime. When he looked at the 6 nascent soul monks around him, the same was true. He was really waiting for work. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "How do you conclude that we will definitely break the formation? Is it just because Ancestor Yuyun has broken the formation before?" Xiao Han raised his hand to interrupt Li Hongchan and said, "Whether we break the formation today or not, it's no problem for the Hahuan sect. If the formation is broken, everyone will be exhausted because of protecting the disciples of the sect. If we don't protect the monks, they will all die. The opponent only needs to defend. If we don't break the formation, once the opponent recovers his spiritual power, we still won't be able to win with the help of the large formation, or even worse. I think the opponent should still have several nascent soul stage monks recovering. If we break the formation, there is at least some hope of winning. But if we don't break the formation, we will definitely not be able to win." Xiao Han was not in a hurry, but slowly recovered his spiritual power. Under the same conditions, the other party could not recover faster than him, and it might not be so easy for those Yuanian cultivators to heal their injuries. Li Shouchuan smiled and said, "That's why I'm interested in you. You have a clear mind and are good at judging the situation. The most important thing is that you are strong enough. What I didn't expect was that you could actually break the Hahuan sect's formation. But considering your strength and the fact that there is no one guarding it, it's within expectations that you can break it. But since you have decided not to join the Hahuan sect, there is no need to regret it. It's better to kill you." Li Shouchuan shouted that he wanted to kill Xiao Han, but his body was very honest and didn't move. Many things that happened before told Li Shouchuan that Xiao Han was not that simple. He must not take action easily unless it was absolutely necessary. What should we do, Ancestor Yun? Stop analyzing here and make a decision. Why don't we fight the other side? If we take turns to self-destruct, we should be able to defeat the other side. You don't want your life, but I do. There is no better way than this. Why don't we escape? At least there is some hope of survival. Escape? How can you escape? Not to mention whether you can escape. Even if you escape, you will die in the end, and you may die more miserably. Amid the discussion, Xiao Han's spiritual power finally recovered. Soon Xiao Han stared at Li Shouchuan and slowly said, "Fight!" #C2043 Kill Li Shouchuan. How could he escape with such a good opportunity? It would be very difficult to find the next opportunity after losing this one. Not to mention that the Hahuan sect may have the support of some top sects, but it is developing very fast. Today can be said to be a tricky situation. If the other party didn't know too much about him and made mistakes one after another, there would be no such opportunity at all. It took a lot of effort to get to this point. How could he give up? With Xiao Han's word fight, they quickly regained some composure. In fact, more than a dozen Yuanian cultivators knew in their hearts that they couldn't escape, but they just lost a backbone in their hearts. Now Xiao Han's attitude, they knew it in their hearts. After hearing Xiao Han's word, Li Shouchuan subconsciously stepped back a few steps. He had already lost psychologically, and then he stabilized his body and said, "Kill Xiao Han first, don't worry about the others. As long as we can kill Xiao Han, we will win, and those who participate in the battle today will eventually get top resources." That person said that as long as we provide enough raw materials, we will have the opportunity to obtain the refining spirit pill. You all want to enter the God transformation stage. Li Shouchuan simply used words to encourage the other several Yuanian cultivators, and he still did not have the attitude of taking the initiative to attack. Facing such people, he did not dare to take risks. Letting others try it out is the right thing to do, even if it costs a huge price. After all, if he died, what is the meaning of the existence of the Hahuan sect? When the other Yuanian cultivators heard this, they were really a little excited. They had all reached this level, and no one wanted to touch the God transformation stage. After reaching the Yuanian great perfection, many cultivators could only watch their lives come to an end because they did not have the refining spirit pill. They have great power, countless wealth and status. How could they bear to die? But it is precisely because they do not have the spirit pill that these people can only die slowly. Yuanian can give them a second life, but it cannot prolong the life that has been lost. The 6 Yuanian monks went towards Xiao Han at the same time.
Xiao Han
grinned. He felt the spiritual power in his body surging wildly, and the spiritual stones in his hand were also constantly whirling. From time to time, the powder of the top-grade spiritual stones fell, and Xiao Han directly stuffed several pills into his mouth. After preparing all this, Xiao Han said, "You guys take turns to recover. These 6 Yuanian monks are handed over to me, and you are responsible for the Jindan monks behind." The Jindan monks on their side almost completely lost their combat ability. Xiao Han took on all the Yuanian monks alone. In addition to having his own plans, the most important thing is to reduce the dimension. Let the rest of these Yuanian monks deal with the Yuanian monks in their prime. This is obviously unrealistic, but if it is used to deal with those Jindan monks, it is still enough, and perhaps there will be some miraculous effects. Li Hongchan sent a voice message. "Do you want me to help you? I still have half of my strength now." Xiao Han glanced at Li Hongchan and did not reply. He just cast his eyes on Li Shouchuan and said, "You'd better escape now, otherwise you will lose the best opportunity, and you can't escape even if you want to." Li Shouchuan felt a little scared in his heart. He didn't know where Xiao Han got his confidence from, but he always subconsciously thought of everything before All that he did by just one person. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body was full, Xiao Han immediately suppressed 3 heaven and earth arts and instantly suppressed the 6 Yuanying cultivators. Seeing this scene, Li Hongchan no longer hesitated. Everyone knew that time was very important and could not be delayed. They immediately passed the 6 Yuanying cultivators and went to kill those Jindan cultivators. Just when those Yuanying cultivators were surprised and began to condense the magic, Xiao Han condensed another heaven and earth magic and suppressed it. For consecutive heaven and earth arts were something Xiao Han would not consider on weekdays, but he had to do it at this time. The spiritual power in his body was rapidly draining away, and the pills and spirit stones were rapidly replenishing the spiritual power.
Xiao Han rushed
Directly to the position of the 6 people and took out the spiritual sword in his hand, but he did not chop at the 6 Yuanying cultivators, but stepped forward lightly. When he appeared, he whispered, "The 4 sacred beasts are back." The next moment, the spiritual sword in Xiao Han's hand was replaced with the white
Tiger Saber.
Although none of the 4 sacred beasts were of the 4th level strength when taken out separately, but with the blessing of this combination it jumped to the 4th level, and the white tiger saber was naturally also even stronger than the 4th level middle grade or even upper grade spiritual weapons. This scene came too fast. Li Shouchuan did not expect that Xiao Han would actually pass the 6 cultivators and come directly to him. The normal thinking is to kill the 6 and then he. Li Shouchuan frowned. It is definitely not so simple to deal with himself. Immediately, thunder exploded in the sky, and a huge lightning struck from the
7. Just hittning Xiao Han.
Is it a mutant attribute spiritual root? Xiao Han was secretly happy. The opportunity had come. The spiritual power in his body was still surging wildly. The 6 Yuanying cultivators behind him were also coming towards Xiao Han quickly. "Ha! Go to hell." Li Shouchuan couldn't help but smile when he saw that he had succeeded in one strike. As long as he could hold on for a moment, the 6 Yuanying cultivators would attack together and would surely kill Xiao Han with one strike. In the thunder and lightning, Xiao Han laughed and said, "It seems that you are very confident." After Xiao Han finished speaking, the spiritual power in his body surged again and soon reached the peak of the middle stage of the Yuanying. Xiao Han took a step forward slowly against the thunder and lightning, and the next moment he appeared in front of Li Shouchuan, as if it was a natural process, and stepped into the late stage of the Yuanying and was promoted in one step. He achieved the late stage of Yuanying with just one step. In addition to being able to reach this realm long ago, the lightning today also helped. Xiao Han looked at Li Shouchuan coldly and said, "I wonder if you still have confidence now." Then he grabbed Li Shouchuan in his hand and strangled his neck. Li Shouchuan trembled and said, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can you break through under such circumstances? How could this happen?" Before he finished speaking, Li Shouchuan completely lost his vitality. When the Yuanying man just appeared, countless white lights emerged from his body, and cracks began to appear on his body. This was a precursor to self-destruction. But before the self-destruction was completed, the white lights disappeared strangely, and the Yuanying man was a little terrified. Seeing Xiao Han slapping down with a palm, the Yuanying man could not do anything, but just repeated in his mouth, "Devil, you are the devil, devil." The sudden scene made the other 6 Yuanying cultivators feel cold in their hearts. Even the sect master did not resist for several times. What could they do? Did they underestimate Xiao Han in the end? And how could Xiao Han possess such a huge amount of spiritual power, while they couldn't do it and even break through the realm during the battle? They would never be his opponent. "Retreat," someone shouted, and the entire Hahuan sect's team fled like a flock of sheep. But how could Xiao Han give them such a chance? And for heaven and earth arts pressed at the same time. The fatal needle was also carried back, and at the same time a formation plate was taken out. Countless flying needles flew out and quickly shuttled among the people of the Xiao Han sect. Every needle that flew out and flew back would take away a cultivator. The Xiao Han sect was completely defeated by Xiao Han's swift and fierce means, and was defeated miserably. #C2044 6-meter mysterious array. At the moment Li Shouchuan died, the support in the hearts of all the Xiao Han sect completely collapsed. Xiao Han harvested the golden core stage monks at the fastest speed. As for the 6 nascent soul monks, the 4 heaven and earth techniques were enough to suppress them. It wasn't until Xiao Han had almost harvested those golden core monks that Xiao Han turned his head and looked at the remaining 6 nascent soul monks. Originally, the middle nascent soul stage was enough to kill these monks, let alone the late nascent soul stage. One of the monks calmed down quickly. Xiao Han could clearly see the fear deep in the other person's eyes, but on the surface he still calmed down his emotions. After a pause, he said with some trembling, "Anyway, we will die, let's give it a try." Formation. After the words fell, the 6 people formed a seal with their hands, and at the same time each person threw out a formation flag. The monk who spoke first had a red flag and the other 6 all had white flags. Xiao Han was anxious to reap what he had just gained, so he just used the heaven and earth technique to suppress it. As for the formation, he didn't pay attention at all. Xiao Han quickly put away Li Shouchuan's storage ring, and also collected some storage bracelets from Jindan monks. It wasn't until those nascent soul cultivators in the team who could fight began to clean up the battlefield quickly that Xiao Han focused all his attention and energy on these 6 people. As long as you are promoted to the nascent soul stage, who doesn't have something good in hand? This is a lesson learned from the past. Spiritual weapons, elixirs, rare materials and formations, and it is very likely that you can also find some original spells. For Xiao Han, sometimes it is better to obtain some better spells than to obtain a large number of elixirs and spiritual stones. Under the deduction of the power of creation, as long as the spells are similar, they won't be too bad. The general ones are left to Xiao Qian and others, and the best ones are left to be deduced slowly. This is why he has so many methods now. Just the top-level 4th-level spells have 1 or 2 attributes for each one. At this level, let alone the nascent soul stage, even the monks at the God transformation stage can only do this. Thinking of this, what Xiao Han saw now were no longer these monks, but piles of spiritual stones, elixirs, and countless resources. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly felt a hint of danger in the formation condensed above his head. How is this possible? The formation formed by just 6 nascent soul stage monks has such power? Soon Xiao Han completely understood that it had nothing to do with the cultivation of these people. The biggest problem was this formation. Interesting. Xiao Han suddenly became interested in this formation. He originally wanted to destroy the formation together, but looking at it now, he might as well keep it. The formation seemed to require a certain amount of time to accumulate power. Xiao Han would not wait for them to condense the formation before taking action. If he really wanted to see the power of the formation, he could wait until he got it in his hands. Just before the formation was about to condense, the monk holding the red flag laughed and said, "Maybe there is no need to fight to the death. I think this Xiao Han is nothing more than this." That's right. We overestimated it before. In fact, it's not very strong. Not like it can't do anything under the Liuyi Xian formation. Hey, just wait to be killed. I saw 3 white and 3 black balls forming in the sky, spinning in the void. Xiao Han looked like Tai Chi. Is it really the same thing? But what can be done? Xiao Han grabbed the monk holding the red flag and squeezed it with his hand. Huge spiritual power was transmitted to his arm. With the input of the power of creation, the monk's neck was crushed on the spot. The whole person seemed to be maintaining the madness of the previous second. The moment the monk died, Xiao Han's life-killing needle had been completely condensed and quickly moved towards the nascent soul villain, directly piercing it. The condensed formation also dissipated at this moment, leaving only the last nascent soul Zogshan, and the rest were nothing in Xiao Han's eyes. Just like chopping vegetables and melons, the killing needle is ready at any time and will harvest the life of the nascent soul as soon as possible. It wasn't until he was slashing at the last monk that Xiao Han said softly, "Garbage is garbage. Every monk in the Huan sect deserves to die. This is recognized by the entire world of immortality." Xiao Han does not have any psychological burden. When killing, Qin Ming had been following the team, looking like a little transparent. But at this moment he suddenly said loudly, "Congratulations to Patriarch Yun for entering the late nascent soul stage. Congratulations to Patriarch Yun for destroying the Huan sect." When these two congratulations came out of Qin Ming's mouth, the whole scene suddenly became different. Those nascent soul cultivators who were originally planning to plunder immediately stopped where they were and directly cupped their hands and said, "Congratulations to Ancestor Yu Yun." Then came those golden elixir stages. The difference was that they were all kneeling during the golden elixir stage. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han felt no emotion in his heart. He had seen too many such scenes, but this Qin Ming was really good at it, but his mind was too simple. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to let him serve as the leader of Lu Yun's sect. Xiao Han hasn't found a suitable person yet. Xiao Han plans to take away these disciples from Yu Yun Peak. They are so powerful. His talent is based on his foundation. In the future, each of them will become a generation of strong men and their own team. Wan Zongqing himself will eventually go back, or in other words, he will step into the top sect. There is no point in dominating the southernmost part of the Tianxian continent. It will also stagnate your own strength, let alone go to the demon clan to search for the demon clan saint. Thinking of this, Xiao Han spoke loudly. "Gather all the disciples of Huan sect. If any escape, kill them on the spot. After interrogation, kill all those who have committed crimes. As for the income, I hope you all know it. After seizing, you should hand it over to Elder Qin Ming for distribution. Of course, if you want to covet some of it, it's not impossible, but you should weigh the consequences yourself." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he looked at the 6 storage rings in his hand, as well as the other storage rings. These alone accounted for more than half of the resources of the entire Huan sect. Together with the ones in Xiao Tanner and Li Yishuan's hands, it was estimated that they accounted for more than 70%. It didn't matter if the rest were secretly swallowed up. After all, without these cultivators to resist for a while and these Jindan stage cultivators to clean up the battlefield, he also had things to do. The people of Lu Yun's sect could not bring all of them. It had already suffered a heavy blow, and it would be easy for others to rob the house if they brought all of them, which would be a big loss at that time. Qin Ming immediately said, "I will follow the order of the ancestor." Soon these cultivators took action quickly. They wanted to completely plunder the entire Huan sect, which was extremely difficult, especially the handling of the Huan sect's spiritual veins, which was a problem. Xiao Han thought of the little dragon of the spirit vein in his dantian. Would be great if he could still hold the spirit vein, but this was not realistic and it was probably difficult. In addition to the spirit vein, it would be better to plunder all the other resources. Of course, it is also possible to re-establish a sect here, but it is not necessary. Wouldn't it be better to draw the spirit vein and put it in his own sect? Xiao Han began to walk around. He needed to determine the number of spirit veins in the Huan sect so that he could have a sufficient plan. #C2045 Spiritual Vein Dragon Cave. Different from the Lu Yun sect, the Huan sect's spiritual veins are more like an earth dragon, and the environment they live in is underground. The entire Huan sect is a large valley surrounded by mountains. However, there are some spiritual veins below the valley which are more like a kind of social dragon vein. This place is a good place. Even if the spiritual veins are drained, some spiritual veins will still be generated. After many years.
Xiao Han probed karefully.
Generally speaking, according to his realm, there would be no problem in detecting spiritual veins of the 4th level and below, but it would be difficult to capture the 5th level spiritual veins. Xiao Han does not think that Hahuan sect will have 5th level spiritual veins or even 4th level spiritual veins. The development of Hahuan sect relies on the plundering of other sects and even mortals and is not cultivated by spiritual veins.
Sect.
There are more than 100 peaks in Luyun sect, but only about 80 have spiritual veins, and most of them are first-order spiritual veins. The only third-order spiritual veins are Tongyun Peak and Leiyun Peak. The Izumo Peak that Li Xingyan had used before was just a second-order spiritual vein. While Xiao Han was exploring the spiritual veins of the Hahuan sect, he was receiving information from all aspects. Once there was more important information, Xiao Han would be able to learn it as soon as possible. Run away. The sect has been defeated. How can you escape? Didn't you see that it has been blocked from all sides? Hey, there is always a chance to escape. What if we escape? With our crimes. If we are caught, we will die. Don't think so much. Maybe I won't kill you. If you run away now, you will.
Definitely.
If you ask me, I'd better get something good and use it as a bribe later. Are you probably dreaming? Don't you know that all the good things in the sect are with the sect master? How many good things are there in the sect? Ha, according to what you mean, that's all it can do. Otherwise, what can we do? The sect master has just arranged for the young sect master to escape. I only hope that the young sect master can avenge us in the future. Don't expect revenge. Let's not talk about whether we can find a good body to seize the body. Even if we can seize the body, what are the chances of having the best spiritual root? Even if you seize the top-grade spiritual root and start practicing again, even if it is very fast, it will take a lot of time. By the time you step into the nascent soul Dzogchen again, people will probably have already reached the stage of divine transformation. How can this be on the same level? How can it be that it is the stage of transformation into gods? Can never be reached without the God-refining pill. You guys underestimate others too much. If you can defeat the entire Hahuan sect to this extent with one person's power, I don't think he will ever be able to reach the stage of becoming a god. Are you referring to Ancestor Yuyun? Of course it's not who he is. He will become a legend in the future. Don't forget, Shentian Palace is standing behind us. Fuck. Who did you listen to when you stepped on a horse? How could a decent person like Shentian Palace want us like this? Don't forget my identity. After all, it depends on the owner when beating a dog. There will always be someone to avenge us. Sure, don't talk nonsense. If you are questioned and you can't produce any evidence, what will you do? It doesn't matter whether he can take it out or not, he will die in the end. Anyway, if you ask me, it's better to run away secretly and give it a try. Xiao Han was slightly startled when he heard this. He was not sure about the authenticity of this news, but it was definitely not the kind of thing that came out of nowhere. Since it was said like this, there was some basis for it. I had heard before that the Hahuan sect was supported by a top sect. I thought it was a top sect like Cicada Valley, but I didn't expect it to be Shentian Palace. Regardless of the authenticity of this matter, Shentian Palace alone is more difficult to deal with. This cannot be described as a top sect. Xiao Han even believed that there was some truth to it. After all, the more sects like Shentian Palace, the more they needed sects like Hahuan sect to do dirty things for him. This was reasonable. But from the current point of view, the Hahuan sect has been exterminated, and no one from Shentian Palace has shown up. Either Shentian Palace is afraid of something or Shentian Palace is not behind the Hahuan sect. It is also possible that the leader of the Hahuan sect is bluffing, and these speculations are extremely possible. After some careful exploration, Xiao Han only felt that the entire Hahuan sect was a dragon cave. There were many dragon veins, large and small, in total 100. Although most of them were first-order spiritual veins, there were also second-order and third-order dragon veins. Part of it. But how to deal with this problem is a troublesome thing. It's better not to send everyone back to Luyun sect. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han immediately sank his consciousness into his dantian. Before the Hongmeng Fortune Pearl took the initiative to speak, Xiao Han asked, I wonder if you have any way to get the spiritual veins into the dantian. I mean many. I know what you are planning, don't think about it, and it is unrealistic for you to take out all the spiritual veins and bring them back. Let's not talk about setting up a large array. It requires so many things. It's difficult to just make the container. Of course, it can actually be done by running 2 more times. How can your sect arrange so many spiritual veins? The best way is to establish a branch sect and build a new sect in Hahuan sect so that it can be used rationally. Xiao Han listened and considered. He must not give up spiritual vein resources. The more of these things, the better. Even if they are traded, they can be exchanged for many things. Wait, Xiao Han seemed to have thought of a good idea. Why did he want to get into trouble? No one in the Luyun sect dared to invade the Luyun sect at present. All he had to do was stay in the Hahuan sect, spread the news that he was selling his spiritual veins, and then wait for the various sects to come to him to exchange his spiritual veins. They had no reason to refuse. Whether a sect can last long or not, the spirit vein is a good indicator. After Xiao Han thought about this, he slowly said, I seem to have thought of a good idea. Hongmeng Fortune Pearl was surprised. Hey, you are not going to sell them all, are you? Heh, that's right. Xiao Han was a little excited. How many things can be exchanged for these spirit veins alone? Xiao Han couldn't even accept that he was developing slowly now. Sure enough, plundering was the kingly way. No wonder so many people would take risks. So much so that Lan Xing also likes to do plunder and exploitation because this is the easiest way to success and the shortest shortcut. Just when Xiao Han wanted to go out with his consciousness, Hongmeng Fortune Pearl suddenly said, Wait a minute, I just got a message. I don't know if you want to hear it. It's about the dragon vein, but I think you may not agree. If you don't want to listen, just go out. Xiao Han wanted to complain. You have already aroused my interest and then told me this kind of thing. Hurry up and tell me. No need to dawdle. Xiao Han said impatiently. Hongmeng Fortune Pearl then continued. The little guy next to me wants to eat those little dragons with spiritual veins. I wonder if you agree. What? Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, Can I pretend that I don't know this news? #C2046 distribution. Xiao Han wanted to go out right now. My goodness, this little dragon of spirit veins has a bigger and bigger appetite. In the past, it just swallowed some fortune power. Now it actually asks to eat spirit veins. How many spirit stones are needed to make it? I thought today's harvest was enough to make me excited for a long time. Even for a long time in the future, I will not lack resources, but now it seems that my idea seems to be wrong. How can it be enough with these little ancestors? Now it is swallowing spirit veins. After getting used to it, it will be uncomfortable if there are no more. It's too wasteful. If it weren't for the fact that the little dragon of spirit veins is almost like a son now, I would have kicked it out of the house anyway. Because you saved my life, I won't bother with you for the time being. Xiao Han said slowly. Then ask him how many he needs to eat. In fact, the little dragon of spirit veins can understand part of Xiao Han's words, but Xiao Han still wants to convey the information through the Hongmeng Fortune Pearl so as not to misunderstand it. If it eats 1 or 2 first-level spiritual veins, it is still okay, considering that it has saved itself several times. If it eats more, forget. It will never let it do so recklessly. After a while, the Hongmeng Creation Pearl said faintly, It said that it doesn't eat much. Now it can only eat a few dozen and then it can't eat anymore. It said that if it is at its level, eating one is enough for the time being.
Xiao Han.
At its level, it might as well eat the third-level spiritual veins directly. Well, it can be considered one or two, and the third-level spiritual vein can also be considered one, which is still within the acceptable range. Xiao Han agreed immediately. A few days later, dozens of Yuanying stage cultivators gathered in the main hall of the Hehuan sect. After several days of looting, they turned the Hehuan sect inside and out. All the ones with a little value were looted. Now the Hehuan sect can be considered to be penniless. The young master was not found, and the rest of the nascent soul cultivators were also found and killed by Xiao Han. No one above the golden core stage survived. Xiao Han was very busy these days, and he didn't even have time to check his harvest. The cultivators in the Qi training stage and the foundation establishment stage were managed together, and more than 20 golden core stage cultivators were arranged to guard them. Qin Ming stood beside Xiao Han, looking at the arriving cultivators, and slowly said, "Since everyone is here, I won't keep you in suspense. Today, there are only a few things to gather everyone together. The first is the issue of interest distribution that everyone is concerned about. From the things we searched, Ancestor Yuyun plans to give everyone 30%. Wow! The cultivators present were excited. They could actually get 30% just by running errands. Under such interests, every cultivator who tried to shirk was excited. Thank you, Ancestor Yun. You are so generous. There has never been a cultivator as good as Ancestor Yuyun. He is simply a role model for our generation. Bah! You are the only one who is giving me back. Hey, you guys are too good at flattering. I usually just tell the truth. Cultivators like Ancestor Yuyun are unprecedented and unparalleled. How shameless. No cultivator felt that it was too much or too little. They had already thought about it from the beginning how much Ancestor Yuyun gave them. They would take as much as they wanted. Xiao Han didn't care about giving these cultivators 30% of the share. After all, there were several sects, and the total accounted for only 30%. And that's without adding his storage rings and a large number of storage bracelets. Adding them all together, Xiao Han felt that the most he could give out was 5% or even less, but no one took the initiative to mention it. Why should Xiao Han share the ones he killed? Everyone understood this truth. Qin Ming waited until everyone was quiet before continuing. The second thing is about the treatment of the many cultivators of the Hehuan sect. What do you think should be done? The ancestor also wants to hear everyone's opinions. Xiao Han thought about this matter and thought it would not be appropriate to kill them all directly. After all, with so many lives, every cultivator is important at this time of disaster. There are nearly 100,000 cultivators in the Hehuan sect alone. Killing them all in one go would be a huge loss for the human race. Li Hongchan said immediately, "I just want to make a suggestion. Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. The rest of the ancestors will decide. There is nothing to dispute." Xiao Han happened to mean the same thing. He looked at the other cultivators. None of them spoke, and after a pause he said, "Since everyone is no longer talking, then I will tell you my thoughts. Interrogate and investigate one by one, report each other, and behead those who are in a bad situation. There is no problem, such as those female cultivators who have just entered the sect, or former female cultivators, and some male cultivators who still retain their innocence. All of them will be incorporated into Luyun's sect. I think all the sects present here are not short of people. My Luyun sect has just suffered a disaster, and we need manpower the most at this time. As for those with lighter crimes, it is recommended to fill them into various sects, register them, and let them make meritorious deeds with their guilty bodies. What do you think? This is very beneficial to Luyun's sect, but everyone knows it well, and no one will say anything. They are just some cultivators. Besides, Luyun's sect really suffered a lot of losses this time, so it's okay to add some cultivators without problems." Li Hongchan raised her hand and said, I agree. Another cultivator also raised his hand and said, I agree too. Soon all the cultivators agreed to this matter. In fact, for this meeting, it was the one-man show of Patriarch Yuyun, but Xiao Han was a very democratic person and still hoped to listen to everyone's opinions. When the dust settled on the second matter, everyone cast hopeful eyes on Qin Ming, and they all had some guesses about some things. Qin Ming slowly said, the third matter is the problem of the spiritual veins of the Hahuan sect. I think everyone knows that this time the Hahuan sect was destroyed by the ancestor, so it's okay for all these spiritual veins to belong to the ancestor. This statement was very clear, and many cultivators had some disappointment in their eyes. After all, did they get nothing? Soon Qin Ming said, in fact, there are not many spiritual veins. I believe everyone has explored it. There are at most 40 or 50. After all, everyone knows how the Hahuan sect developed. And this is another dragon cave. Qin Ming spoke very carefully. Among the cultivators present, due to various reasons, the exploration was not as complete as Xiao Han. Being able to detect 60 is the limit, but for Xiao Han, he can detect a full 93. But he is not going to tell these cultivators this number. Soon, Qin Ming organized his words again and said, after the ancestors' full consideration, those present have also made some contributions. Each sect can obtain a first-level spiritual vein for free. At the same time, you can also purchase a certain amount of spiritual veins. Of course, the specific price is still to be negotiated. Those present have the right of first purchase. As soon as these words were finished, the eyes of those cultivators all lit. They were afraid that they would not be able to obtain spiritual veins. Now that they heard that they could buy them, they were so happy. #C2047 Devouring. The importance of spiritual veins is self-evident. Everyone in the Hahuan sect wants to eat such a big piece of meat. However, it was all done by Ancestor Yuyun. Coupled with the strength of Ancestor Yuyun, no one dares to pry into. What? First, I got a lot of benefits, and then I gave everyone a spiritual vein. Now, I can even buy it. Not to mention how big this kind of gain is. Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then said slowly, the spiritual veins you can buy are first-level spiritual veins. I have told Qin Ming the specific quantity. You can negotiate with him. I think you know the specific price. Of course, you need to solve the formation and container problems yourself. This is the last thing today. Okay, you can discuss it slowly. I still have something to do. Xiao Han didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. He would give Qin Ming some benefits. The more things he got, the more he would get. Moreover, Xiao Han can completely trust Qin Ming's character. Regarding Headmaster Han's matter, Qin Ming soon learned the answer. It was precisely because Xiao Han avenged Headmaster Han that Qin Ming's admiration for Xiao Han reached its peak. Xiao Han, don't you need to watch from the side? Qin Ming asked with some confusion. Xiao Han grinned and said, I am very relieved about you. Just go ahead and do. No matter what the result is, you will have a share of the credit. It's yours and everything is indispensable. After saying that, Xiao Han headed directly towards the center of the dragon's cave. This spiritual vein can be said to be the biggest gain besides various resources. The quantity sold is not large, and the lower the price, the better. Unless the spiritual veins are publicly auctioned to the entire Tianxian continent. Xiao Han does not want to think about this kind of thing. You only need to sell some to these neighboring sections. Those who have contributed have certain preemptive rights. The nearby sects have also been notified, and they will come over and sell some of them. Keep the rest. Xiao Han has thought about taking them all away and bringing them back to Luyun sect, but this doesn't make any sense. Now, except for the third-level spiritual veins, the rest are not of much help to him unless he is establishing a sect. But the problem is that the founder of the sect now has a movable third-level spiritual vein, so the second-level spiritual vein has no effect. As for the third-level spiritual veins, after the spiritual vein dragon eats one, there are only 2 left. The only way is to wait until the spiritual vein dragon swallows the spiritual veins to see what the effect will be. Regarding the fact that the spiritual dragon wanted to eat the spiritual vein, Xiao Han was confused at first, but as he deepened his understanding of the issue, Xiao Han gradually figured out the problem. If the spiritual vein dragon can increase its level or strengthen itself after eating the spiritual vein, then this problem will naturally be solved. After all, with the existence of the Hongmeng fortune bead, it is impossible for the spiritual dragon to leave his dantian. The higher the quality of the dragon, the greater the help to him. With this speculation, some ideas in Xiao Han's mind slowly emerged, and soon he successfully arrived at the center of the dragon's cave. This is the best location in this piece of land. All high-level spiritual veins are entrenched in this central position. It is strange to say, why is this central position the best? This is not a concert. Shouldn't something that is born naturally like spiritual veins appear in some form? Why are there so many spiritual veins entrenched in one place? Just like the little spiritual dragon, he doesn't like to stay in his dantian for no reason. If the Hongmeng fortune bead exists, there may be something good underneath. But this is just speculation and has not been confirmed. After sorting out his thoughts for a while, Xiao Han directly sank his consciousness into his dantian. Xiao Han went straight to the topic and said, "I'm ready. How should I extract the spiritual veins for this little guy to eat? Or should I set up a big formation like before?" Hongmeng Creation Pearl said, "No, this little guy promised me some conditions. I will help him. You only need to input a spiritual power into the ground and transmit a ray of creation power into it, and these spiritual veins will naturally come out on their own initiative. At that time, I will choose a suitable place to collect in dantian. You'd better find a suitable place for retreat nearby. It's that kind of semi-seclusion. When you are in seclusion, the spiritual vein dragon will digest the spiritual veins faster. This is a kind of devouring and requires a certain state. But don't worry about what will happen. You can leave at any time you want. You may have to stay here for the next period of time. It's good to find a place in advance." Xiao Han expressed his understanding, and then looked at the container that contained the power of creation. It was still only 1/3 in condition. In order to defeat the Hahuan sect, he almost exhausted the power of creation. How could he win with such a huge gap in strength? All depends on the power of creation. It would be nice if there was more power of creation, or the container could be made bigger. This is his biggest trump card. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han slowly said, "Hey, what if I get another Hongmeng stone?" "Ha! I know what you mean." The Hongmeng fortune bead directly interrupted Xiao Han, and after a pause he continued, "This Hongmeng stone is just like the previous Hongmeng bead. It can bring me the same help only once. Even if you get another Hongmeng pearl, I can indeed absorb it, but it won't have much of an effect. It may just add a wisp. For the same reason, the same goes for the Hongmeng stone." Xiao Han was a little regretful, but then he looked happy as if he had thought of something and said quickly, "But I gave you so many storage bracelets before, and then giving them the Hongmeng stone still had an effect. Why is that? And how did you know that the Hongmeng stone was useful at that time? You can tell me now if there is anything else that can help you, and I will just collect it." Hongmeng fortune bead's mood fluctuated slightly. "It seems that you still don't fully understand what I mean. My meaning is already very clear. This is like a peak. Can you understand what I say? To put it simply, if you are full or you have reached your limit, even if you come back again, there will be no effect. As for the other question you asked, I remember I told you before that my memory is incomplete. The last Hongmeng stone was caused by me extracting the power of space, which caused something to happen. Finally, I remembered that the Hongmeng stone was useful to me." Xiao Han was a little disappointed after hearing this, but he quickly put away his emotions. This kind of thing is rare. Xiao Han thought of the green jade pendant again, and then said, I don't know how to use the power of space. If you keep it like this, isn't this a waste of natural resources? Don't worry. I will naturally help you when the time comes. Hongmeng good. Fortune Pearl continued angrily. It's like I'm hiding some selfish motives. No, that's what I mean. Xiao Han couldn't explain clearly. Thinking that it was just a ball, he didn't bother to explain, and then continued, let's draw out the spiritual veins first and then talk about it. Hashtag C2048 Whetstone. Xiao Han looked at the ground and then around. After determining the most important place in the dragon's lair, the first thing Xiao Han did was to clear out everyone around him and place a ban. The purpose is to control the most central position and lock the hearing near this area. Xiao Han will not let it go if there is any movement. But there is no guarantee that Xiao Han can guard some of the first order spiritual veins around him so well. After all, the scope is here, which is why he is anxious to sell some of the first order spiritual veins. Replace those spiritual veins that are relatively far away and difficult to control with various resources first. After confirming that there were no problems around him, Xiao Han hit a ray of spiritual power directly on the ground and transported a ray of creation power to the ground along with the spiritual power. After just waiting for a moment, Xiao Han felt some vibrations coming from the ground. Good guy, these spiritual veins don't like this piece of land very much. How come a wisp of the power of creation made them so crazy? In order to prevent these spiritual pulses from coming out too much, Xiao Han deliberately controlled the amount of the power of creation until several of the spiritual pulses were completely activated, and Xiao Han stopped transmitting the power of creation. He only remembered that the Hongmeng fortune bead allowed him to achieve this level, and the rest depended on the fortune bead itself. Ouch! A low dragon roar appeared, and the ground began to vibrate violently. In just a moment, Xiao Han felt that one of the 3 third-order spiritual veins began to try to get out of the ground. After another moment, a dragon shadow emerged from the ground. It was still very similar to the previous spiritual dragon. The difference was that this spiritual vein was much larger and more solid. But it is worse than the small spiritual dragon in Dantian. Xiao Hai could feel that this spiritual vein was not the strongest among the 3. It was probably because the Hongmeng fortune bead took into account the devouring ability of the spiritual vein dragon. I chose it deliberately. I really don't know what the spirit dragon Xiaolong promised to do with the creation pearl to make him take the initiative. But Xiao Han didn't want to pay attention to this. As long as the fortune bead was in his body, he didn't have to worry about anything. After circling for several times, the spiritual veins suddenly shrank and penetrated into Xiao Han's Dantian. Xiao Han only felt that his Dantian was very swollen, and a large amount of spiritual power was escaping. Soon Xiao Han looked happy. Such pure spiritual power was most suitable for consolidating his own cultivation. Since entering the nascent soul stage, Xiao Han has felt that it is becoming more and more difficult to improve his level. Each level upgrade consumes a lot of resources. Once you embark on the path of cultivating immortality, there is no turning back. Xiao Han turned his attention to the temporary cave not far away, entered it directly, and quickly digested the pure spiritual power in his Dantian. In a main hall somewhere in Cicada Valley, Li Zixuan was listening to the report of the people below. The expression on his face changed from confusion at the beginning to shock, followed by a deep feeling of powerlessness. Are these messages true? Li Zixuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He needed to confirm the authenticity of these messages. The person who reported the report quickly raised his hand and said, "Everything is true. It is the latest information obtained, and according to the instructions of the master, some informants have been deployed there. Including Luyun sect, we have spies." Li Zizuan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Well done. Let's go down first." After the man left, Li Zizuan arranged a soundproof cover with a wave of his hand, covering the entire hall. During the recent period, no one could enter this hall without his permission. This also started after discussing the assassination of Xiao Han. Li Zizuan whispered into the void, "Come out. The person has left." After saying that, a black figure walked out of the darkness and took off the hat covering his head, revealing the delicate face underneath. She has a slender figure but not that thin. Just from the tight black clothes, you can see how perfect her figure is. The dividing line between her upper and lower body is perfect. Coupled with those slightly delicate and enchanting faces, this woman can be described as a vixen. Li Zizuan half smiled and said, "Huayu, what do you think?" Huaiwei came to Li Zizuan and said, "Are you talking about how to treat Xiao Han? Or are you talking about the authenticity of the information just now, or are you doubtful about what information?" She seemed to have read through Li Zizuan's thoughts, and the key point was to speak. Li Zizuan nodded and said, "There is a point in what you said, so I want to hear your opinion." Huaiwei said with a smile on her face, "Based on the information just reported, at least 70% to 80% of it is true. It's just that it's too exaggerated to make people feel incredible. But based on the previous situation and escaping from the hands of the demon, it would be acceptable to reach this point." Li Zizuan's face moved slightly and he said, "One person almost destroyed the entire Huan sect. With this strength I can't touch him. And Xiao Han is a vengeful person. Fighting more than 20 nascent soul monks at the same time, there are still so many golden elixir stages, compared with when he was surrounded and suppressed. In the 10,000 stars sea, he is undoubtedly much stronger. I always feel that if I give him a little more time, Cicada Flower Valley won't be able to do it. Nothing. Now I seem to understand why I did so much without the city lord saying anything. I also understand why Juejian sect and the others chose to withdraw. Cicada Flower Valley was probably abandoned by the city lord. Before being abandoned, I happened to be used as a whetstone for his key training. This," Huaiwei smiled and said, "this must be blamed on your ancestor, or your ancestor has fallen. After all, he has not appeared for a long time and you have not even seen his face. Didn't you look for it before but didn't get any information? Don't feel too wronged. If you didn't have this idea first, how could you have ended up where you are today? Besides, don't you know what the situation of your sect is?" "Of course I know. Do you still need to say this?" Li Zizuan seemed to be touched by a painful point and then continued, "Just facing this, what can I do? Before the Cicada Flower Valley was infiltrated by the demons, I made relevant suggestions to the owner of the valley, but he didn't listen. He only wanted to break through the nascent soul stage. Is it so easy to break through the nascent soul stage? Now I am still having a headache over a void god grass. It has obviously failed once. According to normal circumstances, I have basically given up." Huaiwei thought for a moment and said, "There is no need to say so much nonsense. There are only two suggestions I can give you. Either use the strength of the whole valley to find a way to make Xiao Han offend the entire Cicada Valley, or give up this idea completely. Xiao Han is not a good person. I remember I warned you before to give in early, but you didn't listen. But it shouldn't be too late now, as long as you are willing to pay a certain price. Besides these two, I have no other choice." Li Zizuan waved his hand and said, "I know everything you said and I will consider it carefully. Please step back first." At the same time I was thinking in my heart, I am willing to stop, but will Xiao Han let me go? The only way is to let the entire Cicada Valley take action. So what if it's a whetstone? Such a hard whetstone is enough to grind Xiao Han's knife to pieces. #C2049 Hongmeng Dao Iron. A few months later, Xiao Han left the retreat and went directly to the center of the dragon cave, feeling the spiritual veins in the entire valley. Since the first third-level spiritual vein was swallowed by the spiritual dragon, Xiao Han has specially observed the state of the spiritual dragon. Has indeed improved a lot of quality, and its digestion speed is also very fast. At first, Xiao Han was a little confused, but the good fortune pearl gave him an answer. This swallowing is more like a fusion, so it is so fast. After each spiritual vein is born, some spiritual intelligence will be generated. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for spiritual veins to swallow each other only under certain conditions. If the gap between the levels is too large, then when encountering such an opportunity, the low-level spiritual intelligence will be directly erased and then merged. If it is between the same level, there will be a certain competition, and the final result depends on the quality of both parties. Now it seems that the spiritual dragon that has swallowed the power of good fortune for a long time is enough to deal with these third-level spiritual veins. Faintly, Xiao Han felt that the spiritual dragon was heading towards the fourth level, so it would be easier to deal with the spiritual veins. Over the past few months, Xiao Han had asked the spirit dragon to promise him many things in order to provide it with spirit veins. It did not stop until the third and second levels were completely absorbed. For the current spirit dragon, even if the first level spirit vein was swallowed, it would not have any effect. It would be better to swallow more fortune power with this time. So in the past few months, in addition to retreating to stabilize the realm and helping the spirit dragon swallow the spirit vein, the most done was to auction the first level spirit vein and successfully sold it almost. In exchange for a large amount of resources, Qin Ming is indeed a good businessman. Finally, all these good things were put together, countless spirit stones and spirit medicines, and Xiao Han even found the many spirit medicines that Li Yixuan needed. This means that the previous account of the Void Stone can be paid off. In addition, there are countless spirit tools and spells, etc., and the art of replenishing yang of the Hahuan sect. Xiao Han did not give it to anyone, but destroyed it directly. The existence of this kind of thing is a calamity. Every cultivator who improves quickly consumes as many lives as the cauldron. Of course, the biggest gain is the Shushan grass in the ring of the leader of the Hahuan sect, but it is only a low-grade Shushan grass. Even if it is refined into a pill, the probability of a successful breakthrough is extremely low. But in Xiao Han's hands, this problem can be avoided. He didn't know how it was obtained. After confirming that there was no problem with it again and again, Xiao Han put it away. He also put away the auxiliary medicine plus the 9-leaf Jillian he got from the Great Elder, just enough medicine for a set of Shindan. Xiao Han wanted to refine it at the right time, and now is not the time. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han looked around again and used his hearing to explore the entire Hahuan sect. At this time, there was no one in the Hahuan sect. Those who should go back had gone back. Those disciples of the Hahuan sect who should be dealt with should be killed and divided. The rest were just waiting for punishment. In the entire Luyun sect, originally only Ziyun Peak had female disciples. Now, with the addition of these innocent tripods from the Hahuan sect, it suddenly became lively. There are even twice as many female cultivators as male cultivators. There is not a single spiritual vein in the entire Hahuan sect, and no one is interested in this place. Including Qin Ming and Xiao Han, they were all driven back, leaving only him. In such a dangerous situation, no one likes to stay in this place without a sense of security. Feeling the gradually thinning spiritual energy, Xiao Han cast his eyes to the center. Today I want to see what is underneath. Xiao Han thought in his heart. These spiritual veins clearly felt that the middle would be drawn away one by one, but they still moved towards the center, which must be a problem. The Hahuan sect has been entrenched here for so many years, and it must have discovered this difference, but Xiao Han didn't know why they didn't explore it in depth. In any case, explore it first. Xiao Han made up his mind and began to use basic magic to move the soil layer. In the center, followed by some gravel and large stones. He just carried it layer by layer. Fortunately, Xiao Han's spiritual power recovered very quickly, so he didn't run out of spiritual power all at once. 100 meters, 200 meters, Xiao Han carried it endlessly. It was dark and dawn. The more he went down, the more spiritual power he consumed, and he gradually ran out of support. Only then did he understand why the people of Huan sect didn't explore. This was clearly a headless thing without logic and signs, just based on a guess. A few days later, Xiao Han was already in a huge deep pit. If you look down, from above you can't even see what's inside. In this endless transportation, Xiao Han even thought of giving up. But his intuition told him that there was a problem here. After a few days, Xiao Han suddenly felt some movement coming from his dantian. With some previous experience, Xiao Han guessed that it was probably the fortune bead calling him, so he quickly sank his consciousness into his dantian. Xiao Han asked quickly, "Qiu, what's wrong? Did you call me because you found something?" Hongmeng Creation Pearl's voice came, "Hey, you found something good. I feel that I really want it, but I can't figure out what it is." "Get it. I must get it." For the first time, Creation Pearl showed excitement, even the previous Hongmeng Pearl and Kongming Stone did not do so. Xiao Han also looked happy. After hearing this, he was just guessing, but he didn't expect that there was something. If it wasn't for the Fortune Pearl asking him to come in and tell him this, he would have given up. After the consciousness left the dantian, Xiao Han continued to move it. It was not until it was completely dark that Xiao Han found something different. In a rock layer, this was a piece of or that looked like iron. The reason why he noticed it was because this or was unique. It was obviously an iron or, but Xiao Han felt that it contained something else. Just a glance, Xiao Han even felt that the world looked different. Sure enough, there was something. Xiao Han sank his consciousness into the dantian again. Before he spoke, the Hongmeng Fortune Pearl excitedly said, "This is it. This is it. If I remember correctly, this thing is called Hongmeng Dao Iron. If I absorb it now, the power of creation produced will at least double, and the current power will also double." Xiao Han immediately became excited after hearing this. The current double is not just the beginning but the double after passing through the Hongmeng Pearl and the Kongming Stone. The order of magnitude can be imagined. No wonder those little dragons of the spirit veins are entrenched here. It turns out it's because of this thing. Xiao Han said anxiously, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and absorb it." In his current state, he may encounter a cultivator of the God transformation stage at any time. Those people in Chanhua Valley will not wait for him to grow up. As long as he has sufficient fortune power, he will be safe before he encounters a cultivator of the God transformation stage. Especially after the power is doubled, even hundreds of yuanying stage cultivators cannot kill him. However, at this moment, the fortune bead said again, "Hey, what's the hurry? Let me tell you the effect of this thing first. Then you can think about it." #C2050 Ancient Secret Realm reappears. 1. Effect. Xiao Han was full of doubts. What effect could be more important than increasing the power of good fortune now? Once it doubled this time, he would not fall under the siege of hundreds of yuanying stage cultivators. If the gap between yuanying stage and Huashan stage was not too big, he could kill even the early stage of Huashan in one fell swoop. By then, he could fight a tie with the early stage of Huashan cultivators, and he could escape from the middle stage of Huashan. How many people could threaten him then? In addition to the Lord of Wanzhong City and the Lord of Shentian Palace, there were several late stage of Huashan, or great perfection of Huashan. The demons were no longer out of reach, but all this was a twofold increase. On the existing basis, how could Xiao Han refuse such a temptation? After pondering for a while, Xiao Han finally couldn't help but ask, "What is the function?" "I knew you would ask me." Hongmeng Creation Pearl seemed to have seen through everything and then whispered, "The most important thing about Hongmeng Dao. Iron is the word Dao. Hey, it contains the great Dao which is extraordinary. According to my incomplete memory, I can only tell you that it will be of great help to your realm improvement and various magic practice. Now think about it. Do you still want me to absorb this Hongmeng Dao iron? By the way, your comprehension of this Dao iron will not affect my subsequent absorption, no problem at all." Xiao Han's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he really couldn't refuse this, especially when he stared at the Dao iron. It really had a flavor of the great
Dao.
The great Dao is mysterious, and it cannot be described specifically, but it has extraordinary effects. Seeing that Xiao Han had not said anything, Hongmeng Fortune Pearl took the initiative to ask, "So what did you think in the end?" "My instinct tells me that I must absorb this. If you are still hesitating." "No, I won't absorb it. I'll keep it." Xiao Han quickly refused. After glancing at the sleeping little dragon of the spirit vein, his consciousness left Dantian and directly collected the Hongmeng Dao iron. What if the speed is a little slower and Hongmeng Fortune Pearl regrets it? Xiao Han looked up. The height was at least several thousand meters. The oxygen inside became so thin that it couldn't be thinner. This level was equivalent to moving mountains and filling the sea. He also spent a lot of effort to dig up this good thing. In this way, the entire Huan sect was really thoroughly plundered.
Xiao Han
Stepped up step by step. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, he stepped into the void and headed towards the direction of Luyun sect. A few months later, Xiao Han stayed in the cave in Luyun sect and started the crazy alchemy mode. The elixir ode to Li Yishuan and the spiritual elixir he needed could all be put on the agenda. The spiritual vein dragon continuously devoured the spiritual vein, allowing him to be in a state of sufficient spiritual power for a long time so that his cultivation increased rapidly. As soon as he reached the late stage of the nascent soul, he quickly went to the great perfection of the nascent soul. The 30-year agreement made in Wanzhong City before was not many years away. Xiao Han must reach the great perfection of the nascent soul during this period. In this disaster, the human race must be the leader. Even though he is now a human-demon hybrid, the human race has terrible potential and wisdom which is far beyond the reach of the demon race. When the Qi comes, there is no difference between the human race, the demon race, or the monster race. They will work together to drive the Qi back to the dark world. According to the current situation, the demon race will actually send the demon race saint. They don't have a saint son or a saint daughter, so let me replace the human race. As a Yuanying stage great perfection, Xiao Han did not think that anyone could be his opponent. While thinking, Xiao Han was refining pills with his current level. No, it was the level of using the power of good fortune. He could succeed with his eyes closed. It was just a matter of how much good fortune he consumed. Seeing the pills quickly forming in the pill furnace, Xiao Han directly input a force of good fortune, and the pills were formed in the furnace.
Xiao Han
Looked at the pill in his hand that could make female cultivators grow up. If Chao Tanner wanted another one. No, that was too big. This one was just right now, which was what female cultivators like Li Yishuan needed. After several months, Xiao Han quickly collected the last furnace of Huaying pills he had refined, and immediately put the pill furnace back into the storage ring. All the pills that needed to be refined had been refined, leaving only the last Xinlian pill. With the spiritual medicine he had in his hand, it was enough to refine 2 Xinlian pills. Refining the spirit pill is extremely important. Xiao Han must refine it in an absolutely quiet environment. Luyun sect has just experienced such a big disaster and is currently in the process of reorganization. Recently, he has become less and less able to devote himself to refining pills. There are often various messages, and he needs to deal with some problems. Especially just now, Qin Ming and Xiao Qian even sent messages one after another several times, all of which were some important matters of the sect. Now Xiao Han is like a sea-stabilizing needle. As long as he is in Luyun's sect will definitely be fine. Originally, Xiao Han didn't want to care, but the reappearance of the ancient secret realm forced Xiao Han to pay attention. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han went directly to a huge cleared space, 10 kilometers away from Yuyun Peak. This is also Xiao Qian's reform. In the future, there will be no division of peaks, and the resources of each peak will also belong to all cultivators of
Yuyun sect.
The peak master system still exists, but some other rules have changed. For example, the power is concentrated and the new meeting place and the core place of the sect are placed 10 kilometers away from Yuyun Peak. A palace that was much larger than the Tongyun Palace was also built in this place. It was called the Luyun Palace. Originally, according to Xiao Qian's idea, he wanted to name it Yuyun, but Xiao Han hated this kind of thing the most, so he decided to name it the Luyun Palace. There is even a second-order spirit vein and several first-order spirit veins here. When Xiao Han left Yuyun Peak, he had already sent a message to Xiao Qian, asking all the important cultivators of Luyun sect to come together, including the cultivators who were in retreat. In front of Luyun Hall, Xiao Han saw hundreds of cultivators gathered in front of the hall before he arrived. Ancestor Yuyun is here. The cultivators finally discovered his figure, and soon the hundreds of cultivators bowed and said in unison, "Welcome Ancestor Yuyun." This was clearly the practice of Yuyun Peak before, and Xiao Qian brought it to the entire Luyun sect. Xiao Han didn't want to waste time on such meaningless things. The moment he arrived, he looked directly at Xiao Qian and said, "Are all the people who should come here?" Xiao Qian said loudly, "There are still a few peak masters who haven't arrived. A few of them are in the foundation building stage, so they are a little slow. In fact, I had already gathered these people before I sent a message to you, the ancestor. Just waiting for the ancestor to order us what to do." Xiao Han nodded and said, "Oh, since they haven't come, there's no need to wait. Don't waste time and start directly." Then Xiao Han looked directly at the hundreds of cultivators below and said, "I summarized the various information now. Overall, there are only 3 things. #C 2051 Ancient Secret Realm reappears. 2. Xiao Han quickly organized his words and soon spoke again. "The first thing is what everyone is concerned about. The headmaster has fallen and Luyun sect is currently leaderless. I think you all want me to be the headmaster of Luyun sect. Thank you for your kindness, but I, Xiao Han, don't like to be bound. I already have a candidate in mind for the position of headmaster." After saying that, he looked at Qin Ming and said, "I believe everyone knows about Elder Qin's qualifications in the sect, so I don't need to say more. Now in the sect, except for me and Tanner, Qin Ming is the only Yuanying stage cultivator, so he will be the headmaster of Luyun sect." Xiao Han knew in his heart that Qin Ming was the only one who could be the headmaster of Luyun sect. There was no other reason, including the Yuanying stage cultivation. The core is that he absolutely trusts Qin Ming. Otherwise, he can completely draw another strong man. There is no problem. Luyun sect was the foundation of his coming to this world. He knew he couldn't just let it go and not care about anything. The important thing was to quickly resolve this mess. Qin Ming looked a little nervous and hurriedly said, "Xiao Han, I don't think it's appropriate for me to be the headmaster. Even if it's not you, it should be Xiao Qian. Don't worry, I definitely don't have any ulterior motives, and I will definitely assist Xiao Qian to ascend to the position of headmaster. Let me." Xiao Han patted Qin Ming's shoulder and interrupted Qin Ming, saying, "It is because I trust you that I let you be the headmaster, and you don't think you are not qualified for this position. I have me to back you up. What else do you have to worry about? Even if I leave Luyun sect in the future, you can send me a message and I will come back. If anyone shakes your position, I will destroy his entire family." As for Xiao Qian, I naturally have other arrangements and I have many plans. In my mind, when the time comes, I will definitely let you know what you should know. After saying that, he looked at the monks below and said, I guess you also know my temper. The monks looked at each other. What else can they object to what the Yuyun patriarch said? With such a strong backing, they would not fight for it. Qin Ming grasped the key point and asked quickly, Xiao Han, are you still leaving? Of course. Xiao Han paused and continued, I believe you have some information about the demon clan's siege of Wanzhong City. You are also aware of the 30-year agreement. The previous destruction of Hahuan sect also had such purposes. And you, Qin Ming, are a very important link in my future plan chain. The entire Luyun sect must take the responsibility of completely stabilizing the rear of the human race. And you, Qin Ming, are the first person responsible. Do you have this confidence? Xiao Han's tone suddenly became much more severe, and the look he looked at Qin Ming also became much more severe. A stabilization of the rear of the human race made Qin Ming's head stuck. Good guy. Such a big responsibility. This is not a joke. Qin Ming said tremblingly, Xiao Han, I might. No, you can do it. We'll talk about these things later. Now your task is to make Luyun sect strong and powerful quickly. This is settled. In addition, I will withdraw from the position of the Great Elder and will not hold any position in Luyun sect. 5th Elder Li Mu and 6th Elder Kong Kai will take over the positions of the Great Elder and the 2nd Elder in turn. As for the remaining 5 elders, you need to choose them. No matter how you choose, it's your business. The strength of the entire human race is getting stronger from south to north, and Luyun sect is just at the southernmost part of Tianxian continent. The overall strength of Dishuan continent below is even worse. This position is most suitable to become a center point. Once any problems occur in the future, a powerful sect will be needed to stabilize the rear. But it must not be a sect like Hahuan sect. Perhaps Shintian Palace also has this purpose. It's just that the wrong sect was chosen. Letting a sect like Hahuan sect to preside over the overall situation will definitely cause problems. There is no top sect in the entire rear area at present. The top sects of the human race are all near the Wanqing Sea. The current situation does require a top sect to appear in the rear area. Qin Ming saw that Xiao Han was so determined, so he simply waited silently, without saying anything. Just as Xiao Han said, with him as a backing, there was nothing to be afraid of. This responsibility must also be taken up. When they heard that the sect elders were to be re-elected, many who thought they had some qualifications began to get excited. Although anyone who reached the Jindan stage could become an elder, there was an essential difference between ordinary elders and sect elders, especially since the Yuyun Patriarch had recently taken out a considerable amount of resources for the development of the Luyun sect. In this way, the resources obtained by serving as a sect elder were a world apart. Just as everyone was discussing excitedly, Xiao Han waved his hand and 7 porcelain bottles appeared. After a pause he said, To be honest, during my visit to the Wanqing Sea I met an alchemist who could make top-grade elixirs. Each of these 7 porcelain bottles contains a top-grade infant transforming elixir, which is a reward from the sect elders. I think you may know what to do now. Wow! There was an uproar from the audience. Everyone knew what the 7 top-grade infant transforming elixirs meant. Each one represented a Yuanying cultivator, which meant that as long as one became a sect elder, one would definitely be able to enter the Yuanying stage. I suddenly feel like I'm okay again. Hey, didn't you say before that you had no hope of entering that realm in your life, and you no longer pursued this? So how come you're okay now? You're probably talking nonsense. I really don't know what the elders of this sect have in mind or what the selection method is. I think it's probably qualifications or strength or seniority. Heh. There are no other selection criteria besides these three. That makes sense. Just as everyone was discussing fiercely, Xiao Han took out dozens of porcelain bottles again and placed them directly in front of Xiao Qian. In Xiao Qian's puzzled look, Xiao Han spoke again. The second thing is the selection and promotion of disciples. This matter is left to Xiao Qian. We need to come up with a new method for selecting disciples. All existing disciples below the Jindan stage need to be reassessed and selected. During the selection, I don't want to hear any questioning voices. What I just gave to Xiao Qian is the qualification pill which I got from the alchemist, and it cost a lot of money. Anyone who passes the assessment can get a qualification pill. The most direct effect of this pill is to improve qualifications. This is Xiao Han's second step plan, which is to improve the overall strength of Luyun sect and increase this base so that more geniuses can be born, thus achieving a virtuous cycle. Xiao Qian knew the whole selection mechanism. As for the elixir, it was researched by Xiao Han. The most important thing about it was the power of good fortune, which could improve the qualifications. It was just that the effect was not very good, far from the improvement he made by himself, but he would not waste so much time on it. In terms of high-end combat power, Xiao Qian and the other 19 people were enough. Even if there were more geniuses, Xiao Han would not need them if they did not have this kind of cohesion. Cultivating these people was enough to deal with many things. #C 2052 Ancient Secret Realm reappears. 2. What? Did I hear correctly? Yes, you heard it right. It was indeed the qualification pill just now. Hey, how is this possible? Aren't qualifications innate? No amount of high-level cultivation and power can solve this problem, so the achievements of a monk's life are already determined at the moment when the qualifications are tested. Regardless of the level of his achievements, even if he is from a cultivating family, as long as his qualifications are not high, he will not achieve anything. But I did hear the words qualification pill just now. Ancestor will never lie to us. This incident caused huge controversy among the disciples, and everyone's attitude was questioned. Xiao Han heard it and didn't care. After all, after so many years, qualifications have never been rewritten. Everyone's thinking is deeply ingrained and not easy to change. The monks in Yun Peak didn't bother to say anything, and no one even refuted. This was their usual habit, and no one was even interested in the various positions of Luyun's sect. For them, following the ancestor is the best choice. Doesn't matter what position they are in, the ancestor will always give them even the best infant transformation pill. They all knew in their hearts that their ancestor was the alchemist who could refine the best elixirs. No matter how doubtful Qin Ming was, he would only choose to believe Xiao Han at this time, and then said sternly, "If you are still not quiet, do you still allow you to question the ancestor's words? Hey, do you think it's necessary for my ancestor to lie to you?" Qin Ming's tone suddenly became a little dignified, which was not there before. In fact, it's not that a person is not suitable, but that he has not reached the corresponding position. It was because of Qin Ming's words that everyone suddenly realized that there was no need for the ancestor to lie to them anyway. If it wasn't complete, it would be fine. Why did he still say such a thing? This also means that there are indeed pills that can improve your qualifications. You must know that this is a top alchemist. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone turned their eyes expectantly to Xiao Qian's place. Just when everyone turned their attention, Xiao Han suddenly said, "Okay, there is one last thing left to say. As for the matter about the ancient secret realm, I believe you have also got some news. The ancient secret realm happens to appear in the Luyun Mountains. Oh, I think you all know what will happen after exploring the ancient secret realm, so you should understand what I mean. It is forbidden to explore the secret realm, and at the same time we will send people to guard it every day. No one is allowed to approach. The Luyun mountain range is our foundation. Once an abyss appears, our entire sect will have to move away. And it also gives more opportunities to the larvae, which is a more deadly place. Today I am specifically talking about this matter. I hope you will pay attention to it. If I find anyone taking the initiative to explore, I think you should know the consequences. Okay, that's all for today. Qin Ming will stay to handle matters. The sect elders need to be selected as soon as possible so that they can make a collective breakthrough to enhance the strength of Lu Yun's sect. As he spoke, he took out a storage bag and threw it directly to Qin Ming Dao. There are some things in here all for you. There are also qualification pills. Remember not to give them to anyone. They are all yours. I hope you grow up soon. Qin Ming explored the storage bag for a while, and his hands began to tremble slightly. There were a lot of pills inside, and they were all of the best quality. He and the headmaster once guessed that Xiao Han was the top alchemist. But now that Xiao Han didn't admit it, he naturally wouldn't point it out. Stop talking nonsense. Just take it as you are told. Just pick up this burden as soon as possible. You will have to manage a large sect in the future. Then he turned to look at Xiao Qian and continued, Xiao Qian, come with me to the ancient secret realm. It's the ancestor. Needless to say, they all know who it is. As long as the ancestor only calls Xiao Qian and brings you, he is basically the 19 disciples of Yuyun Peak. Xiao Han has already sent a message to Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. The two girls usually travel around the mountains and rivers.
Qiao Tanaritrea takas Li
Yixuan to various places, but they don't leave too far away. After receiving Xiao Han's message, the two women quickly rushed towards the place where the ancient secret realm had just appeared. Soon Xiao Han also arrived with his disciples, and the Qingmu Zhou had been replaced by the new 4th-level flying magic weapon Lansong Zhou, whose speed could reach the speed of the nascent soul stage. I saw that the two women were already waiting nearby. At this time, the entrance to the ancient secret realm had been opened without any warning. The entrance was exactly the one I had encountered before. There were also several Jindan monks guarding the side.
Xiao Han Lu Kid. Familiar.
These should be Qin Ming's confidants. The ancient secret realm actually appeared in the Luyun Mountains, which was a bit difficult for Xiao Han to accept. Even if he didn't explore it, it would be like a time bomb. If it breaks out suddenly, the consequences will be quite serious. Fortunately, its location is outside the newly built formation, which is pretty good news. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and then asked, Tanner, what do you think we should do? Xiao Tanner immediately said, of course, set up a barrier at the entrance so that no one can enter. The more they come into contact with Zhen, the more they understand the danger of Zhen. Even if they are told clearly that there is a void divine grass in this secret realm, they will not go in to explore it. This is also the general policy set. Li Yixuan grinned and said, Xiao Han, I have a suitable barrier here. Can block the attacks of monks in the transformation stage, but the area is smaller. But look at this entrance. It's useless if it's too big. How could Xiao Han not understand what Li Yixuan meant when she said that? Xiao Han just wanted the elixir. He took out several porcelain bottles and threw them to Li Yixuan. Then he whispered, the elixir I owed you before is inside. You can check it. If there is no problem, the previous account will be written off. Li Yixuan's eyes lit up, and she locked her consciousness on the porcelain bottle directly. Then she was happy. In just a moment she put away all her emotions, looked at Xiao Han and said, deal, what are you going to exchange with me? This time. That depends on what you want. Li Yixuan slapped the storage ring, and a stream of light passed by and landed directly in front of Xiao Han. Then she said, this is the formation. You have to prepare the materials yourself. The request is very simple. You are not allowed to tell anyone about the transaction with you. Xiao Han was speechless. Why did he think so of himself? But since the other party said so, what else can he do? Okay, no problem. The two of them completed the transaction quickly. Xiao Han had this idea. Before coming here, there was a formation in his storage ring which was also of this small area, but not as good as Li Yishuan's. If there is no more suitable one, he will choose to use his own, which was found in the Hehuan sect. The reason why Xiao Qian and others were brought here was to do this job. He was not at ease in the hands of others. Soon everyone began to arrange the formation, and the ancient secret realm reappeared, which gave Xiao Han some psychological pressure. The more it appeared, the more chaotic the space was. Maybe it will collapse directly at any time, and people from the dark world can even come to the Tianxian realm at any time. At that time, things will be far from so simple.